but atop the altar itself, and his expression is troubled. The moment I look around the corner, he sees me and goes silent, a look of guilt flashing across his face.
Kendra, Miletan, I woke you up.
I cross over to his side, fighting back a yawn. I woke up and you weren't in bed. Who are you talking to? He looks flustered by my question.
The gods.
I arch an eyebrow at his answer. The gods? Truly? You've never been particularly religious before.
Yes, it seemed like a day to pray.
Nemeth strokes my cheek with his knuckle.
I'm sorry if I worried you. Prayers for my people are private things, and I wished a moment alone.
I understand. I slide my arms around his waist and smile when he holds me close. I get wanting to be alone with your thoughts. Can I ask what you were praying about? Feel free to tell me no. You did say it was private, but I'm simply curious. I gaze up at him, his face cloaked in shadows. I heard the word wife. He pauses, strokes my cheek again. His reluctance is clear.
You will not get hurt feelings.
Well, now you have to tell me, I say, poking a finger into his stomach. You can't just approach it like that and not expect me to worry. A new thought occurs to me, and I hesitate. Do you have regrets? Do you feel like you made a mistake?
What? Never.
He bends over and cups my face, pressing a kiss on my forehead. There's something so very empowering about such a large, dangerous-looking male hunching over to shower gentle kisses to my face, and it soothes my worry a bit.
I am concerned that I am selfish, actually. That is why I pray.
Selfish? I've had selfish lovers in the past, and Nemeth is most definitely not one. In what way? His expression is tormented.
In that I pressured you to mate me. I know you were hesitant. I worry I have been selfish in my need for you, and pushed you more than I should have. I worry that I convinced you with caresses instead of letting you decide for yourself, that I rushed you.
I make an exasperated face. You didn't rush me, Nemeth. It was my decision. It has been all along. I knew what I was getting into when I married you, and I decided I wanted to do so anyhow. He caresses my face, his expression sad.
And will you abandon me when the tower doors open, like Ravendor did her mate?
Of course not. My love is stronger than that. I put my hand over his. I knew what I was doing when I decided to mate you. I knew I was giving up on my people for yours. They won't accept me now because of what I've done. I've thrown my lot in with you. I suppose in a way I'm Felian now. Nemeth looks sad.
Not Felian,
He says softly.
just mine.
That's all I need. I smile up at him. Come to bed now? He blows out the candle. Chapter 40. Being mated to Nemeth makes me happier than I ever thought I could be. If I thought being with him was pleasant before, it is utterly joyous now. We spend several days in bed, doing nothing more than touching and learning one another. I learn that if I scrape my teeth on his knot, he will come instantly. He learns that there's a spot behind my knee that if touched will make me go mad with need. We learn how to make each other's bodies sing, and I never tire of his touch. That in itself is a marvel. I've grown weary of every other lover I've had in the past. Either they would grow selfish, or the sex would become routine, and I would find myself losing interest. Sometimes those lovers would seem as if they were interested in nothing more than making themselves come, instead of giving pleasure to me. I'd feel like an object instead of a person. Or worse, I'd feel like they were fucking the Vestalin princess and not Kendra. It's different with Nemeth. I love his touch. More than that, I love that I always feel that he sees me. Not Candromeda Vestalin, not the Princess of Leos, not Irin Vestalin's spoiled, useless sister. It's always Kandra with him. The Kandra that loves a shoulder rub when she has her period, hates epic poetry, and sometimes drools on her lover's chest when she falls asleep atop him. It feels like Nemeth loves me and all my flaws, just like I love him. I love that he insists on putting basil into everything because it's his favorite, even though too much will make his stomach ache. I love that he adores epic war poetry. The longer and more dull, the better. I love that he's fascinated with his mushroom farm and that he talks to them as he tends to the rapidly growing fungi. I adore him, and every day that passes doesn't feel like torture now. It feels as if we're in our own cozy little nest, letting the world pass us by as we snuggle under the blankets and kiss. The weather grows colder, and as it does, it seems to be colder than the last winter. This strikes me as particularly odd. After all, we're in the tower to prevent the Golden Moon Goddess from venting her wrath upon the people of our world, and yet this doesn't feel normal. We conserve our wood and our peat bricks as best we can, and some days we warm my potion with body heat instead of the warmth of a fire. This winter, the water in the kitchen pump freezes up for over a week. We're more prepared for such an event and have kept several tubs and buckets full of water for just in case, so it isn't more than a minor inconvenience. But it worries me. How is it that we're sacrificing 7 years of our lives to make the goddess happy, and this is what we get? I asked Nemeth on one particularly cold morning. I gesture at the walls of the tower. This doesn't feel happy to me.
Perhaps other things displease her.
Nemeth turns a page in his astronomy book. Like what?
War.
I narrow my eyes at him. You think the war goes badly?
I suppose it depends on who you ask.
Well, if the goddess is choosing sides, I hope she realizes that everyone is suffering. I gesture at our frigid room. Your skin is dry from the cold, and my toes feel like they're icicles. Suffering everywhere. Nemeth chuckles at my pouting. He arches a brow at me and puts his book aside.
You were being dramatic, Miletan.
I am. I don't even care. It's just rotten that we're devoting ourselves to the cause, and some days I can't even tell what the cause is.
Strange things happen with the eye of the goddess on the world,
Nemeth says. He pats the blankets, indicating I should join him instead of pacing near the cold fireplace.
The books say the weathers can be foul and unpredictable.
Because of the goddess, I agree.
Because of the moon in the sky,
he says, and then adds,
and the goddess too. But my point is that we do not know what the gods have in mind. It is not our job to speculate. Our job is to remain here in this tower.
As I crawl into bed next to him, he slides his arm around my shoulders.
It is not so bad being here with me, is it?
You know it's not. Some of my grumpiness eases, and I dramatically drape myself over his lap. What else does your book say?
Nothing near as important as this.
His hand slides up my skirt, and when he discovers I have no bloomers on, he arches an eyebrow. It's become a tease of mine to only wear bloomers sometimes, just to see his reaction. It never fails to arouse him.
You are letting this pretty cunt freeze to death.
You should warm it up. He grins, showing his fangs.
I absolutely should.
Hours later, I've forgotten all about the goddess and her theoretical anger. I've had Nemeth knotted inside me, and he made me come so hard that I wept his name as he played my body like a harp. Now I'm feeling much looser and relaxed, and I watch from my spot in bed as he feeds a log to the fire, preparing my potion. As he hovers near the hearth, He practices his stretches and extends one wing gracefully outward. I wince inwardly as the other stretches out, the flare of it tight and off-center from where I stitched him. It looks uncomfortable. "How does it feel?" I ask. Nemeth shrugs.
"It is tighter than it should be, like my wing is pinched in one spot. With time and use, I think it could stretch itself out again. The scar tissue just needs to be worked."
"And you need to fly," I say softly. "And there is nowhere to fly in here." He's tried flying downstairs, but he doesn't have enough room to spread his wingspan to its full breadth. The ceiling is too low, and the stairwell's too narrow. It's something I fret over constantly, because I know how much it must bother him to be stranded here like this, to have an injury to such a vital part of him, and not be able to do the proper exercises to mend it.
"It is what it is,"
Nemeth replies. He pauses and glances over at me.
"Speaking of things we cannot change, we are out of your tea."
The minty concoction that Riza makes for me? She sent a bag along with our supplies last summer. But if we're out, we're out. I shrug. "I'll just drink your brew." His wings flutter as he closes them, a sure sign that he's nervous about something.
"I examined yours to see what was in it, because I knew you were running low. Did you know you have pennyroyal in it?"
"I couldn't pick pennyroyal out if someone painted a portrait of it," I replied tartly. "I don't know plants. What about that one is important?"
"Pennyroyal is an herb that can prevent pregnancy. I never said anything before because I know you drink it for the taste, but now that you are out, I wondered if you wished to try to replace it with something else."
His wings flutter again.
"Or shall I not give you my knot anymore?"
I snort. "Are you truly worrying over an herb? I told you, love, I can't get pregnant. I know you think your cock is impressive, and I do too, but even you cannot pound the blood curse out of my veins." I give him an amused look. Much as I would love to try, of course.
"You're not worried about conceiving, then?"
"I'm far more worried you'll stop giving me your knot." His eyes gleam with heat.
"If my mate demands, who am I to deny her?"
Who indeed? "Today's the day," I say excitedly to Nemeth as I dress one summer morning. "Solstice year 2. Can you imagine? We've made it 2 years so far." I give him a cheery look as I slip my dress over my head and then pull the laces of the bodice tight. "I think we should celebrate. Once our food supplies are delivered, we should splurge a little. Work that into the plans for the year. If I'm being perfectly honest, I'd give my left tit for some pie or a scone with cream." Nemeth chuckles at my enthusiasm, reaching over and tugging at one of my laces the moment I tighten it. I swat his finger away. Normally I'd take him up on any kind of flirting, because we have nothing but time and bed sport is so very delightful. But today is not just any day. Today is the solstice, and our food is to be delivered today. It's a delivery that is desperately needed. Nemeth has been careful with our supplies this entire year, but we're out of our wood logs and almost out of peat bricks. My ingredients for my potion are low, and our foodstuffs are looking pathetic. I'm sure we could make it last for another month or 2 if we had to, but I am very glad we don't. My mouth waters at the thought of a cup of tea, in the blend that Riza always makes for me. Tea and a bit of honey. Oh, and fresh bread with jam. Gods, I would love that. Simple, but delicious. Do you think they'll send jam again this year? I've completely forgotten to ask in my letters. The last jar they sent was delightful. I'm not normally a fan of yellow plums, but that jam was pure bliss on toast. I cinch my corset up tight and then fluff my tits, adjusting them in the dress. "Oh, my letters! I need to get them. Where are they?"
"Next to mine, Miletan," Nemeth says in that calm voice of his. My sweet scholar never gets his wings ruffled over anything, except perhaps not licking. We won't let them leave without taking the letters, I promise.
I beam at him, full of anticipation. I know I won't find out what anyone thought of my letters for a year, but it's exciting to be able to get to send word out to someone outside, even if I must conceal everything I've done in here. I've got no mention of Nemeth or our mating in my letters I've written to Riza, Nurse, and Erin. Part of me feels guilty that I'm keeping such a large secret, but then I remember that they deliberately avoided mentioning the war in their letters to me, and kept their letters full of fluff and nonsense. I can do the same. For the last month, I've written and rewritten my letters, obsessing over the messages I'm sending. The one to Riza is 20 pages long. The one to Nurse nearly as lengthy. Erin's is 5 pages. Part of me wanted to be ruthless and send her nothing, because I'm still bitter over her demands that I murder Nemeth. But she is my sister in the end. I know that sending her a chirpy letter full of absolute nonsense will make her mad with frustration. As a sister, I can't not send such a thing after all. I'm equally excited to see what the others have written to me. Even if the letters are full of nothing but recipes and weather predictions, I will savor every word. Moving to Nemeth's writing table, I push aside his books and hunt down my letters. They're not sealed. I've got no wax to seal them with, so I've tied them with ribbons from my least favorite dress. Nemeth's stack of letters is twice as big as mine. He spends a great deal of time writing to his family and friends back in Darkfell. Letters are something he has sent frequently in the past, since he spent his time locked away in the Alabaster Citadel. I think of Marylease and how I never wrote her a single letter, and feel just a smidge of guilt. Who do you think will be here first? I ask Nemeth, picking up my stack of letters and turning to regard him. Darkfell's suppliers or Leos? I gasp as a new thought occurs to me. Oh, I hope they don't run into each other. That will be quite ugly. I get a terrifying mental image of the two parties warring on the beach, our supplies abandoned mere steps away from the tower. We have to keep them apart.
Do not borrow trouble, Millertham. They will avoid each other. Darkfell will make certain of that. Nemeth rises from the bed and puts on his favorite kilt. They are familiar with how this works.
Yes, but if they both come on the same day... I pause, realizing what he's saying without being obvious. More magic, then? He nods.
There are simple spells to observe others. Darkfell will ensure they do not run into Leos's contingent.
I eye my mate, leaning against the table. I never ask about magic because, other than lighting a candle or two, he avoids doing it in my presence, as if it'll frighten me. Which is just plain silly because I don't understand magic, but that doesn't mean I'm scared of it. Most of the spells he's mentioned seem to have a practical use of some kind. You're going to have to teach me some of these simple spells. He gives me a fanged grin, eyeing my half-laced breasts.
They only work if you've got magic in your blood, I'm afraid.
I sigh dramatically, toying with the laces because I do so love to flirt. And here I am with cursed blood, alas.
Alas, Nemeth murmurs, watching me as I tease a finger over my cleavage. Magic requires intensive studying, and you're too busy anyhow.
Too busy? I laugh. Too busy doing what? He rumbles low in his chest as he slinks to my side, all dark wings and big slabs of gray muscle. Nemeth reaches for my laces, brushing a finger over my breasts as he does.
Busy with kissing your mate, taking his knot, licking his knot.
Truly a packed schedule, I agree, fluttering my lashes. Then I mock pout. But I have had no knot today.
Because with my luck, I'll be balls deep inside you and they will come knocking at our door.
He slides a finger into the front of my dress, finding my nipple and teasing it.
And how shall I explain that I'm knotted inside a human princess?
Perhaps I'm a particularly wicked human, that seduced you. After years of me begging you for sex, you finally gave in. It's not so very far from the truth. I lean back, giving him full access to my breasts. But Nemeth frowns at my words.
I would not have you slander yourself to my people.
Aw. Is it slander if it all sounds wonderfully naughty? He pinches my nipple, sending ripples of heat through my body.
You are my mate,
he chastises.
I would have you respect it.
It's getting dreadfully hard to concentrate when he's teasing me like that. Nemeth, they can't know I'm your mate.
Even so, I do not like the thought of anyone thinking poorly of you.
He frowns at the thought.
You are a Vestalin and a princess, and you deserve respect, even if it's the respect of Felians.
With that, he pulls his hand from my bodice and reaches for the laces, this time to tie them.
And that means we must save our playing for later.
I want to pout again, but I know he's right. If we want to keep receiving food from our respective peoples, it's best that no one looks too closely at our relationship, that we be seen as enemies, separate and coexisting in the tower in our own spaces. It sounds like it should be easy to do, and yet I find that the more time passes, the more entwined we become. Denying that feels wrong. Nemeth finishes lacing my corset, and I reach in, adjusting my breasts as I always do so they look optimal. Will you braid my hair for me? I want to look perfect. Maybe a crown looping around my head? The men Leo sent last year were absolute beasts, and I want them to remember that I'm a princess when they talk to me. He presses a kiss to my forehead.
I can do that for you, of course.
Chapter 41. A short time later, my hair is braided perfection. My dress sleeves are laced and puffed artfully, and I feel every bit the princess I am. Nemeth has dressed more casually, wearing only his kilt and a knife at his waist. I'm full of excitement as I slip my shoes on, picking up one of the lamps. Do you suppose the dead men are still on the shore? Their presence is a little horrifying, but at the same time, I feel they're an excellent deterrent for others that might want to rob us. Still, I don't want anyone scared away at the sight of a couple of bodies upon our doorstep.
They know their duty to us, Nemeth replies. They will not be frightened away.
I know he's right. It's just that I'm so excited for the influx of food and supplies. It's like a feast day celebration, and we have so little to celebrate or to change the monotonous passage of time that this feels momentous. Even so, I'm surprised when Nemeth moves toward the hearth and picks up his favorite stool. Where are you taking that?
Downstairs.
His mouth curves into a knowing smile.
I imagine you standing by the doors waiting, listening for our supplies, and I thought a seat might serve you better.
Bend down so I can give you a kiss, I tell him, beaming. You clever, delightful man. He's not wrong, though. I'm fluttering with anticipation, my heart beating rapidly as we head down the stairs and towards the double doors that are the only way in and out of this tower. Will we be given more supplies this time? Will it be different than last year's batch? Will there be new letters to read and pore over? I clutch my stack of letters to my chest, wondering how we'll be greeted this time. Rude soldiers or polite ones? What will we tell them if they want to know about the bodies outside? I ponder all of this as Nemeth sets the stool near the door and then approaches the entrance. He carefully unwinds the ropes around the handles and removes the broomstick. I pull the knives out and kick aside the wedges we've lodged in place.
Want to look outside?
Nemeth asks. Do I? The idea feels downright naughty, as if we're children up to no good. But there's no rules against opening the doors. We simply cannot cross through them. I nod to him. I'd love to get some fresh air, even if just for the day.
Just for the day, he agrees.
We both know we can open the doors any time we like, but there's something about keeping them tightly sealed that reminds us of our duty, that reminds us just how dire things would be if we chose to leave, which is why we cannot. Nemeth pulls the doors open and steps back, regarding the space outside. It's raining, not a noisy, thunderous storm, because we would have heard that through the tower walls. This is a gentle, dreary rain. The sky is gray and unpleasant, the water equally so. I move to Nemeth's side, peering over his shoulder, as humid, fresh air slides inside, and I take a deep breath, closing my eyes at the feel of the breeze. My throat tightens with yearning. In this moment, I want nothing more than to race outside and feel the rain on my skin. Tears threaten, but I swallow them down. I'll cry over it when we're free. We stare out at the beach in silence. I wish it was sunny, I say after a moment, just so I could glimpse the sun. Rain almost feels like we're being cheated. Nemeth stares out, and his wings flick. I touch his arm, knowing how hard this must be for him. Twice as hard as it is for me, because he cannot fly here in the tower. He's doubly trapped.
I suppose we should be grateful the weather is unpleasant. It makes it that much easier to stay inside.
I agree. Though secretly I would still race out into that dreary rain if it wouldn't cost the world everything. I scan the shore. I don't see boats or rafts anywhere. They must be on their way.
My people will fly in,
Nemeth says absently, his gaze still on the stormy-looking skies.
But yes, I do not see them either.
Then we're early, I say, making my tone bright to distract him. I suppose we have time to waste.
I suppose we do.
Reluctantly, he pulls his gaze away from the outdoors and focuses on me again. I hold my hand out to him, and he squeezes my fingers tightly. My heart aches for him.
Shall I fetch you a cup of tea? Do you need to sit?
I shake my head, reluctant to move away from the doors. If I stand just so, there's a drizzle of rain that brushes inward and feels lovely against my skin. Do you see our attackers anywhere? Their bodies? Surely they must still be on the beach. He squints out at the sands, then gestures.
A bit of weathered clothing there, and some bones. I imagine that whatever the elements did not finish off, the seabirds did.
Wrinkling my nose, I try not to picture that. Horrid. Just horrid.
It's what they deserved.
His unearthly eyes gleam with remembered anger.
I will not waste a moment lamenting their fates.
Me either. But I still don't think I'd like to be left in the sands for the birds to pick at. I hold his hand tightly and lean on his arm. Well, I say with a sigh, I suppose there's nothing to do but wait.
They will be here soon enough,
Nemeth reminds me.
Patience, my greedy princess.
Right. Patience. We stand near the doors for a time, and when my feet begin to ache, I move to the stool and sit, arranging my skirts like I'm a queen and this is my throne. Nemeth paces, moving in and out of the shadows, his gaze constantly straying to the wide-open doors. I pick at my nails, and then pick at threads on my gown as the gentle rain eases off, and the long gray afternoon stretches. My stomach growls, but I can't find it in me to get up and go to the kitchens for food. Some part of my mind worries that if I leave my spot by the door, I'll miss them and nothing will be delivered. So I remain where I am, watching as the sun briefly peeks out from behind the clouds, only to disappear below the horizon. It grows dark outside, and no one comes. Not the Felians, not the Leosians. I chew on my nail. Perhaps we have the wrong day. Perhaps today isn't the solstice after all. But I know it is. I checked with my knife, and I've been keeping careful records of the days that pass, and Nemeth does too. We both know today is the solstice. As the sun disappears below the horizon, the great golden moon of the goddess rises in the sky, the surface milky and clouded like a child's marble. It feels as if the goddess is glaring down at us, and I flinch at the sight.
"They must be delayed," is all Nemeth says. "They will be here soon enough."
We wait for longer, neither of us speaking as the stars come out, and the air grows chilly with night breeze. "Perhaps the weather," I begin.
"Perhaps,"
Nemeth agrees. He looks over at me, and his expression is weary. Mine must be, too.
"Go upstairs and get your potion ready, love. If they arrive, I'll come get you."
I hesitate and then nod. I'm tired, and yet it doesn't feel right to leave him here. But even if his people arrive, I can't be seen with him. And if mine arrive first, he can do that weird shadow thing and slip to my side faster than a blink. "Promise you'll wake me the instant they get here?"
"I promise, love."
He holds a hand out to me. I move into his embrace and press against his chest. He wraps his wings around me, holding me close, and before I can blink, he has me upstairs and in our room, the shadows receding as I blink in surprise. Well, now that was a neat trick. How did you do that?
"Trust me, I'm just as surprised as you,"
he says with a chuckle. Nemeth bends down and kisses my upturned face.
"I'll come wake you the moment they arrive."
He disappears in another swirl of shadows, and I absently go and tap the light in the corner, dimming it. I'm too uneasy to sleep, but sitting by the door is just making me anxious. It must be making Nemeth anxious as well, and that's why he's sent me up here. I kick my shoes off and lie atop the blankets, fretting. I tell myself I'm not going to sleep. I'm just going to lie here to satisfy Nemeth if he checks on me. It seems an eye blink of time passes. I jerk awake, wiping the corners of my mouth in surprise. Turns out I was able to sleep after all. I scramble out of bed, excited and terrified all at once. Nemeth didn't come and wake me. Maybe I didn't sleep for long. Maybe even now his people are depositing food at our doorstep, and he's been so busy he hasn't come to alert me. I put on my shoes as I race for the stairs. When I get to the first floor, my heart sinks. There, in front of the wide-open doors, sits Nemeth. He's a few paces away from the entrance, still carefully inside. His back is to me, his face turned towards the dawn of a new day. No one came all night. Dragon shite. "Nothing?" I ask as I approach, knowing the answer already. It's evident in the slump of Nemeth's broad, strong shoulders. It's evident in the empty first floor. It's evident in the stack of letters at Nemeth's feet. No one has come.
"It is a delay, nothing more,"
Nemeth says. When I get to his side, he pulls me into his arms, seating me on his lap.
"They'll come today. It doesn't have to be on the solstice, after all. Perhaps the weather delayed the shipment."
"That must be it," I reply brightly, sliding an arm around his neck. "They'll be here today." They have to. I didn't think there was a day that could be worse than the first day I arrived here in the tower. I was wrong. Waiting endlessly for supplies that never arrive is the worst kind of torture. Watching the beach, full of sunshine this day, remain empty and seeing no one on the horizon, it feels awful, worse than awful. I don't know what this means for the future. Surely we haven't been forgotten, have we? Nemeth remains near the front entrance even after the sun sets on the second day. "Please go to sleep," I beg him. "You can't stay awake for days on end."
"The moment I close my eyes, they will arrive,"
he jokes, weariness etched on his hard face.
"Is that not how these things work?"
"Then go and close your eyes." I grab his hand and haul him to his feet. He must be tired because he doesn't resist. He lets me drag him toward the stairs. "I'll keep watch," The moment there's even a sniff of a boat, I'll come get you. There's just been a delay, nothing more. They're still coming for us." It turns out that I'm a liar. No one comes that night or the next day. It's hard to eat or to take my medicine, because each time we're faced with our dwindling supplies. When Nemeth goes to sit by the door again, and it's my turn to sleep, I head upstairs and pull out my knife instead. I cradle it in my grasp, terrified of the answer it's going to give me. But I know I have to ask anyhow. "Is anyone coming?" I ask. "Anyone at all?" The knife's silence feels like betrayal. Chapter 42. After several days pass, we remain by the door to guard it and watch for shipments. I don't tell Nemeth about my knife, though the secret of it weighs on me more with every passing day. It's just, at what point do I speak up and tell him of my knife? What if he's upset that I've kept it a secret for so long? What if he's unhappy that Erin has been plotting his murder since I arrived? It would look bad for the Felians to know that the Queen of Leos has been plotting murder. So I keep the secret and feel guilty that I do. In some ways, I'm still protecting my sister, and I hate myself for that. We leave the doors wide open. If no one's coming, there's no point in closing them. I'd actually welcome an intruder because it would mean someone remembered us. I don't understand how we could be so easily forgotten. Everyone knows about the tower. Everyone. Hasn't it been drilled into my head since I was born? What about the clergy at the Alabaster Citadel? They devote their lives to the gods, and surely they'd make sure that those of us that gave our lives to the tower would be fed. At least, you'd think that. Turns out, not so much. Worse than the knowledge that we've been forgotten? What this has done to Nemeth. My strong, scholarly Felian has not been himself. His eyes are ringed with fatigue, and his very stance is one of defeat. It hurts me to see him like this. So we need a new plan. I wake up one morning with determination in my belly. We're going to get through this. I'm not going to give up. I roll over in bed to wake up Nemeth, only to see that he's already awake, staring up at the ceiling with a listless, apathetic expression. "We're not going to give up," I tell him. "It's out of the question." Nemeth sighs.
I haven't given up, Kendra. I just don't know what to do. If I could leave...
Yes, well, you can't. That's the entire crux of this situation. Neither of us can leave. I keep my voice cheerful and light, my expression full of renewed energy instead of despair. If he's going to be sad, I'll be the happy positive one until his mood changes. We're a team. Since he's feeling low, I'm going to pick him up. Let's think of ideas. Here's the first idea. We learn how to eat books. He snorts. It's the only thing we have a lot of, I tease. Books and my dresses. And I can tell you quite honestly that my dresses taste awful. He shoots me a sidelong glance.
This is a serious situation, Kendra.
Oh, I know it is. I sit on my knees, clasping my hands in my lap. And since we've nothing to do with our time but think, let us think our way out of this current situation, shall we? Let's start with the obvious. You have magic. Can you send your people a message of some kind through your magic?
I've tried.
His admission startles me. I haven't seen him casting spells or even approaching his books in the last several days. When was this? Is he keeping secrets from me? Then I feel guilty all over again as I think of my knife. He's not the only one keeping secrets. You tried? In what way?
I attempted to contact my brother, Ivornoth. He's the king of Darkfell.
And he didn't answer you? Nemeth turns his head toward me.
I'm not supposed to speak of Felian magic to outsiders.
I'm not supposed to marry a Felian, I replied tartly. Lucky for you and you're not. I'm a rule breaker. That brings a smile to his face.
You always bring up my knot.
It's my favorite part. He sits up halfway, propping himself up on one elbow, his wings folded behind him like a rumpled cloak.
Your favorite, eh?
I told you I was a lusty princess when we met. I reach out and pat his knee. Now, quit distracting me with thoughts of your knot and tell me more about Felian magic and the message you sent.
It's a spell,
He says slowly, as if the words feel forbidden to even speak. His gaze lingers on mine.
I write out the missive and burn it in a candle upon the Grey God's altar. One of the god's sacred spirits takes it and delivers it to my brother, who must receive the message via a trained evoker. Every court in Darkfell has one. Several, actually. But when I send my messages, they go nowhere.
Go nowhere? I ask.
They are not received. Whatever evoker there is at court with my brother will not receive my messages.
Are you in trouble?
Not that I'm aware of.
His mouth crooks into a half-smile.
No one knows of the lusty princess I've mated yet, if that's what you're asking.
Then there's no reason for them to ignore you?
None. That's what worries me.
His expression grows more dire by the moment.
Either the evoker is sick, or dead, or my brother is choosing to ignore our plight. My plight.
Right, because no one knows we're a team yet. That doesn't explain why no one would come from my people either. There must be something going on that's preventing both groups from bringing supplies to us. A problem with crossing the water, perhaps?
Perhaps,
Nemeth agrees, but he doesn't sound convinced. Can you pray to the Grey God to answer you? To intercept? He shakes his head.
The Felians are the children of the Grey God, and he gave us his magic, but he will not interfere with mortal trifles.
It doesn't feel like a mortal trifle. It feels like a big deal for us to be forgotten by everyone. But I know what he means. Mortals lost the goodwill of the gods when we lost the ability to call them by their names. I'm surprised Felians yet have magic. Stories say that humans had it once, but it was stolen from us when the gods abandoned our kind. And yet, I do have magic, of a sort. The secret of my knife gnaws at me. Do I confess it now? Do I keep it a secret and hope Nemeth never finds out my sister's plans? It seems unfair, given that he shared a Felian secret with me. I need to tell you something, Nemeth. He arches a brow at me.
Oh?
I fuss with the folds of my gown. I've been sleeping in my clothes for days now, just in case someone would arrive with our supplies. Humans don't have magic, not really, but we do have a few magic objects. He grunts.
Because you've stolen them from Felian owners.
I wince. He's not wrong. Humans are the children of the absent god, who made us from simple clay. It is the Felians who are the children of magic, the offspring of the Grey God and his benevolent shadows. The only way we acquire magic is if it's gifted to us, or we steal it. And since we're sworn enemies with the Felian people, it's almost always stolen. I decide to avoid the sticky accusation part of things and go right for the meat of the topic. I have an enchanted blade. It's the one you stole from me, actually. It has magic.
I see.
I can't tell what he's thinking from his neutral tone, so I continue on. Best to get it all out in the open quickly, like pulling a thorn from my foot. She wanted me to be able to have some sort of connection to the outside world, so she gave it to me just before I came here. If you ask the knife a question, it can answer with a yes or a no.
I see,
He says again. That's not a good sign. I've been using the knife to check on my sister and my friends at court. When I left, my sister was very pregnant and I was worried over her. She had a baby boy and it seems she's pregnant again. Nemeth thinks for a moment.
Kind of her to send you a gift so you can keep in touch with her. Strange that it's a knife.
Isn't it? I say brightly, determined not to take the bait. No matter what happens, I am absolutely not going to tell Nemeth that my sister wants him dead. Strange indeed, but I suppose if it's a stolen item, she didn't get to choose what was ensorcelled and what wasn't. I imagine if there would have been enchanted hairbrushes lying around, she would have sent me one of those. But alas, my mate gives me a look that tells me he doesn't quite believe me. That's all right. I suspect I'd be more than a little anxious if I found out that his people were giving him special knives too. I don't bring it up to worry you about something new. I bring it up because, well, I asked the knife about our situation. I asked if anyone was coming, and it said no.
It said no?
He asks again. I nod. Well, sort of. The knife pulses if the answer to my question is yes. If it's not, it doesn't do anything. He furrows his brows.
May I see it?
I fight back my unease. How ironic that I trust Nemeth with my body, both in bed and out of it, and yet the thought of handing him my knife makes me pause? Is it because the knife reminds me that he's supposed to be my enemy, that I'm supposed to use it to kill him? Why is it that I'll let him give me a dose of my life-saving medicine every night, and let him not me, and yet this makes me hesitate? It's stupidity. It's Iren's actions poisoning my mind against my mate. Nemeth has been trustworthy and reliable ever since I arrived. He's saved my life twice now. Once when I was sick, and once when the men broke in and attacked us. I love him. I hate that I hesitate. I hate that I've been so poisoned against the Felians all my life that even now it affects me. I nod and get to my feet. I keep it upstairs. Let me get it. By the time I return with my knife, I'm calm again, all worry gone. It's only that I've kept this secret for so long that makes me fret to reveal it. I hand the knife to Nemeth, who's now seated on his stool, and then settle myself in his lap. He puts one arm around me, nuzzling at my ear, and I feel a little better.
Thank you, Milatan. Show me how it works?
I pull it out of the decorative sheath and lay it flat in his big palm. Really, it's ridiculously small compared to Nemeth's size, and I wonder what Iren expected me to do with this knife. Poke him to death? You ask it a yes or no question aloud. Sometimes it picks up my thoughts, but I prefer to ask aloud. It helps me focus. I lean forward, addressing the knife. Is my sister alive? There's no answer. My heart thuds for a terrifying moment.
Which sister?
Nemeth gently reminds me.
You had 2 of them.
I exhale with relief. Oh, gods, he's right. Is Iren alive? The knife shivers in his palm, visibly trembling. He grunts, wrapping his fingers around it.
Let me try.
He thinks for a moment and then asks,
Am I mated to Kandra?
The knife shivers again.
Are we going to have a dozen children?
I prickle uncomfortably at the question, and I'm not surprised when the knife doesn't move.
Am I in love with Kandra?
Shiver.
Do we have enough food to last for the next 5 years?
Nothing.
How can we make it last for 5 more years?
Nothing.
Do you know what I am?
Nothing.
Do I have wings?
Shiver. Nemeth grunts. He takes the knife by the tip and holds it back out to me.
I know this sort of spell. It's not a yes or no question as you say it is.
I frown, holding the knife tightly in my grip by the small gleaming blade. It isn't?
The spell is more specific than that. Or rather, it's not as powerful. It is enchanted to only reply if you ask a very specific sort of question that can be answered with a yes. It does not have a setting for no, because that would involve a second spell to give it the ability to answer no, and then a third spell to force the knife to decide between the 2 answers. So in this case, a lack of response is perceived as a no, But that's not always the truth. It's simply not a yes. Does that make sense?
I guess so. I never thought of it as more than one spell. Or any spell, really. Just that it could answer me. I asked it if someone was coming to bring us food supplies, and it didn't answer me.
Ask it again.
There's a desperate look in his gaze.
Just in case.
I hold the knife flat in my palm, extending it between us. Is Leo sending food to me? No response. Is Darkfell sending food to Nemeth? No response.
Perhaps that's too specific,
Nemeth says quickly.
Ask if anyone is sending supplies to us.
I do, and the knife is as silent and cold as before. A knot of despair forms in my throat. There has to be a reason why, I say to him. Something must be wrong. They wouldn't cut us off.
They would if they knew we were mated.
Nemeth's gaze is solemn.
If you reported back to your sister that you'd become the mate of the enemy, they wouldn't feed you.
I'm a little stung by his accusation. I wouldn't report back to her. How can I?
You think she doesn't have a little blade just like this? You think she doesn't ask it about you?
I hold the knife up by the tip so that if the blade shivers, it will jump out of my grip. Have I reported back to Erin about my relationship with Nemeth? About anything? The knife doesn't move. Does she know about us? I continue. Again, the knife is motionless.
I am wrong,
Nemeth says in a soft voice, squeezing my waist.
My apologies, Miletan.
And you? I accuse back. Were you reporting back about me? He is silent. The knife is not. It shivers in my grasp. Chapter 43. Oh, Nemeth has been reporting back about me to his people. I let out a shaky breath. Hurt makes my chest tight and I stand up, wanting to get away from him. I see.
My life is not my own,
Nemeth says desperately. His arms go around me, holding me against him.
Listen to me, Kandra. Listen. Too many others have a say in things. Just because I am here does not mean that I am in charge of my life. All of Darkfell watches me, just like all of Leos watches over you.
He's not wrong. How many times has Erin tried to push her wants on me? How many times did she explicitly state that I needed to kill Nemeth? I understand, but it's hard to hear that.
My heart,
he murmurs, his green eyes desperate as he meets my betrayed gaze.
My Miletan. It is true I sent them reports of you in the beginning, bare details enough to keep them satisfied while allowing me to feel rebellious. But as I grew to care for you, I have sent them less and less. My last report was some time ago.
Is that true? I ask the knife. It shivers. I relax a bit with that. Do you truly love me? I ask. Or is that a lie? He looks wounded at my doubt.
I love you, Kandra. Of course I love you. Why would I ask you to be my mate if I did not?
Does he love me? I ask the knife, and I'm pleased when it shivers in my grasp.
I am not your enemy,
Nemeth tells me in a soft voice.
I meant it when I said that you and I were in this together. You were my mate, my heart, my comforting darkness.
He strokes my cheek, his eyes full of emotion.
I love you, and I mean it when I say that I came into this tower with secrets, but it has changed me, just as I think it has changed you.
I lick my lips, and then nod. He's right. We come from warring peoples. Of course they're going to want him to spy on me and report back. I'm surprised Erin didn't ask me the same. Then again, My sister asked me to kill him, so I suppose there would be nothing to spy upon if he was dead. I'm with you, I reassure him. We will find a solution together.
Together,
He says and kisses me, his lips soft and coaxing on mine. And because I'm in love, I adore that kiss as much as I adore every kiss he gives me. He's right. I'm not the same person that I was 2 years ago, who entered this tower defiant and anxious to escape. I've changed. It's ironic that I would happily stay in this tower with Nemeth forever, given that we had the appropriate amount of supplies. That's the real problem here, not Nemeth. I kiss him back and then nip at his lips. You're going to need to prove that devotion between my thighs later. He chuckles, pressing hungry, insistent kisses to my face and throat.
Later? Not now.
We have the knife out, I say, even though my will is faltering under the onslaught of his kisses. Gods, he's good with that mouth of his. Even now he tugs at my clothing as if to undress me. Might as well use it to figure out our situation. Nemeth groans, pressing his forehead against mine.
Right, you're right, of course. Ask it about our supplies.
I hold the blade out again so he can see the reaction to my questions. Have we been forgotten? A shiver. I make a sound of distress in my throat. How in all the gods' forgotten names did they forget us?
Something must be going on outside,
Nemeth says, his arms tightening around my waist.
Something terrible enough that sending food to us is no longer a priority.
This is my worst fear come to life. Anxious tendrils flare through my body, my limbs feeling cold and numb. Has Darkfell won the war, then? No answer. Has Leos? No answer. I exchange a worried look with Nemeth. Is the war over? I ask. No answer.
It doesn't mean no, he reminds me. Just that it's not a yes to any of those questions.
Then the war stretches on, I reply, fretting. Maybe things have gotten so bad that whoever is in charge of our supplies is too busy to recall them. But surely my sister would remember to send me food, and your family in Darkfell? A new idea hits me, and I try a new line of questioning. Is my sister well? Yes, the knife shivers. Is she at Castle Leos? No answer. That's concerning. My sister wouldn't leave her throne behind, or the castle itself unless she had to. She's worked too long and too hard to rule, even if it has to be at Lionel's side. Perhaps they had to evacuate, I say to Nemeth, worried, and in the chaos we've been neglected. What do we do? What should I ask? He shakes his head, rubbing my back in sympathy.
You won't be able to ask it enough questions to clarify a response that will satisfy you. Ask it about our food instead. Ask it about how long our supplies can last us. I've been saving them in case of such a situation, but I'll have to recalculate my serving portions now that we have no new supplies of food coming in.
I ask the knife, can our food last us another month? A shiver. 2 months? A shiver. 3 months? Silence. Well then, I say, grimacing, that's our answer. Maybe someone will arrive in the next 3 months to resupply us. Nemeth grunts, but he doesn't look convinced. I decide to ask the knife again. Will my medicine last 3 months? Silence. 2 months? Silence. Dragon shite. Nemeth's hands tighten around my waist painfully, and I make a joke. Well, the solution is obvious. You're going to have to kill me and eat me, my love.
He growls. That's not funny, Kendra.
It's a little funny, but he looks quite upset. For some reason, his worry makes me feel even better. For all that I've learned today that makes me fret, I know Nemeth loves me with his whole heart. He could not feign the terror on his face. I lean forward and press a delicate kiss to his cheek. Someone will come before we have to resort to that. Do not worry. I pause, thinking. Do you have any spells that can divine the future? Nemeth peppers me with soft, urgent kisses.
If I could tell the future, would we be in this predicament?
Fair enough. Then we assume the worst, and we make our supplies stretch. We make my medicine stretch. He leans back, eyeing me.
Like you did before, when I found you weak and shivering. It doesn't work like that.
I reach up and trace one of his horns idly, trying to distract him away from thoughts of my impending doom. I did it wrong last time. I gave myself half doses constantly. I watered them down. This time I think I should do a full dose, but only take it every other day. At Nemeth's horrified expression, I smile confidently. It'll make my medicine last twice as long.
That cannot be good for you.
Oh, I imagine I'll feel pretty rotten every other day, but I would rather feel unpleasant than run out entirely. I continue to stroke his horns. Ironic how I thought I would be the one needing comforting, but I'm strangely calm. I'm the one that's easing Nemeth's worries.
And if we don't get more medicine soon?
Then we'll figure something out. I shrug. We don't have any other choices. He holds me tight, burying his face against my breasts.
I love you, Kandra,
he says, his voice desperate and fervent.
Whatever it takes to save you, I'll do it, even if it means leaving the tower.
No, I say quickly, pressing a finger to his lips. We've come this far. We're not doing that. Don't even consider it. He shakes his head, the look on his face steely.
I won't let you die.
That's good, because I have no intention of dying. I run my finger along his horn, enjoying his shudder of arousal. We take this one day at a time, and we make things stretch. Someone will come for us. We're too important for them to neglect. And I deliberately lift my hand from his horn and rub his cock instead. Now, I don't know about you, but I could use a good romp in bed.
Are you trying to distract me?
He growls. Absolutely. He huffs, but picks me up and takes me to bed anyhow. As my lover helps me undress, I hope I'm right. I hope that this is just a minor hiccup, and someone will be arriving soon with food and enough potion for me to continue on. I don't want to think about what will happen if no one comes. Surely Irin wouldn't abandon me, not when my presence here is so important to the kingdom. 1 month later. Potion days are actually the worst days. Nemeth administers my potion at night because it makes me sleepy and fatigued. I feel well all through the next day, even though I don't take another round of my medicine that night, since we're stretching it. The next morning, when I wake up, though, it's rough. It always is. Between the nausea, the dizziness, and the cold sweats, it's a long, horrible stretch of day until I get my next dose. It's something that has to be done, but it's miserable. Today is going to be a bad day. I know it the moment I wake up and my mouth floods with saliva. I reach for the chamber pot under the bed and barely manage to roll out from under the covers and onto the floor before I vomit. For what feels like forever, I throw up. When there's nothing left in my stomach but bile, the vomiting eases and I lie on the floor next to the bowl, my face pressed to the cold stones of the tower.
I hate this.
Nemeth's deep voice is an angry growl over my shoulder. He moves to my side, producing a wet cloth that he presses gently to my brow.
You're killing yourself in increments, Kandra.
It's fine, I tell him. I keep my eyes tightly closed and lie on the floor for a bit longer. Most mornings seem to start with illness lately, but it's worse on the days where I've got to make it to bedtime before I get my potion. I'm eating less, just because I know it'll come back up again, and I know that worries Nemeth. I'm feeling better.
Will you eat something?
Damn it, he's calling me on my bluff. It's just, lately breakfast has been a thin mushroom soup, and while I mentally appreciate it for being food, my stomach does not appreciate it in the slightest. Soon. He growls, and I hear him pacing across the room. He returns a moment later and crouches low to the floor next to me.
I have water for you. Can you sit up?
I manage, moving slowly, and I'm relieved that everything in my stomach seems to be gone. That means no more vomiting for now, at least. I think I'm good. I feel better. Nemeth won't take that for an answer, though. He never does. He helps me sit up, resting me against his strangely bent thigh, and giving me sips of water from my wooden cup.
How is your stomach now?
It's fine. He huffs, clearly not believing me, and rubs a hand down my chemise, then pauses.
Your stomach is hard. Do you hurt anywhere? Any stabbing pains?
When I shake my head, he touches my stomach again.
Kendra, I am worried.
There's nothing we can do, love. I lean in against him. We just have to wait it out and see if anyone is coming. Nemeth wipes a sweaty lock of hair from my brow, his green eyes searching my face with worry. He's been so good to me these last few weeks, taking over all the chores of our daily living, because I'm too weak to help out. He helps me bathe, washes my clothes, and reads to me when I'm feeling too puny to get out of bed. I'm filled with so much love for him that it hurts sometimes. This endless ache in my chest that wants nothing but the best for him. And I know I'm holding him back. If he wasn't sharing with me, his food would be lasting twice as long.
Lie down on the bed,
Nemeth tells me.
I want to examine your stomach. If one of your organs is infected, it could make your belly hard, and if that's the case, I cannot heal you.
His anguished expression fills me with guilt. I really do feel better, Nemeth. Truly. If my stomach is hard, maybe it's just because I threw up, or something I ate for dinner last night.
You did not eat dinner last night.
Right. With a frustrated press of my lips, I get to my feet and let him help me to bed. I lie quietly as he pushes my chemise up and pokes and prods at my belly, leaning close. We haven't had sex in at least a week now because I've been feeling too awful, and I miss it, and his touch, terribly. I hate being sick. I hate feeling weak. I hate puking every morning. I hate that my potion only offers a short window of relief. More than anything, I hate that we've been abandoned.
I do not feel any injuries,
Nemeth says, stroking his fingers over my stomach.
No lumps or protrusions.
What about lower? I ask innocently. He presses his fingertips to the spot just below my navel, worry all over his broad, stony face.
Here.
Lower, just above my mound.
Here.
Lower. He realizes what I'm doing, and Nemeth gives me a cross look and lowers my chemise.
Kendra, be serious.
Well, I do have an ache there, I say, teasing, and you asked.
I'm going to have to research this, he tells me, and we need your knife so we can rule out any sort of illness with our questions.
I nod, curling up in bed and watching him as he begins to pace our room. Back and forth, his wings flicking with agitation. He gets moody when he sees me sick. But today, I've never seen him so upset. If I didn't feel so rotten, I'd be thrilled that he's so worked up. There's just something so delightful about seeing a big, tough male fretting over someone like me.
I've decided something,
Nemeth says, pausing in his brisk steps to turn and look at me. Oh, what's that? His eyes seem to glow a brighter shade of green than I've ever seen.
If it turns out you're well, I've decided I'm going to leave the tower.
Chapter 44. I jerk upright, staring at Nemeth in shock. You what? You can't. Leave the tower? That's utter rubbish. If he leaves the tower, he'll earn the wrath of the Golden Moon Goddess, and she's not the forgiving type. If he leaves the tower, the last 2 years we've spent here will be for nothing. If he leaves the tower... He can't. He just can't. No, Nemeth, you can't do that. We can't do that. Think of what will happen. He moves and sits next to me on the edge of the bed, his big body and wings taking up most of the space. I don't mind it, though. There's something about being squeezed in next to him, his wings falling over me, that feels pleasant and comfortable.
That's just it, Kendra. I have been thinking about it. I've been thinking about it a great deal. No one is coming after us.
You don't know that, I protest. Let's get the knife.
And see if it offers a different answer than yesterday, or the day before, or the day before that. We've asked it repeatedly, Kendra, and every time the answer is the same. No one is coming. Either they will not or they cannot. All that matters is that we will starve to death in this tower if we remain here.
I hate that he's right. I hate that every option we have is a bad one. We can slowly starve to death here, serving the needs of our people and our goddess, or we can selfishly abandon the tower and hope we won't be flayed alive for doing so. You really want us to leave?
No,
he says slowly.
I will leave. You will stay.
But, I sputter. The goddess requires both of us to stay. The rule is broken if either one of us leaves the tower. Neither of us can leave.
I will not let you die,
Nemeth says, his voice low and deadly, his hand possessive as it rests upon my thigh. I don't want to die. Not in the slightest. Not when my life feels far more meaningful now that Nemeth is in it. But I don't know that we have any other options. To leave would incur the wrath of the goddess. She would destroy our people with fierce storms, flooding our fields and striking villages down with plague. Everyone suffers if she is not satisfied with our sacrifice. So no, I don't particularly want to die, but I don't see what choice we have. My life doesn't matter in comparison to the thousands of my people, and yours too that will be affected.
I will not let you die,
Nemeth repeats.
It is not going to happen.
Nemeth.
If I leave, the pact is broken. That we cannot get around. But if it is only me that emerges from the tower, you will be spared. The anger of both our peoples will fall solely upon my shoulders. You will be innocent. And you will be saved.
Nemeth, no! My horror grows as I realize what he's referring to. I'd forgotten that in the past, when someone has left the tower early, the people would take revenge on them. The second Vestalin to serve in the tower was martyred, stabbed 120 times when he arrived in his homeland, his corpse hanged from an ash tree. 100 years later, Tenaria Vestalin attempted to flee the tower to see her children, and was killed by an angry mob, her head placed on a pike at the gates of Castle Leos. If we leave the tower, there is no safe place for us in this world. We will be blamed for every injustice that falls upon the land for the next generation. We cannot do it. I'm not going to let that happen to Nemeth. Absolutely not.
You do not have a choice in this, Kendra. It is decided.
Dragon shite! I snap at him, pushing his hand off my leg. I get to my feet and my head swims. Nausea rises, but I ignore it. If I get sick right now, it'll just reinforce that he's right, and I'm so weak he needs to rescue me. Well, he's the only thing that's kept me here all this time. If you walk out those doors, I'm going to be 1 pace behind you. Nemeth huffs with irritation, also getting to his feet. He looms over me, trying to look forbidding, but I know him far too well to be intimidated.
Do not be stubborn about this, Kandra.
Me? Stubborn? You're the one that's talking about walking out the door and becoming a martyr. I'm not going to let you sacrifice yourself to an ugly fate. If you go, you're not going alone. The more I roll the idea around in my head, the more I like it. I won't let Nemeth leave on his own. If he wants to leave this tower, he's going to have to take me with him. His tone turns placating.
Kandra, love, if I know you're safe.
How safe do you think I am with the doors wide open? I gesture at the distant stairs. How long before someone else arrives to attack me? Better yet, how long do you think I'll be able to take care of myself as my medicine dwindles? How long before I can't get out of bed? What if I die waiting for you to come back? He flinches as if I've struck him, his big hands fist at his sides.
Don't say such things.
What? Don't say the truth? I put my hands on my hips, glaring up at him. Don't point out the obvious. Nemeth, you've already been doing most of the housekeeping in our tower. You cook all the meals. You take care of me when I'm sick. And this is when I'm on just a half dose of my potion. What happens when I run lower? When I can only dose myself every 3 days? Every 4? I don't point out that I'll probably die if it takes 4 days. Whatever poison is in my blood will destroy me before then. He growls furiously at me, grabbing me by my shoulders. His hands are tight, but gentle.
Stop.
Stop speaking the truth? You know I'm right, Nemeth. I put my hands on his, feeling the need to touch him, to anchor him. If you leave this tower, we need to go together. There's no point in you leaving only for me to die from being left behind. I rub his wrists. And if there are consequences, I'd rather face them together than apart. Nemeth sinks to a crouch in front of me, his hands sliding to my waist. His legs fold in that strange way of theirs, and then he tugs me forward, into his embrace. His head rests upon my breasts, and he holds me tight. I slide my arms around him, stroking those strange, sweeping horns of his.
I feel as if I'm dooming you no matter what I choose,
he says, voice thick with emotion.
If I leave you or if I stay, I feel as if you will die either way. And if I leave with you, I'm putting you in new danger.
Then let me choose my fate, I say softly, fingers playing on the cluster of horns. If we're to be risking our lives, I'd rather do so at your side. We can spend a few days preparing to leave. We can pack bags and prepare for the next step. Then we'll leave this place together, hand in hand.
I cannot ask that of you.
My hands tighten around him. Then let me beg you. Please don't leave me behind, Nemeth. Please. My voice breaks, and I'm perilously on the edge of tears. I don't care if we make the entire world mad at us. I just want to be at your side. Your mate. Forever. Just like you promised me. He angles his face up to gaze at me, his eyes tormented.
Don't cry, love, please. We'll go together then. If you would be with me in this...
I would, I say quickly.
Then I would be honored.
He leans into my touch, his eyes closing.
I will not put you in danger, though.
I don't point out that we're always in danger anyhow. Here, we're in danger of starving. Outside, we're in danger of angering the gods. We'll prepare to leave, pack our things, prepare meals, ready our clothes, make a heaping dose of medicine, and then we'll leave together and face the future. Together. He opens his eyes and gazes up at me with such hunger on his face. Leaning into my hand, he nips at my palm, next to the bite mark I have on my hand, the mark that shows the world that I'm his. Arousal floods my body, And even though I'm not feeling my best, I want nothing more than to be under him, tied to him with his knot, claimed by my mate. "Make love to me," I whisper. "Claim your mate." Nemeth groans, his teeth scraping my hand again.
Miletan.
Mate. It's the most intimate of nicknames, one given only to a mate that has claimed one's heart. I love that Nemeth says it to me, and I decide to say it back, just to see how he reacts. "You are my Miletan too." Heat flares in his eyes. A low, sexy growl rises in his throat.
"I want to lick your cunt,"
he tells me feverishly as he rises from the ground, his arms locked around me. I'm lifted into the air, safe in his arms.
"I want you on my tongue. I want to make you come. I want you to come so hard that your cunt traps my tongue inside it because it's squeezing so hard. And then I'm going to put my cock inside you and fill you up. And when you're full, I'm going to keep pushing and make you take my knot. I'm going to make you take all of me. And then I'm going to fill you with my seed so full that there will never be a question ever of who you belong to. My scent will be painted all over you for the world to breathe in." I moan at his filthy words. "I want that. I want all of that." He sets me down on the bed, ever gentle, and then throws my skirts up. They smack me in the face even as his hands are on my legs, pulling off my bloomers and revealing my cunt. Nemeth makes a satisfied sound at the sight of me, then eases my thighs apart, pressing hungry kisses along the inside of my knee. He works his way up, making a line for my pussy, and I spread my thighs wider in invitation. It's been days since we touched, and I'm ravenous for him. I need this connection between us. I need his tongue, his knot. I need him to remind me that we're in this together, that no matter what happens, I'm his mate and he's mine. "I love you," I pant as his teeth scrape at the apex of my thighs. "I love you so much. I'm sorry I'm forcing us to leave." He growls against my pussy, his tongue swiping over my folds, and I shudder with arousal. "You are forcing nothing, Kandra. You do not apologize."
With practiced ease, he finds my clit and teases it, drawing little circles around the hooded nub.
"You are my mate. I would do anything for you."
"Then make me come," I breathe. "Make me come so hard, Nemeth."
"You want to come? You want me to make this pussy clench?"
He lifts his head, gazing up at me even as his thumb strokes up and down through my wet slit.
"You want my knot?"
I choke with need. I love it when he gets demanding in bed. "Yes."
"Then get on your belly, love."
Moaning, I do as he commands. I love it when he takes me from behind, because he grips my hips so tightly. Our bodies fit together like magic in those moments, and he's able to push into me so deep that I feel undone. I move on to my belly, my ass in the air, my feet hanging over the edge of the bed. A moment later, I'm gripped by two big hands, my buttocks clenched tight in his palms as he spreads my cheeks and buries his face there, licking at the entrance to my body. I cry out, rocking back against him, my hands fisting in the blankets. "Yes," I breathe. "Yes, Nemeth." I love that he buries his nose into my body. I love that his tongue pushes so deep inside me. I love that he lifts my hips into the air just a bit more, as if dragging me toward his mouth so he can lap at me properly. Normally, he teases me with little strokes of his tongue, edging me toward my orgasm. Not today. He's ravenous, his mouth devouring me as his tongue thrusts into my channel. I make a choked sound of surprise, clenching around him. He only works me harder, and I can feel the urgency in his body. It's evident in how badly he needs me, how he feasts on my cunt as if he's starving, how he guzzles at me as if he's never tasted anything so incredible before. All the while, he makes noises of pleasure in his throat, letting me know that while he's attacking my channel with his tongue, he's thoroughly enjoying himself. It doesn't take me long to come. Today, he's not coaxing a release from me. He's demanding, and I'm eager to comply. I let out a choked cry as the climax tears through me, all of my muscles tensing and leaving me weak and whimpering in its aftermath. Nemeth lowers my hips back to the bed again, his hand skimming up my back.
"My beautiful mate," he murmurs. "I'm going to keep you safe. You can trust me."
He fits himself at the entrance to my body, and I wriggle against him. Nemeth presses into me, and I gasp at the sensation of him filling me. It never gets old. There's always that delicious stretch that comes with fitting my body to his, followed by the tease of his knot as he pumps into me. I hold on tightly to him as he pounds into me, hard and fast. "Yes," I moan. "Yes, yes, yes, yes." He fucks me hard and brutal, and just when I think I'm about to come, he hooks a hand behind my knee, his other moving to the base of my neck and cradling me against him. In the next moment, he presses his knot against my core, and I squirm. It never fits. It's not meant to fit. It's meant to push its way into me, to plug me so I don't release his seed. It's so he can breed me. And I absolutely love it. I cry out at the sensation of him thrusting, his knot working at my entrance. He rocks into me, his movement shallow and full of pressure. And then with one last pump, he's inside me fully, and tears come to my eyes at the sharp sensation of his knot filling me beyond what I feel I can take. Oh, gods.
"You've got me,"
he murmurs, running his hand over my leg.
"You're taking my knot so sweetly, aren't you? Because you're the perfect mate, my Kandra. So giving, such a good, gripping cunt. You hold me so tight."
He groans, his hips flexing as he presses into me one last time. And then he begins to come.
"My mate."
"Yours," I breathe, feeling tight and clenched and overstuffed and perfect all at once. I don't come at the same time he does. He already made me come once, and when my belly is full of his seed and he collapses over me, he flutters his wings as if they need to stretch. Nemeth makes a satisfied sound and then rolls his hips against mine, our bodies locked. They'll remain locked for a while, and I know he especially loves this part. I do too, if I'm being honest with myself. It's an exquisite kind of torture, to be so full of him, to have his weight bearing down on me. I'm pinned under him, his in every way, and when he strokes a hand down my hip and then between us, I whimper with anticipation. His thumb moves to my clit, grazing it with just the barest of sensations.
"Squeeze me again, love. Milk my cock."
Letting out a choked sound, I clench around him as another orgasm ripples through me.
"That's right,"
he rumbles, clearly pleased at my reaction. He continues to stroke circles around my clit, leaving me breathless and gasping for mercy. My nails digging into his arms as he makes me come, over and over, with lazy, indolent touches against my clit as I clasp his cock and his knot so tightly deep inside my body.
"Squeeze my knot. Milk it for its seed. Take everything I have for you."
When I've come over and over again, I wrap my arms around him, pressing my cheek against his arm. "Mercy," I wheeze. "Mercy, Nemeth." He finally lifts his delicious, maddening finger from my pussy and licks it clean as he nuzzles at my hair.
My sweet mate.
His tone is full of wonder and adoration.
How can you ever doubt that I would do anything to protect you?
I just hold him tighter, exhausted and sated, my sweaty legs clasped around him. You're not leaving without me. Don't even try that shadow shit. Nemeth chuckles.
Shadow shit? What do you mean?
I tweak his nipple, because he knows exactly what I mean. That moving through the shadows thing you do. Don't think you're going to leave me behind just by poofing away. If you do that, I swear I won't take a single potion until you come back. I rub my lips against his sweaty muscles, loving the taste of him. Promise me you won't try to be noble and leave me behind?
I promise.
He strokes my hair from my flushed face.
It doesn't work that way anyhow.
Exactly how does it work? I tilt my head back and gaze up at him. Can you move anywhere? Any length? I clench around him in surprise, because if that's the case, what's stopping him from just flitting over to Castle Leos and getting my potion? Would the goddess even notice he was gone? But Nemeth shakes his head.
I can only gather the shadows about me for short distances. There must be enough darkness to cover all of me, and I must be able to see where I am going, or I must know the exact layout of the room I am appearing in. If I flow through the darkness into an object, it will stop my heart instantly. One small thing out of place, one piece of furniture askew, could mean my death. Most Felians won't even risk it. That's why we don't flow through the shadows for very long distances.
His words terrify me. If a single thing is out of place and he slides into it, he dies instantly? It sounds far too dangerous to even try. I don't think I want you doing that at all. Nemeth huffs, amused.
Like I said, most Felians won't risk it. It's useful in combat, perhaps, but you have to know where your opponent's sword will be at all times. I would rather use my wings to fly than flow through shadows and simply hope for the best.
I hold him tighter, thinking of the time he flowed through shadows with me in his arms. Was he risking his life even then? Great. Now you know I'm going to panic every time you do that shadow thing now. He laughs, and I feel it all through my cunt, where we're still joined.
It's called flowing through shadows, and if it will make you feel better, I won't do it.
He rocks against me, reminding me that he's yet hard and his knot hasn't gone down.
I'm far more interested in other ways to exert myself.
Pervert, I say breathless. But I'm relieved, because he's my pervert, and he's not risking his neck. I'll happily be perverted with him. Chapter 45. That night, Nemeth gives me my potion, and I feel the effects immediately. My pounding head stops swimming. A cold sweat breaks out over my skin, and I want to throw up. But it goes away quickly, followed by a relief so profound that I fight back tears. I laugh instead, wiping the sweat off my skin with my chemise and stripping it off as I lie in bed naked. This is my new favorite time of day. Nemeth chuckles, and instead of joining me in bed, he moves to the table stacked high with his books.
How is your stomach?
A little queasy, but it always is after my potion.
No aches or pains, no stabbing sensations on your side.
He picks up one book, one that I know is a medical tome he brought with him in case he needed to treat himself, and he begins to turn pages.
Any tingling?
I run my hands over my stomach. Is it truly harder feeling like he said? I'm fine. He flicks a page, frowning down at the book.
I haven't been able to find anything about a hard belly, unless it's a sick organ.
I think I'd feel that, wouldn't I? Or something would hurt to press on? I experimentally push my fingers into the soft rolls of my belly, but nothing feels unusual or painful. He sits down with the book, reading.
There must be something here.
I think you're just panicking, I tell him. You're stressed, and now you're seeing problems where there are none.
Possibly.
But he doesn't sound convinced. I cup my breasts, wondering if I should distract him with some sex before bed, and then pause. They feel surprisingly tender, even more so than when I have my period. That's odd. Out of nowhere, I remember a conversation my sister had with Nurse when she first got pregnant. She'd been unsure if she'd truly been pregnant. "Are you ill in the mornings?" Nurse had asked her. "Tits sore? Does your belly feel different?" Belly different? Like hard? I squeeze my breasts again and wince at the pain. They're extremely tender, all right. But Nemeth could have been too vigorous with them earlier in our lovemaking. That doesn't mean anything. Once he sucked on one of my nipples so hard that he left a mark for days, and that made it extremely sore. I teased him relentlessly about it, too. But I've also been sick in the mornings. I've rolled out of bed and vomited until I was weak every single morning for the last 2 weeks. I thought it was because we've been doling out my potion every other day, that it was affecting my stomach like it affects all aspects of my physical person. What if it's not that, though? What if it's a baby? That's impossible. I'm not supposed to get pregnant. I've got cursed blood. I must be wrong. I got my period recently. It was... I pause, lost in thought. When was the last time I had my period? I remember having it prior to the solstice, when I'd had particularly bad cramps and Nemeth had made me a cup of tea. We'd joked that it was the last of that flavor of tea until we got our supplies in, and that we'd be glad to get new flavors because we were down to our least favorites. And one of my favorites prior to that had been one that had an herb that prevented pregnancy, and I'd sneered that I didn't need it. I can't be pregnant, though. I'm the Vestalin with cursed blood. I can't get pregnant, can I? That's what I've always been told. Or is it that I can get pregnant, but I can't carry it to term? The thought is a terrifying one, and I wish I'd paid more attention to what was written about the blood curse. I trail my fingers over my belly, worried. If it wouldn't make Nemeth fret, I'd get up and retrieve my knife, ask it questions. As it is, Nemeth has enough to worry about. I'll wait until I'm alone and have my knife clarify what the truth is. I can't be pregnant. Later that night, I slip out of bed. Nemeth immediately reaches for me, stroking a hand over my arm.
Sick?
No, I just need the garderobe, I tell him. I'll be right back. I pick up my dressing gown, slipping it over my shoulders and wrapping it around my body. I hope he doesn't notice the heavy pull of one pocket, where I hid my knife earlier. I hate that I'm keeping secrets again, but I need to know for myself first. So I head to the garderobe and shut the door, and then pull out the knife. Am I pregnant? I whisper. It pulses in my hand. Panic floods through me. How? It doesn't make sense. I've been told all my life that a Vestalin with the blood curse cannot get pregnant. Haven't I been told of relatives that had the same curse, who lived their lives childless and alone? I want to ask if I'll be able to carry it to term, but the knife can't see the future any more than I can. Asking will get me no answer, which feels the same as a no. So I'm not even going to ask that. I'll ask other things instead. Is the baby healthy? Yes. Hot relief floods through me, and I sag against the door, clutching the knife. Does Nemeth know? No answer. That doesn't surprise me. I just figured it out myself. Am I healthy enough to carry the baby the full 9 months? No answer. My lungs tighten. I close my eyes. Okay. That doesn't mean anything. My question might be too vague. I might not be healthy enough right now because I haven't been taking my full dose of my potion. If I eat properly and take the right dose of my medicine, will I be healthy enough to give birth? A shiver of affirmation, and I feel like I can breathe again. I didn't know Nemeth could make me pregnant. I don't know what to think about the realization that I'm going to be a mother. I've never considered it. Never considered a life in which my blood curse wouldn't prevent me from carrying on my bloodline. I've been told all my life that I can't give a husband heirs, that because of my blood curse I'll remain sick and a burden all my days. This seems impossible. But I think about my dark hair and how everyone in Leos has the pale blonde hair, except for those of the line of Vestalin. Of the stories that we have Felian blood, and that's why our coloring is different. The rumor of Ravendor, the first Vestalin, giving birth to half Felian children that she hid away from the world. Everyone thinks that they're garbage rumors. I've always thought that they were garbage rumors. But now I wonder. Is it true? I ask the knife. Do I have Felian blood in my veins? The knife throbs in affirmation, and I gasp. It seems my ancestor found a mate in this tower after all. But are the stories true? Did Ravendor hide her children away from the world? Or did she betray her Felian mate and destroy him, as Nemeth's people believe? I don't know what to think. A week doesn't feel like enough time to prepare. There's endless amounts of work to be done. Food must be cooked and bread baked. Our meat is already dried, but any foodstuffs that aren't portable must be made into something that is. We'll only be able to carry limited amounts of goods with us, so we take the last of our stale flour and withered nuts and make a traveling bread that's hard and dry, but will last a long time. We cook up everything that won't travel and eat our fill, and Nemeth uses the last of my potion supplies to make enough doses to last me for 2 weeks if I take it daily after we leave the tower. Until then, as we prepare, I'll continue on half doses. I sew adjustments to my clothing as Nemeth packs and repacks our bags, trying to see how much we can bring with us. He makes careful plans, determined to give us the best chances to survive. I know he's miserable at leaving his books behind. I want to tell him that we can come back for them after we get my potion, after our futures are settled. But something in me knows we're never coming back here. Once we cross over the threshold, we've committed to our fates. So I sew. My dresses are frothy, silly things with tight bodices and ribbon detailing and silken panels. They're useless for traveling, since I've only ever gone by carriage in the past. But when we leave this tower, there will be no horses waiting for us, no retinue to take us to our homeland. We will be crossing on foot, and we don't know how long it will take or how unpleasant the weather will be. For the entire week as we prepare, thunder crashes and wind howls so loud we can hear it even through the stones of the tower. I can only imagine what sorts of storms we'll be pummeled with when we depart and invoke the goddess's wrath. I modify my dresses for travel as best I can. I'm not good with a needle, but I know how to make stitches at least, and so I raise the hems of my simplest dresses to above the ankles so the skirts won't drag in the mud. I remove expensive, flashy-looking ribbons and embroidery. I extend the laces in the bodice, thinking of the child growing in my belly. How soon does a Felian pregnancy show? I still haven't told Nemeth. I don't know when the right time will be. Right now he's frustrated and worried, and he doesn't sleep at night. He's anxious over leaving the tower. We both are. In addition to angering the goddess, I'm worried there will be mobs of people waiting with pitchforks to tear us apart.
We'll go to your people first,
Nemeth tells me.
I'll ask for asylum in their lands. I'll tell them I've defected and I want to join your kingdom.
I think of cruel King Lionel, who wants to destroy all of Darkfell, of my sister Erin, who's urged me over and over again to kill Nemeth. I'm not sure that's wise.
It might not be, but it's the surest way to get your potion in your hands quickly. This fenugreek herb, the aloe vera, They do not grow under the mountains. We must trade with outsiders to get such things."
He's silent for a moment.
"And I'm not sure I trust my people to get them for us. Not after they abandoned us and left us to starve."
He holds me close.
"At least if we go to your people, I know you're safe."
"But what about you?"
"I can take care of myself."
He presses a kiss to my brow.
"If I am not welcomed, I will go."
I shake my head. "If you're not welcomed, I'm going with you."
"We will take it one day at a time,"
Nemeth promises me.
"But first, we must get more potion for you. We'll figure everything else out later."
As the days crawl forward and our plans are almost to completion, I spend a lot of time at the altar downstairs. I've never been the most religious, or actually religious at all, but knowing that we're flagrantly disobeying the goddess feels dangerous. I kneel before the altar and clasp my hands in front of me, and my prayers are full of apologies. "I'm sorry," I whisper. "We can't stay, and I'm sorry. I know we're not your children. I'm human, and we're the children of the absent god, and Felians are the children of the gray god. I'm not sure you have children, but if you did, I can't imagine that you would want us to starve to death in your honor. Back when you had names, the Golden Moon Goddess was supposed to be a goddess of love, a goddess of families and affection." I hesitate. "And I'm pregnant. My baby doesn't deserve to die because our people have betrayed us. So please, please understand." The goddess on the triptych doesn't answer. That's not surprising. No one ever answers a human's prayers. But I pray anyhow. I know Nemeth does too. But if he's answered, he doesn't tell me. We pray and we leave food offerings with the gods, because we know we're going to be disobedient. But we're going anyhow. There's no choice in Nemeth's mind, and I'm not going to let him go without me. Chapter 46. No one arrives with food to rescue us. I'm not surprised, but at the same time I'm disappointed. I'd hoped for an easy solution, one that would take the choice out of our hands. Our bags are packed, our clothing ready. We pick the last of the mushrooms from Nemeth's mushroom farm and stew them for dinner. It almost feels like too much food, and then I'm reminded that we've been carefully rationing for a long time. Tomorrow, that all changes. I'm terrified of tomorrow. That night, we crawl into bed together, in sheets we're going to have to leave behind, our heads resting upon fluffy pillows that will also be abandoned for whoever is in this tower next. Our packs are laden mostly with food and necessities, a change of clothes for traveling, a heavy cloak, and not much else. I've sewn some of my jewelry, hairpins and earrings mostly, into the hem of my cloak, just in case we need coin. I can't stop thinking about tomorrow, and I suspect Nemeth cannot either. He drags me on top of him and teases my breasts until I'm whimpering, then seats me atop his cock. I rock to my climax above him, and then force myself down on his knot, sheathing him inside my body and locking us together. When he's pulsing inside me, his knot hard, he flips us over and then I'm under him, my mate's small thrusts filling me with his spend. Nemeth presses kisses to the top of my head as we drowse, limbs entwined, bodies joined. He strokes my skin over and over, and I don't know if he's trying to reassure me or himself. "Are you ready to do this?" I ask him in a soft voice. I don't have to explain what I'm talking about. We're both thinking of the same thing.
"I am committed,"
Nemeth says. Is that the same thing?
"Does it matter?"
He gives me a wry smile.
"It has the same results."
My heart feels full, achingly so. To think that he's willing to do this for me, To doom himself and possibly others, just to save me? I wrap my arms tightly around him and squeeze my inner walls around his cock, wanting to demonstrate everything that I'm feeling. I don't have words for how much I love him. I've never been good with words. But I can demonstrate a little, at least tonight. Nemeth wakes me from sleep with a caress to my cheek.
Kandra.
I'm immediately awake, my senses alert. It's dark, but as I rouse, Nemeth reaches over the bed and taps the light once to turn it on. The shadowy room fills with faint light. Is it time? He nods and slides out of bed, his wings tucked against his back as he gets to his feet. Normally Nemeth would stretch, letting his wings ripple outward as he yawns off the last of his slumber. Today, though, he seems just as restless and uneasy as me. I didn't sleep very well last night, constantly on edge, worried for the dawn even as I waited for it. And I know Nemeth felt the same. It's here now, and there's no avoiding our fates. My big, handsome mate offers his hand to me.
Can you sit up? How is your stomach this morning?
I think I'm good. But the moment I lift my head, my stomach rebels and I'm reaching for the chamber pot once more. I throw up everything in my stomach and then lean against the bed weakly. All better. Nemeth watches me with a worried expression.
I do not understand. You had a full dose of your potion last night. Why are you yet sick?
I wonder how long I can hide a pregnancy from him. If he knew I was pregnant, he'd make me stay here and go out alone. I shake my head, playing it off. It's probably just a leftover from my missed doses. It'll take my body a few days to feel set to rights again. I get to my feet, ignoring the queasy turn of my now empty stomach, and turn to my mate. Shall we dress?
Are you sure you can travel?
He asks. I'm committed, I joke back, but he doesn't laugh with me. He just sighs and presses a kiss to my forehead.
Let us dress. We should leave before the sun gets too high. I don't want you getting overheated.
I nod, wishing for a real kiss, but I probably wouldn't want to kiss my mouth either, not after my usual morning. So I rinse my mouth out and braid my hair, then pin it up off my neck. I put on one of the dresses I've prepared for travel. It's a plain, boring, deep blue, with all the decorations stripped off of it, the sleeves plain. My shoes for the journey don't match it, as they're a plain, sturdy pair of slippers with reinforced soles, thanks to Nemeth, in a deep black. I shouldn't care about fashion. It's just that my skirts were shortened to make walking easier, and now everyone will see my hideous footwear. I tighten the laces on my bodice, and my breasts ache enough that I have to loosen my dress. I smooth a hand down my front. My stomach is still flat, at least. I wonder how long a Felian carries a child. Will it be too obvious if I ask? I decide yes, it would be too obvious, and slip my enchanted knife into the front of my dress, tucking it between my breasts. Nemeth is dressed in his favorite kilt, a sword buckled at his waist, and our heavy pack slung over his back.
Ready to go?
Biting my lip, I study our little chamber. I need to make the bed. I plump the pillows, then pull the blankets up, and then I should wash out the chamber pot and make sure the kitchen is clean.
Kandra,
Nemeth says in a gentle voice.
Leave it. Anyone that comes here will understand why we had to leave.
Will they? Or will we be reviled by both Felian and Leosian peoples for what we're about to do? We're not supposed to leave, even if we're starving, even if we're dying. We're supposed to sacrifice ourselves for the greater good. Not that I've ever wanted to do that. Nobody asked me either. I've been told. Perhaps that's why I feel so damn guilty that we're leaving. I don't know what's going to happen. We just know that no one will be pleased. I wring my hands, anxious. He's right. No one's going to care that we left the tower a mess. Only that we left the tower. Right, of course. He holds his hand out to me.
Come, it's time to go.
I'm scared, I confess, a panicky feeling settling in my stomach.
I know,
He says, and continues to hold his hand out for me.
but we must go anyway.
I nod. It's not even a question of if I should stay behind anymore. We've committed to our path. I take his hand, squeezing it tight as he leads me through the hall and toward the curving stairs. Do we have everything? I ask anxiously.
I packed last night,
He reminds me.
I checked my list 3 times.
Right, because Nemeth is nothing if not prepared at all times. I hold on to him as we go down the stairs, toward the now unlocked doors on the first floor. We've left them accessible in case someone came by. Nothing barricades us inside anymore. A simple tug on the handle will open the doors, and then we'll be on the beach, a travesty to the goddess for leaving the tower 5 years too soon. Do you think she'll strike us down? I ask Nemeth as we pass by the altar, the remnants of our prayer offerings still upon the tiny plates. The goddess?
No,
Nemeth says.
if we are to believe the stories, her wrath takes the form of drought and famine, or flooding and destruction. Her hand is never direct upon those that offend her.
Because it's more fun to punish everyone, I suppose, I say lightly. He only grunts. Do you think she will punish us? I prompt. For abandoning the tower?
If the stories are to be believed, aye.
He doesn't let go of my hand. If anything, his grip tightens. It's as if he's afraid I'll change my mind. I won't, but it doesn't mean I'm not terrified. What do Felian stories say? I continue as we head towards the double doors, the only path out of the tower. My voice wobbles with fear. About those that abandon the tower?
Nothing good.
They're just stories anyhow, I decide. They could be full of dragon shite. Maybe the goddess will understand. Maybe she won't be upset. Maybe she knows I'm pregnant with Nemeth's child, and any path we take will be a difficult one anyhow. That's a non-answer if there ever was one. We stand in front of the doors. My hand is sweaty in Nemeth's. He reaches forward and tugs one door open, swinging it outward. There's a scrape against sand-covered stone, and then the doors fall open. Bright sunlight spills inward, and it looks like a gloriously sunny day. The air is warm, and a gentle breeze touches my face. The skies are blue. The water's less so, but still beautiful. The strip of sand that surrounds the tower is deserted and unmarked. We stare out, and neither of us moves forward to take that first step. I breathe in the fresh air. If it's going to be bad for us, why must it smell so good? I want to stand in the sunlight and drink it in so badly, yet I'm terrified too. This isn't just my future at stake. I have a child to consider. A child that I'm trying very, very hard not to think about.
I should go first,
Nemeth says abruptly, releasing my hand. He gazes down at me, his strange, sharp Felian features resolute.
If the goddess's punishment is instant, I would rather it happen to me and me alone. Yes?
I sputter. What? No, absolutely not. Grabbing his arm again, I cling to him. We're doing all of this together, remember? That includes everything.
Kendra, let me do this, he says in a soft voice. If the gods will only punish one person, I would rather it be me.
I'm not going to let go of you, I say, obstinate. I loop one arm in his belt and twine the leather about my sleeve. When you step forward, it will be with me dragged through with you, at the same time, because we're doing everything together, like we promised.
Kandra.
I'm prepared to be dragged, I shout dramatically, anchoring myself against his waist. Don't think I won't hold on, because I will. He sighs heavily.
Why are you so stubborn?
Because I love you and we're doing this together. He glares down at me with those eerie green eyes, and then runs a hand over his face, his two shorn claws evident.
Fine, you stubborn mule of a human. Fine.
I smile at him, not just because I'm getting my way, but because it's clear he loves me as much as I love him, and is trying to protect me even now. So I let go of his waist and hold out my hand. We cross together. Nemeth growls low in his throat, frustrated. He glances at the open door and then down at me. Then he hauls me against him and bends over me, his lips on mine in a hard, frantic kiss.
Whatever waits for us on the other side, know that you are everything to me.
His mouth presses to mine over and over again.
Everything. Understand?
I cling to him, kissing him back, trying to show him just how much I adore him. I know we're both stalling, but I don't care. I would happily have kisses from Nemeth until the end of time. He sets me back down on my feet again with utter gentleness, and then sighs. He holds his hand out to me, his gaze upon the door, and I slip my hand in his. We move closer to the edge, and then he nods at me, lifting one foot. And together, we step over the edge of the portal and outside of the tower for the first time in over 2 years. Chapter 47. I'm holding my breath, my eyes tightly closed, and I wait for something to happen. Time feels as if it slowed, my pulse pounding in my ears. My slippers, made for walking on the even stone floors of the tower, sink into the sands of the beach. A breeze ruffles my hair, pulling a few strands loose from my braid. Somewhere in the distance, a seabird cries out. I wait for the goddess's wrath to fall upon us. I wait for lightning to strike us down, for the skies to rumble with thunder and the wind to wail, letting us know she's displeased that we've broken our vow to remain in the tower. I wait for anything, any sign at all. Nothing happens. I exhale and open my eyes. It's a nice day. The sun shines down from above without a cloud in the sky. The breeze is cool for the otherwise warm day. The sandy beach surrounding the tower looks pristine and untouched, and if the waves seem to be a little high and white-capped, it makes for a pretty scene. Shouldn't it be awful out here? As punishment? I don't understand, I say to Nemeth, my clammy hand still clutched in his. I thought we'd feel something.
I did too,
he confesses. His gaze moves over the bright blue skies, and he squints, raising a hand to shield his eyes.
Perhaps the goddess has not noticed yet, or perhaps she understands our problem and forgives us.
Out of nowhere, thunder rumbles overhead, loud and crackling. Or not, I say tightly, clutching at his hand as I stare up at the still blue sky. Dragon shite. Nemeth extends a wing over my head as fat drops of rain begin to fall from above. It seems impossible for it to rain on us without clouds overhead, but I guess the gods can do whatever they want. I peer out from underneath Nemeth's wing, thinking of the small pack I have on my back, with my cloak and a change of clothes. Nemeth insists upon carrying everything heavy, but I don't mind carrying my fair share. I glance up at my lover, and the rain is sluicing down his dark gray skin in rivulets. Do we go back inside and wait out the rain? Or do we just soldier on through? He shakes his head slowly.
It seems insulting to retreat back to the tower after taking 2 steps out. We'll continue onward. Let us give the rain a moment.
Sure enough, the patter of rain stops as quickly as it started, and Nemeth shakes off his wings before folding them up again.
Shall we have a look around?
I nod, not trusting my voice when a knot rises in my throat. We really are leaving. We've done it now. There's no turning back. It doesn't matter that we had no choice. The goddess would probably argue that our choice could have been to starve. The Golden Moon Goddess has never been a goddess of kindness and understanding, after all. I cling to Nemeth's hand for a moment longer, and when I take a step forward, my shoe scrapes on something hard. I glance down and realize it's one of the bricks that used to cover the door. It's nearly covered in sand, and a quick look around shows that more of them are scattered against the wall of the tower and off to the side, most of them covered in grit or half buried. It reminds me of the dead men who should still be on this beach. Instead of investigating our surroundings, I scan the sands for dead bodies. They would have rotted, I think, though I have no idea how much or how little would remain. I doubt they would have coin, but they might have weapons. More knives. We can always use more knives. So while Nemeth looks around on the beach, his mood as apprehensive as mine, I go hunting. A short distance from the door, I find what looks like a rib cage half buried in the sands. I use my shoe to kick some of the sand away, and the moment I do, I see a dirty piece of cloth, and then a faded symbol embroidered on the cuff of a sleeve. It's the cuff of one of Castle Leos's guardsmen. Surely he couldn't have been one of the men that broke in. I remember them as skinny and disheveled, with ragged beards and a terrible need for a bath.
Chandra?
Nemeth calls.
What are you doing?
I kick the sand back over the bit of rotten fabric. I thought I saw a pretty shell, I call out. It's nothing. Gathering my skirts, I return to his side, slogging through the sand. It fills my slippers and makes walking difficult, but I manage a bright smile for Nemeth. I don't suppose you see a raft anywhere?
A raft?
Nemeth echoes. Nodding, I glance around the lonely stretch of beach. There's nothing here but a few waving grasses and a distant seagull on the far end of the beach. I vaguely remember the old weathered dock on the far side of the shore, and how there isn't one on this side. Something we can use to get across the water? I can't swim. I want to point out that the men who arrived to attack us would have needed a raft or a boat of some kind, but I don't want to bring Nemeth's attention to the dead. For some reason, I don't want him to know that they were from Leos. They were human, so it stands to reason that they were my people, but still. Any ideas?
Nemeth chuckles. I cannot believe you even have to ask.
It's on the tip of my tongue to ask what he means, when he picks me up into his arms, grinning. My shoes stream sand, and I cling to his neck as he spreads his wings and moves into the shadows of the tower. The world flips upside down, and my stomach heaves. Everything spins, and it feels as if all gravity has disappeared. A moment later, everything is heavy once more. The tumbling world sets itself right again, and when I blink away the confusion, I see we're still on the sandy shore. But now we're in the shadow of a cliff, and across the long stretch of water in front of us is the distant tower. He's shifted us into shadows.
See?
Nemeth murmurs against my ear. I smack his arm, furious and a little queasy. You said you wouldn't do that. You're not supposed to risk your life.
There was no risk. I could see the beach from here.
He ignores my anger, setting me down.
And with how weak you've been, I don't want you swimming.
I don't point out that he has wings. We both know he does. The fact that he wouldn't fly us over the water means he doesn't trust them, which makes me ache inside. How horrible must it be to have wings and not be able to use them? To be stuck with nothing but your 2 feet to travel? I want to ask him how he's feeling, but I also don't want to prod an open wound. So I give him a huffy look, straightening my rain-dampened clothes. Next time you do that, please warn me.
So you can panic?
So arrogant and confident in himself. I love it. Even if I want to wrap my hands around his neck and choke him right now. So I can talk you out of it. Nemeth snorts with amusement. His gaze moves over the rocky shore, eyeing the Leosian land. On this side of the channel, it's not nearly as mountainous. The Felian landscape is nothing but mountains, his people living deep in the belly of the rocky giants instead of on their sloping surface. Meanwhile, the Leos lands are far more temperate. There are some steep cliffs near the waters, sure, but Castle Leos itself is tucked into a rolling green valley, surrounded by a thick forest on one side and hills upon the other, with an impressive dockyard to the south leading to deep waters, and a harbor constantly full of ships. Here, though, days away from the castle and the city it protects, there's nothing but desolate beaches that lead up to equally desolate plains. Here, there are no ships on the water, no farms for as far as the eye can see. It's remote and deserted. It worries me a little. When I was brought out here, there was a carriage with strong horses, and it still took 2 days to arrive. How long will it take for us to return to Castle Leos? And how are things going to go when I arrive 5 years early with the Felian at my side? Hot panic bubbles up inside me, but I push it down. I'll worry about that when I have time. For now, I'm here with Nemeth, and we need to conquer one issue at a time.
There's no one here,
Nemeth says, gazing along the empty shore.
Is this normal?
I shrug. As normal as to be expected, I think. There's nothing out here. He nods, then studies my face.
Are you tired? Do you need to rest? Your face is flushed.
Is it? I'm just anxious. I gesture at the coast. Castle Leos is a few days on horseback to the north. I suppose we can start in that direction.
Are you all right?
No, I admit, but neither are you. We're out of choices.
Are you tired? It has been a long time since either one of us were outside. This is a lot.
His voice is gentle.
If you need a moment, I understand.
I do need a moment. I also need 5 more years of food supplies and to have not left the tower. I need to not have a blood curse. I need to not be pregnant with a Felian baby. But these are not choices I have, so I shake them off. No, I can walk. Let's go, shall we? I'm a terrible traveling companion. I know I am. Before we walk very far at all, my feet are hurting, my shoes useless, my legs ache with fatigue. I'm hot and sweaty, and I dislike being hot and sweaty. Nemeth makes excuses for me because he loves me. I'm fatigued due to my illness. I'm fatigued due to years in the tower. I point out to him that I'm also a princess, and a princess never walks farther than across a ballroom. That, I think, startles him. As a Felian prince, he's been trained in all kinds of combat, even from his days in the Alabaster Citadel. He's traveled to his homeland and back again. But he is also a man, and not one with cursed blood. I have been sheltered all my life, and even in the tower, it was a sort of shelter once more. So traveling? Not my favorite. It's difficult and unpleasant, and I want to scream when we finally find a rutted dirt road that's more rock and mud than actual road, and it stretches across the endless horizon without a single town or village in sight. I know I should be glad that we can travel without a Felian being noticed. But when I pull the 16th rock out of my flimsy, useless shoe, I would give my smallest toe for a rundown inn with a free bed. Any kind of bed, no matter how filthy. Just a bed. No, a chair, I decide. I would give 2 small toes for a chair. I want to ask if Nemeth isn't flying because I'm with him, or if he's afraid of his injured wing. He hasn't even attempted flight, despite spreading his wings a few times. Maybe we're both on edge and doubting ourselves. Certainly our communication skills have been strained. Normally in the tower, we can't stop talking to one another. But ever since we've crossed the threshold, we've been more or less silent. It worries me. Then again, all of this is worrying. Like the shrines we passed as we looked for a road. Small roadside shrines to the gods are common, as travelers make offerings so they will be protected in their journeys. The shrines we've passed aren't filling me with reassurance, though. They're covered in leaves and detritus, the offerings left behind withered and ancient. The flowering bushes near each stone effigy that are tended to by travelers out of courtesy are overgrown and abandoned, and even the earthenware offering bowls on the altars themselves are cracked and look as if they've seen better days. With how abandoned things are, if I didn't know better, I'd swear we'd been in that tower for 100 years, and not just 2. Not exactly a reassuring sight, I tell Nemeth as we pause in front of the latest set of altars. Whatever has been left in the offering bowl of the Grey God rotted into a pile of goo long ago. I wrinkle my nose. Surely the gods can't be pleased with this.
I imagine whoever was here last did the best they could, Nemeth says at my side. Do you want to stop for a time and tend to it? Do our duty?
I don't. I really don't. I'm tired and cranky, and I just want to sit somewhere and rest. But we're not exactly the favorites of the gods right now as it is, so I suppose it couldn't hurt to kiss up a little. Why not? We pause by the shrines for a time, tidying up. I brush the 3 altars, one for each of the gods, tidy of debris, and clean the offering bowls, rinsing them out with water. Nemeth uses a knife to tend to the overgrown plants, trimming vines and cutting down overgrown branches from the flowering bushes. When we're done, the altars look less forlorn. Even though we don't have much food left, we offer a few withered vegetables from our depleted store. Part of me hates to leave those behind. We need them more than the gods, or whatever bird will pick them off because the gods won't notice or care. But Nemeth is more pious than me. He seems happy with our contribution, smiling at me.
If the gods have noticed us at all, perhaps they'll notice our efforts, too.
Noticed us? I don't see how they couldn't, given that we abandoned their tower. But I don't say that aloud. You never say the bad things aloud. Chapter 48. A short time later, when the sun is setting on the horizon, we come across the first structure we've seen since leaving the tower, and it makes me wonder if the gods are looking out for us after all. Granted, it's not an inn. It's a crumbling shed that probably once housed livestock. There's no house nearby, though a large burnt spot a short distance away tells us what probably happened to it. There are no cattle, no horses, and the hay in the shed looks to be older than I am. But there's most of a roof and at least 3 walls, and that's better than sleeping out in the open. Nemeth is pleased at the sight of it.
We'll stop here tonight. Do you need me to clean it out for you? Make a bed?
I shake my head, tossing down my much lighter pack and using it as a seat as I rest in the old, moldy hay. Just lay down a cloak. I don't care. I'm too tired to care. He sets down his pack and crouches near me, a worried expression on his face.
Do you feel well?
My feet hurt, I admit with frustration, even though I know it makes me sound like a whiny child. They hurt, and my shoes are dreadful, ugly and dreadful, and my face feels hot, and my scalp does too, and I'm tired and hungry and miserable, and part of me wants to go back to the tower and just lay there and starve because it's easier. Nemeth chuckles at my crabby response.
There's no going back.
I know there's not. I sigh. I wouldn't go back even if we could. I'm just tired and not used to this. Why is my scalp hot? I touch the top of my head, wincing when it feels scorching.
You're red,
Nemeth says, touching a finger gently under my chin and tipping my face toward his.
Your face is bright red, and so is your scalp where your hair is parted. Why is this?
I look down at my hands, and sure enough, the backs are bright red with sunburn. I'm stunned. And then I laugh. I haven't seen sunlight in 2 years. I must be truly pale. I flex my hands and wince at how hot and tight my skin feels. That's going to be painful in the morning.
What can we do for it? I do not like to see you in pain.
I think of the delicate, floral-scented lotions I had back at the tower. I didn't bring them because we only brought necessities, and why would lotion be one? But now I'm regretting it. I shrug. Not much to do about it except wait for it to heal. Tomorrow I'll wear a hood. It just felt nice to have the breeze and the sunlight on my face. It was really the only nice thing about today.
I should have left you safe in the tower, he mutters to himself. Let me see your feet.
I wouldn't have stayed, I retort. And I'm wrong. The sunlight wasn't the only nice thing about today. Being with him is always wonderful. I peek at him as he kneels in front of me, lifting my skirt and taking one of my aching feet in his hand. He frowns down at them as if they've somehow failed me, and then pulls one shoe off.
These are useless.
I noticed. I wince when even more sand falls from inside the shoe, though we left the beach hours ago. They weren't fun to walk in.
I will fix them for you before we leave in the morning.
As if it's his job to tend to me, Nemeth wipes sand away from my toes and then rubs my foot, tisking at the red marks and blisters on my skin.
Tomorrow, when you get tired, I will carry you.
A thoughtful offer, but it's one that makes my mind spin into uncomfortable territory. We walked all day today, most of it in pensive silence. The silence bothers me less now than the fact that I have a winged man at my side, and we walked. Not once did he spread his wings, except to shield me from the rain. Can I ask you a question? He looks up from my foot, his eyes glowing.
What is it?
I hope this isn't too personal, but your wings. You didn't try to fly today. Nemeth is silent for a long moment. He continues to rub my foot, sending skitters of pleasure up my spine. He's thoughtful as he continues to rub, and eventually speaks.
When we first arrived in the tower, I thought of nothing but my freedom, of the day I would see wide-open skies above me, and then I could fly into the air. Most of Darkfell's mountains are hollow. Did you know that? The main caverns are hundreds of handspans high, and riddled with tunnels and caves so we can fly back and forth between each other's homes. There are very few stairs because they're not needed except for the elderly and infirm. I always flew at home. Even at the Alabaster Citadel, my room was situated in a tower on one of the highest parapets. All I had to do was open a window, and I could fly out. I flew constantly. It was as necessary as breathing. And then...
He pauses. And then you were trapped in a horrible tower for 2 years because of the name you were born with, I say bitterly.
No,
Nemeth says quietly.
And then I met someone who showed me that perhaps it is not so bad to be on the ground. It is all about the company.
I reach over and flick his shoulder. That's a lovely story. He smiles at me. And we both know it's dragon shite. I continue, my voice tart. Nemeth's smile widens into a grin. He laughs, and some of the unease I felt all day melts away.
It's not all dragon shite. I do enjoy being with you.
Are you afraid to try out your wing? He goes back to rubbing my foot, thinking.
It feels tight,
He admits after a moment.
It has for some time, like it's pulled taut in one spot. I'm afraid that I could damage it further if I try to use it without a healer looking at it. And as long as I don't try it out, I don't know how bad it could be. I can delay the truth for another day.
Oh, Nemeth. My heart aches for him. I'm so sorry. I wish I could have fixed it better for you. He shakes his head.
You did the very best you could. That's all anyone could ask for.
He sets my foot down and picks up my other, dusting it free of sand and then rubbing it as well.
How can I be upset? We have had to fend for ourselves for 2 years.
Tilting his head, he studies my face.
Which reminds me, we should heat your potion soon.
Soon, I agree, and then wiggle my foot in his grasp. It feels good, the foot rub, but it also feels like a distraction, as if he's determined to pull me away from a difficult conversation. Tomorrow?
Tomorrow what?
I wiggle my foot again to get his attention. Tomorrow you'll try to fly? For me?
You must truly hate walking.
That does it. Exasperated, I pull my foot out of his grasp and lean forward to cup his face so he'll look me in the eye. Why is it this man can lick my pussy with the confidence of a court Lothario, but get shy when I ask about his wings? I meet his gaze, stroking his cheek. It's not about walking. It's about knowing our limitations so we know what we have to push past in the future. Just because your wing is tight now doesn't mean it always will be. It just gives you something to overcome. He smiles at me, his cheeks stretching.
How is it that you can make me feel so calm, even on a day such as today?
Because we're together, I tell him. We're taking control of our destinies. Even if the golden moon goddess frowns down upon us, maybe the gray god will look after us. Nemeth gestures at the rickety barn.
He led us to this, did he not?
He could have led us to an inn, I say tartly, but I let a smile curve my lips. But this will do for now. So tomorrow morning you'll fly for me, and then we'll see how to proceed from there. It's decided.
Stubborn mule,
he says, his voice loving.
But fine. In the morning I will fly, and we will see how it goes.
If you really want to speed up our travel, is it safe for you to slide through the shadows like you did in the tower? I bite my lip because it feels strange to even ask. The magic of it unnerves me, but he said it was safe as long as the area was wide open and visible, and our surroundings certainly are. But only if it's safe. This time, the look in his eyes grows dark. He shakes his head.
I'm not certain I wish to risk it. When we crossed the water, something felt different than the last time I carried you.
Different? Everything inside me clenches up. Has he figured it out? Has Nemeth discovered my secret already? Does he know I'm pregnant? I keep my eyes wide with innocence, my face carefully blank. Teleporting me felt different? How? He shrugs.
It's hard to explain. All I know is I don't wish to try it again. We're not supposed to shadow glide with a human anyhow.
I want to tell him that I have Fellian blood, that somewhere down the line one of my ancestors, likely the legendary Ravendor herself, had sex with a Fellian and gave birth to his child, that I'm pregnant with his child too. But the words won't come. They stick in my throat like honey. I'm afraid something will change between us. That he'll realize I'm more fragile than he anticipated and leave me behind? The thought terrifies me. I grab his hand and put a smile on my face to hide my fear. I can walk. We gaze at each other for a long moment, and I scarcely dare breathe for fear he'll read the secret on my face.
Your medicine,
Nemeth finally says.
Are you ready for it?
I nod. Anything to divert the conversation. He pulls out the bag full of my carefully cleaned medical kit. The needles, the syringe, the cloths, and finally the vials of prepared potion that have to be warmed. I watch, wordless, as he starts a fire with a flick of magic. It burns inside the small pot we brought for such things, and he holds the vial over the flames for just a moment before attaching the needle to the end and flicking it to ensure there are no air bubbles. I untie my sleeve and roll it up, and we use a sip of our precious drinking water to wash my arm. Nemeth readies the syringe, and then gazes at me with a somber expression.
I am sorry I cannot be a better mate to you, Kendra. You deserve a prince with 2 working wings and stronger magic. And instead you got me.
What? Does he think I asked about his wing because I'm mad at him for not flying? Before he can administer my shot, I push his hand aside. Wait a moment. He looks surprised at my hesitation.
Are you in pain? Do you need to vomit? Shall I find a bucket?
He glances around, getting to his feet.
Give me a moment.
I slide forward, onto my knees, and hold onto his leg. Stop.
Stop what?
Stop doubting yourself. I gaze up at him. I don't care that you can't fly. I only asked because I know it's hard for you. I don't care if you don't have huge magic. I don't have any. I don't care if we have to walk every step of the way to Castle Leos. I just want to be with you. We're in this together, the both of us. Every step of the way. Understand? I cling to his leg, pressing my cheek against his strong, strangely bent thigh. I run my hands up and down his leg. I wonder if our child will have knees that bend backward like Nemeth, or if they will be like mine. I wonder if they will have wings. I wonder if they will have his huge, giving heart. I brush my lips over his skin. I love you, Nemeth. I don't want anyone but you. Understand? You and I are doing the best we can, no matter the situation. None of this is what was expected to happen. We were supposed to stay in the tower, but they were also supposed to bring us food. Now we've left and we'll figure it out. All of it. But I don't want you blaming yourself. Not when you're the best thing in my life. His hand lands atop my head, and I don't even mind that it brushes over my sunburn. His fingers dig into my braid, his remaining claws tugging at my hair.
I would do anything for you,
he rasps.
You know that, yes?
I love the hunger in his tone, the yearning. And even though I'm weary and sunburned, I want nothing more than to touch my mate right now, to pleasure him and show him how much I adore him. I slide my hand up under his kilt, brushing my fingers over the linen wrap underneath. I want you.
Now, after the day we've had.
When I nod, he groans and I stroke my fingers over his cock. I can feel it hardening in my grasp.
I cannot give you my knot, Miletan. We do not dare the enemy finding us locked together and helpless.
Then don't give me your knot, I whisper, rubbing him through the fabric. Just let me suck on you and give you pleasure. Nemeth groans, and I know he can't resist. I stroke him harder, gazing up. Take your kilt off for me? He nods and quickly divests himself of his belt, and then the kilt itself. The linen wrap goes next. All the while, I grab the pack I'd been sitting upon earlier and use it as a footstool. Now, when I'm on my knees, I'm the right height to pleasure my massive, tall mate. I sigh with anticipation at the sight of him naked, his cock rigid in front of me, his knot not yet full. Unable to help myself, I reach out and clasp him in my hands, rubbing my face against his shaft. "I love this," I whisper. "Love the feel of you in my hands, your hot skin against mine." I run my cheek along his cock, just enjoying the feel of his hardness. Love knowing that this is mine to play with. Just touching him makes me ache, my pulse throbbing between my thighs. I could cheerfully worship his cock all night long, but something tells me he's going to want more than just me rubbing on him like a kitten for hours. I grip him at the base, looking up at my mate's glowing green eyes. I love the way he watches me as I lick him from knot to tip, then swirl my tongue around the head. A burst of pre-cum flavors his skin, and I lap it up, not surprised when another droplet replaces the first. He's perfect, my beautiful Nemeth, the tapered tip of his cock all but begging for me to suck upon it. So I do. I'm not one to deprive myself, after all. I take him into my mouth and love the ragged sound he makes, love that his hand carefully tightens in my hair, love the sharp inhale of breath when I tongue the underside of his cock, and then suck him deeper into my throat. I work him with my mouth and tongue, my hand squeezing over his now taut knot. As I do, I gaze up at him, as if he's the only thing in my world, because I know he likes to watch my face when I suck on him. Nemeth's eyes are fierce with need as he watches me. I suck him deeper, even though my jaw aches with the size of him, and the head of his cock butts against the back of my throat. My eyes water, and saliva pools at the corners of my mouth, and still I take him, my gaze locked on his.
"Kandra,"
he breathes, his voice reverent even as he rocks gently, shuttling into my mouth. His movements are careful, but I don't want him careful. I want him unhinged. I want him lost in the moment. We both need to forget about the stress of today. So I hike my skirts up and slip a hand between my thighs, stroking my clit even as his hand settles heavier on my head.
"Greedy thing,"
he murmurs, and then shows me that I'm not the only greedy one. He pushes on my head, forcing me to take more, and drool slides down my chin. He thrusts again, and I make a low noise around the cock stuffed in my mouth, my fingers moving faster over my clit. I can't even get close to his knot, but it doesn't matter. All that matters is that he's using me, fucking my mouth with his quick, jerking motions. And I love it. I love that he's got a firm hold on my head now, his cock hammering against the back of my throat as he works towards his release. I love the grunts he makes, love how stretched my lips are, how red-hot his knot feels under my grip. I whimper as I rub my clit harder, close to the edge. I just need a little more. Nemeth's breath hitches, and then he lets out a low, guttural sound. In the next moment, my mouth floods with his release, his knot like a rock beneath my grasp. I immediately lose my orgasm, drawing back and coughing as his seed fills my mouth. He spills over my face and then onto the front of my dress as I draw back, one hand on his cock and squeezing his knot in the way I know he likes. I murmur his name over and over again as I milk him, not caring that my traveling dress is ruined. It's just a dress, and Nemeth's need at this moment is far more important than anything else. "I love you," I tell him, gazing up adoringly with my messy face. I'm hit with a surge of emotion so intense it brings tears to my eyes. "I love you so very much." He groans again, then covers my hand, squeezing his cock one last time before heaving a tremendous sigh of release. His fingers stroke my cheek as he catches his breath, and I use my hem to wipe my face clean of his spend. His knot is swollen now, aching and huge, and I run my fingers over it as he shudders with the aftershocks of pleasure. It takes time for his knot to go down, and I can probably make him come again just by teasing it with light, stroking touches as he waits. But Nemeth pulls me away with gentle hands, shaking his head. He drops to kneel beside me, pressing my face with kisses, despite the fact that I've just wiped away his cum.
"You are incredible," he tells me. "The most perfect, beautiful, talented creature."
I am pretty great, I tease, running my hands over his chest. It's all true. He captures my mouth again and nips at my upper lip.
"Did you make yourself come?"
Not quite, alas. My fingers weren't fast enough. I'm feeling playful and more like myself, despite our rather dreadful surroundings. This is who I am, I remind myself, a sexually confident tease who's loved by a big, delicious winged Felion. In or out of the tower, that won't change.
"A shame,"
Nemeth tells me between light, hungry kisses.
"Luckily for you, I know where to find a mouth to finish the job."
Now that sounds like an excellent idea. Should I lie on my back? He looks around us, eyeing the moldy straw. With a quick kiss, he releases me and tears open one of our packed bags, digging out a blanket and spreading it over the ground.
"Here,"
he says, voice gruff, and his eyes a deep, delicious, sated shade of green.
"Lie down for me."
I don't need to be told twice. In the next moment, I'm on the blankets, wriggling with anticipation when he pushes my skirts up faster than I can haul them to my waist. He tugs my bloomers down, tearing at the delicate fabric with his remaining claws, and then his face disappears between my thighs. My breath catches in my throat as his hungry mouth latches onto my clit, going straight for the best part. With a moan, I cling to the sleek horns that arc back from his brow, trying to find something to hold on to. Just like that, Nemeth, I pant. Gods, your mouth is so good.
"Look at how wet you are,"
he rasps between decadent licks of my cunt.
"I love that touching me makes you so slick with need. All of this just because you sucked my cock."
I whimper when he laps at my clit. I like sucking your cock.
"Clearly."
A thick finger pushes inside me, one of the ones he keeps shorn short so he doesn't claw me. He tongues my clit again and strokes his finger in and out of me, working me. I huff with need and rock against his hand, and this time he doesn't lift his mouth to talk. He just keeps sucking and licking, and the orgasm that was so close crashes over me with fierce intensity. I cry out, clinging to him as the ripples of pleasure wash through me, until his tongue no longer feels pleasant but too sensitive. I gently tug him away, and Nemeth crawls over me, pressing one more wet kiss to my mouth, his lips tasting of my cunt, and then collapses next to me. I slowly tug my skirts down, thinking of all the washing I'm going to have to do. Maybe I'll just throw away this dress. I can't very well return to Castle Leos in a gown that reeks of sex and is covered in dried cum. I have another dress packed away, somewhere, and I won't need these gowns when we return to the castle. I'll have my wardrobe back, and Riza and Nurse. I want that so badly I can taste it. And I sigh happily, turning and tucking myself against Nemeth's big form.
"Kandra,"
my mate murmurs, stroking my braided hair.
I...
He hesitates, then holds me tighter against him.
"It's nothing. Just me worrying."
Well, now, that makes two of us. What were you going to say?
"Nothing,"
he replies.
"Nothing at all."
It takes everything I have not to touch my stomach. Has he figured it out? But no. If he knew, he'd say something, wouldn't he? Surely. Chapter 49. I wake up to the sound of thunder crackling overhead and what sounds like rocks smashing against our flimsy shelter. Hail, I realize, as I see a sprinkling of icy-looking pebbles outside. Beside me, Nemeth sits up, tense and uneasy. His wing is spread over me protectively, keeping me safe from the drips of rain that leak in through our shelter. Good morning, I say, rising slightly. My face feels hot and tight, thanks to the sunburn. I see we have great weather for our travel.
The goddess has sent an angry storm to greet us,
Nemeth says, and when he jerks at a faint crack of thunder, I feel a wave of sympathy for him. He didn't like storms, even in the protected halls of the tower. I can only imagine how loud and terrifying this must be. I reach over and touch his arm. If this is the worst the goddess has for us, I'll consider us lucky. Is all he says, and I can tell he's unnerved by the ferocity of the storm. It does seem a little stronger than expected, but I also don't spend a lot of time outside in storms myself. This barn isn't much of a shelter, either. The entire thing sways with a strong breeze.
We should wait the storm out,
Nemeth tells me.
Hopefully it will not last too long.
I'm fine with waiting. It's not as if I want to go traipsing about in the mud anyhow. I hug one of the blankets tighter around my shoulders, watching the storm. And my lover. Nemeth had been in a good mood last night after our fooling around. He'd given me my medicine, and we'd snuggled in the blankets together. This morning, he seems on edge. I nudge him. Don't think that a storm means you're getting out of flying. I want to see you in the skies. The look he gives me is downright cranky. I ignore it and drape his arm over my shoulders. He gives in, tucking me under his arm, rubbing my back.
Ask your knife if this storm will last all day. We do not have enough of your medicine to linger in one place for long.
Right. We have a week of medicine. After that, I'm out, and I don't know how long it's going to take us to get back to the capital of Leos and the palace itself. If it keeps raining, we can just walk in the rain. But I pull out my knife, reminded that we're on limited time. I pull it from its sheath that I've kept tucked tight in my cleavage and hold it in my hand. Hello, knife. Is this storm going to last all day? The knife is still. I give Nemeth a smug look. See? The knife wants you to fly too. His expression remains grave.
Ask if the weather is because of the goddess, if she's angry.
I bite my lip, because I hate the big questions. I'm never ready for the answers. I hold the knife, squeezing my eyes shut. Is the goddess angry at us? Cringing, I wait for the knife to shudder. It does nothing. I gasp and look over at Nemeth, delighted. That's a no, right?
It's not a yes, that's all.
He still looks pensive, his mouth hard.
I don't understand. We disobeyed. Shouldn't the goddess be furious at us?
But I'm giddy, my heart fluttering with relief. I'll change the wording then. I concentrate on the knife. Is the goddess angry? Shiver. Yes. My stomach plummets again. The goddess is angry, but not at us? Again, a shiver of affirmation. I look over at Nemeth. She's angry, all right. Maybe she's furious that they forgot us and we were forced to leave. He doesn't look convinced.
I don't know. I don't have the answers for any of this.
Me either. I think for a moment longer, then ask, does anyone know we've left the tower? No shiver. I suppose that's a good thing. Will we get to Leos in under 7 days at the rate we're traveling? no shiver. Oh, I fight back panic because there's no sense in it. We knew I was low on medicine. I look over at Nemeth. I guess we need to speed up. My mate nods. He gets to his feet and shakes his wings out.
I don't mind walking in the rain.
Me either. I need to walk for as long as I can, for as far as I can, and then hope that Nemeth can carry me.
Once the hail stops, we can go.
It's a miserable journey. My face is hot with sunburn and hurts despite the constant rain, as do my hands and my scalp. Even the wet weather isn't all that soothing, as it soaks our clothes and turns the road into mud. I scrub at my dress as we walk, trying to get the worst of the cum stains out using the rain. I suppose that the good news is that when it dries, it'll be so wrinkled and unsightly that no one will notice a few stains. The land around us remains flat and rocky, with only a few scrubby bushes and very few trees to break up the landscape. It's rather unpleasant, but there are distant hills that hint at a change in scenery at least.
Does any of this look familiar to you?
Nemeth asks me. I shake my head. I was too miserable to pay attention to the scenery when I was brought here, I admit. I vaguely recall following the coast and driving through a few little towns along the way.
Well, we're following the coast,
Nemeth agrees, gesturing at the horizon to the east. We're just out of sight. The waters of the sea gleam invitingly. Perhaps a boat? I ask, to speed up our travel. I'm all too aware that the knife says we won't get to the castle in time. We need a way to speed up somehow, to walk faster, something, anything.
Do you know how to sail?
Nemeth asks me. Well, no. Do you? His brows go up.
Kandra, my people live inside a mountain.
Is that a no then? I joke. He stares at me, and then his big shoulders shake with laughter. A chuckle rumbles out of him, and the heavy pack on his back jostles with the force of his laughter. I smile as I walk at his side, pleased that out of everything I can still make him laugh. It's not as if we're knee-deep in boats anyhow, I admit. I'm just trying to think of alternatives to walking.
We'll figure something out,
he promises me. After a soggy midday meal, the rain finally eases off. My clothing begins to dry, and my fingers no longer resemble dried prunes. The sun comes out, and the temperature immediately changes from cool and pleasant, if wet, to steamy and overly warm. Doesn't matter. It's clear, and that's all that matters. When I spot a large boulder by the roadside, I immediately head for it, climbing atop a few smaller rocks, and then sitting down atop it with my damp skirt spread.
Time for a rest?
Nemeth asks.
I can carry you if you're too tired to keep going.
I'm fine, I lie, because I'm tired as shite, and want nothing more than to crawl back to that tumbled-down shed, moldy hay and all. But I give Nemeth a bright smile and gesture at his pack. You can take that off for now, since you're going to try flying.
I am.
He arches a heavy brow at me. You are, I say firmly. You'll never know unless you try. He doesn't look eager, though.
I could spare myself the humiliation and ask your blade if I can fly.
Or you can just do it anyhow. I promise not to laugh. I clasp my hands tightly in my lap so he won't see how anxious I am. It's my fault that his wing is scarred after all. He was wounded saving me, and on top of that, I'm the one that had to stitch it up. If it's all wrong, it's doubly my fault. But I keep my tone bright. After all, I can't fly a lick, so anything you do is better than anything I could manage. Give it a try, love. There's no one here to see but me. Nemeth scowls in my direction, but he takes the pack off and sets it down at the base of the boulder, out of the mud. I hold my breath as he takes a few steps out, rotating his arms as if he's about to enter battle and needs his muscles loose. First one arm, then the other. He's breathtaking. His shoulders as broad as the day I first saw him. And if he's lost any muscle, I wouldn't know it. Hasn't he done his exercises faithfully every day? Hasn't he stretched his wings constantly, trying to keep them in shape? I hope it's not for nothing. If I could make his wings work simply by worrying, he'd be airborne right now. Nemeth spreads his wings with a ripple, and everything inside me clenches. Gods, his wings are enormous. I stare in fascination, wondering if this is the first time I've seen him spread them like this. He's always been confined by the tower, and the ceilings and the halls that weren't nearly big enough for him. His wingspan is enormous, easily twice as wide as he is tall, and my heart aches at the sight of the dull pink stripe that slashes across the membrane of one. His scar. He's right that it looks tight there, the membrane taut and unpleasant-looking around it. As I watch, he strains one wing and then stretches the other out, trying to match. The scarred wing won't go out as far as the other. He turns to look at me, and I can see the uncertainty in his eyes. I won't show him my distress. Instead, I beam as if my heart isn't breaking inside and give him an encouraging gesture. Go on, you'll do wonderfully. Nemeth nods and closes his eyes. Then his powerful legs seem to bunch up, his wings folding in, and he flings himself upward, launching into the air. I hold my breath, watching as he immediately flicks his wings out the moment he's in the air, flapping to gain height. His movements are awkward, the one wing clearly crippling him. He flounders, listing to one side, and I press a fist to my lips so I don't scream aloud. But then he rights himself, and wobbling through the air, manages to keep flying. His wings beat with heavy, strong waves, and he stays in the air. I watch as he soars higher, and if it isn't a pretty flight, or a fast one, it's still flight, and I'm so proud of him. Hands clasped over my heart, I watch as he circles high in the skies. Flying so far away, he looks like a drunken bird. I'm not worried. I know he'll come back for me. And when he disappears from sight, I adjust my skirts, trying to dry them in the sunlight, and make sure my head is covered with my hood so I don't sunburn any further. Nemeth isn't gone for very long. When I look up again, he's returning, his flight obvious by the jerky movement of his wings. I watch him with pride, waving as he approaches. To a normal human, he might look fearsome, a dark gray demon with bat wings come to steal them away from their home, an evil Felian monster. But I can see the pride on his face as he comes to a clumsy landing on the boulder beside me. I can also see the sheen of sweat on his skin, and know that it was harder for him than he'd ever let on. "You were magnificent," I tell him proudly. "Utterly magnificent."
"Dragon shite,"
he says, crouching low and panting. But he grins, displaying his fangs.
"It was terrible, and I'm pretty sure I strained something in my back. But I could fly. That's one worry handled."
"How did your repaired wing do?"
"It's weak,"
he admits.
"Weak, and the damage section pulls constantly when I beat my wings. But I'm hoping with time, it'll grow as strong as the other once more."
He scrubs a hand down his sweaty face, but then grins at me.
"It still felt amazing."
I'm so glad. I could burst with how happy I am for him. I knew you could do it.
"It doesn't change anything,"
he admits.
"I'm not strong enough yet to carry you, and we have to be careful. If any humans see me, they might shoot first and ask questions later."
He straightens to his full height.
"Speaking of humans, I saw a settlement to the north. We should head there."
"What? Why?" Hot panic flares in my chest. Didn't you just say humans would attack you? If there's a settlement, I'm thinking we should avoid it entirely.
Nemeth shakes his head. You need supplies for your potion. We need food. You need better shoes. We need a decent place to sleep. And if it's a small settlement, perhaps we should test the waters anyhow. See how they react to my presence.
There is a war, I blurt out. A war between Darkfell and Leos. Lionel started one the moment I left. You can't go into a human settlement, Nemeth. You just can't. This entire plan suddenly seems the height of stupidity. What made me think I could just stroll back to Castle Leos with the Felian at my side and assume it would all be fine? I've got an enemy husband and a baby on the way. The thought of something happening to either of them is horrifying. This is a nightmare. Why didn't I think this through? Why am I taking him to a war zone where he's the enemy? I grab his hands, frantic. We should go to your people instead. We can still go back. We'll return to the tower and head to Darkfell.
Love, Nemeth said softly. I know all about the war.
My tongue glues to the roof of my mouth. You do?
He nods. Your king is not the most subtle of rulers. Of course we saw his fleet and knew he was waiting for the right moment to sail after Darkfell. My people were ready for him. He will not win.
Oh, I don't know how I feel about that. Part of me hates Lionel, the same part of me that loves Nemeth. But Leos is my home. My sister is its queen. A small part of me still wants them to win, resents the idea that they might lose to Darkfell. But then I remind myself that Irin wanted Nemeth killed, and all of my hesitation falls away. You're not mad I didn't say anything? He shakes his head, rubbing my hands.
I know what it is like. You and I come from very different peoples who have set expectations upon us.
His expression grows vague, sad.
I am certain there will be other things that arise that we have kept from one another.
Is he referring to the baby? The fact that the knife says that I have Felian blood in my veins?
But come, let us see who is in this settlement. If they try to attack, I will fly out of reach. You will be safe. They would not dare harm their princess.
He pulls me to my feet atop the rock.
And we need supplies.
Chapter 50. My head is full of the old stories as we approach the village. Every Vestalin knows all the stories of those that lived in the tower, of the royal offerings from times past. I think of all the tales of those that left the tower early, and the angry mobs that met them. I used to side with the angry villagers, too. What sort of selfish piece of dragon shite would abandon the tower, knowing they were condemning the entire world to famine and flood? But now I am that selfish piece of dragon shite, and I really do not want to be killed by pitchfork-wielding villagers. We wear our heavy cloaks despite the steamy heat of the afternoon, just so we can try to hide Nemeth's wings until the last moment. I keep my magical blade tight in my hand, just in case I need to stab someone for threatening my mate. All my worry is for nothing. The village is deserted. No one comes out to greet us. The fields we pass are fallow and overgrown with weeds. There are no cattle, no dogs, not even a single scurrying rat to cross the muddy streets. There are no crops, and the only vegetation, other than weeds, is a sapling at the far end of town. It's completely empty, and what's worse, it looks as if it's been empty for a while. The thatched roofs are falling in, and a broken cart in the middle of the street looks long abandoned. There won't be any food here. In a way, I'm relieved. Nemeth lowers his hood, exposing the sharp planes of his gray face and his horns, so there must be no one here to see that he's Felian.
Abandoned.
Looks like, I agree, and gesture at the 3 small altars to the gods nearby. They're overgrown and covered in wind-blown dirt, just like the last ones. I don't think whoever lived here left recently, either.
Then they won't mind if we search for food, Nemeth tells me. Let's check these houses for anything we can use.
It feels wrong to even consider it, but I know he's being practical. If it was left behind, it's fair game. Our supplies must be running lower than I thought. It starts to rain again, a heavy downpour, and we wordlessly split up to look around. I duck into the first house. I would have called it a hovel back in my court days, but I've got a new appreciation for rough living after my time in the tower. Despite the fact that these people didn't have much, everything is put away. There are no plates on the table, and the lone, sad-looking bed is made. There's no food to be found either. I check in every pot. I check the root cellar. Nothing. The next house is much the same, and bewildered I head out to find Nemeth. He stands in the center of the cluster of houses, despite the heavy rain, his gaze thoughtful. "There's nothing here," I say to him as I approach. I pull my hood over my head, annoyed by the constant rain pattering on my face. No food, no people. They didn't leave in a hurry either. They're just gone. He gives me an uneasy look.
I found something.
Uh-oh. I don't like that expression on his face. "What?" I ask warily. "What is it?"
Come,
he says, putting a hand on my shoulder to steer me.
and stay close.
Oh no. He leads me to the edge of the small settlement, and the rain keeps coming down harder. Everything around us is turning into one big muddy puddle, but that can't be the reason everyone left. The worry of it keeps turning over in my mind, and I'm so focused on trying to understand the problem that it takes me a moment to realize Nemeth has paused. I look up and gasp. What I thought was a sad-looking tree at the edge of town isn't a tree at all. It's a large stake, and spitted upon it is the desiccated corpse of a Felian. His wings have been cut off, and the remnants of his kilt flutter in the breeze. The stake has been lodged between his thighs, and the tip of it protrudes from his mouth, his head bent backward, his horns shorn off. I have no words. I just stare.
I guess that answers if I'll be welcome or not,
Nemeth says in a low voice. "Gods," I whisper, clutching my knife tightly. "Who would do this?"
Leosians, obviously.
His tone is hard.
Who else?
But why? I want to ask. Why be so cruel? But I know the answer already. If the supposedly erudite, learned courts of Leos considered the Felians devils and pure evil, what must the crude, uneducated villages think? They wouldn't stop to ask if a Felian was lost or needed help. They'd kill first and ask questions later. Then again, how do I know he was lost and looking for help? Maybe he came here to attack and was dispatched by the village. Am I automatically just assuming the Felian is kind and understanding because of Nemeth? Maybe I'm more of a traitor than I thought. It continues to rain on us for the rest of the day. After the discovery of the dead Felian, the only person we've seen dead or alive, we don't want to stay near the abandoned village. We walk on. Even though the weather is unpleasant, it continues to grow even more unpleasant throughout the day. The rain falling so heavily at one point that I can't see farther than my outstretched hand. My teeth chatter with the cold, and walking becomes even more of a chore. The mud so thick it sucks at my feet. Everything around us has turned into a swamp. This has to be the goddess's wrath. Just like my knife said, she's angry and she's taking it out on the world around us. Horrible guilt sweeps through me, and I want to cry. Except I don't want to add to the wetness falling from the sky. I'll cry when I'm nice and dry and relaxed, I tell myself. That night, we sleep out in the open because there's nowhere else to go. It rains on us the entire time, and even though Nemeth spreads a wing protectively over me, I'm already soaked to the bone. It's the most miserable night I've ever spent. And when it continues to pour rain in the morning, I dread taking one more step in my soaked shoes.
Our food supplies are soaked,
Nemeth tells me as he hands over a strip of bloated jerky.
The vegetables are going to rot if this keeps up. Actually, everything will.
I stare at the bit of grayish jerky, and my stomach gives a queasy flip. Before I can hand it back, my mouth fills with saliva. I have just enough time to turn my head and bend over before the contents of my stomach come up. Nemeth wraps a strong arm around my waist, holding me so I don't collapse in the mud. It takes forever for the vomiting to cease, and when it does, I'm left weak and shaky.
Kandra?
Nemeth asks, worry in his voice.
Are you all right?
I manage a nod. I'm fine. I don't think I can eat, though. My stomach roils at the thought. Maybe just some water? He holds me while I sip and wash my mouth out. It takes several minutes for the nausea to abate, but then I feel much better. I straighten and give Nemeth a weary smile. Shall we keep going?
You're sick, aren't you?
No, I'm okay.
Kandra, don't lie to me. Is it your potion? Is it not working as it should?
The look on his face is frantic.
Do you need another dose?
I shake my head. It's not the potion. I don't want to eat water-bloated food supplies.
That might be all we have left soon.
He glances up at the sky.
This rain is never ending.
It's because the goddess is angry. She's punishing the world because we left the tower. Maybe she's going to rain us right out of our cities and sweep us all out to sea. Never mind that we didn't want to leave until we had to. Let's keep going.
I'm worried about you, Milatan.
Nemeth doesn't let go of me.
If you're sick...
I'm sure it's just the weather. I lie. I need to ask my knife questions to make sure Nemeth won't be upset that I'm pregnant. I don't want him to feel I lied or that I'm using him. Or worse, trapping him at my side. I have to tell him today, for better or worse. I just need to find the right moment. Not right now, I decide. I need to gather my courage first. Because if Nemeth is furious with me, I don't know what I'll do. We find another abandoned town close to sunset. This one is bigger than the last, but just as empty. We call out, looking for anyone that lives nearby, but our searching is fruitless. The only thing we find is a recently deceased cow, stiff legs stuck in the mud. It looks skinny and unhealthy enough that we avoid going near it. The one bright point in this town? No dead Felians. Nemeth picks out a small house in the midst of a cluster of houses. It's got a decent thatched roof, and when we step inside, the never-ending rain isn't pouring from the ceiling.
We'll stay here tonight,
he tells me. I'm too tired and soaked to protest. As weird as it is to think of spending the evening in a stranger's bed, it's warm and dry, and that's all I care about. Nemeth barricades the door and covers the windows, latching the creaky wooden shutters. Strangely enough, I find being boxed in like this comforting. It reminds me a bit of the tower and its thick, impenetrable walls.
We can't make a fire tonight, Kandra,
my mate tells me.
With our luck, the rain would clear and then everyone would see our chimney smoking.
He digs through a trunk at the foot of one of the beds.
There are plenty of blankets, though. We can spread out our clothes and hope they dry a bit.
I don't need to be told twice. As Nemeth pulls out one of his lamps and taps it to turn it on, I strip off my soaked layers. The room is frigid. 2 days of rain has made the air chilly and unpleasant, and I shiver as I wrap myself in a musty wool blanket. I sit on the bed and watch as Nemeth spreads out our possessions around the cottage, trying to dry out everything. Our foodstuffs are a pathetically small bundle, but I know from checking the cottages that there's no food here. There's no food anywhere. As if he can read my mind, Nemeth comes to my side with the sodden bit of traveling cake, full of the last of our nuts. He holds it out to me.
Eat this. You haven't eaten all day.
Neither have you, I point out, but I take it from him. The traveling cake is wet and unpleasant in my hand, and I wrinkle my nose. I don't want to eat it, but I know I have to eat something. Without food in my stomach, my medicine will make me dizzy. And I'm carrying a child. Gingerly, I take a small, mushy bite. Yum, yum. Satisfied that I'm eating, he turns back to the table and continues spreading out our supplies to dry.
It'll be less wet in the morning, but you can't wait that long between meals. This is hard enough on you as it is.
On me? We're in this together. It's hard for both of us. I eye him skeptically as I take another wet bite. Do you think everyone's gone because of the war? Nemeth pauses, thinking.
It seems doubtful. A benevolent ruler might let his people know that they'd be safe behind the protected wall of his capital. Does that seem like something Lionel would do?
Lionel? Benevolent? The thought is ludicrous. I once watched Lionel grind a piece of crust under his boot just so the poor wouldn't have a scrap from the king's plate.
So, that's a no?
Nemeth turns to me with a wry look. It's definitely a no. I glance around me at the small house. It's no more than 2 rooms, but they're tidy rooms. Whoever lived here before was proud of their home. The wooden shutters over the windows are carved, and the quilt on the bed is clearly the result of many hours of tedious work. Why would someone leave their home behind, with all their things?
Perhaps they did not have a choice.
Nemeth shrugs off his cloak and hangs it over the back of a chair. So, that has to be the war, right?
If the war called up the men, why are the women and children not here? Where are the elders, the infirm?
Nemeth shakes his head.
Something has happened, and everyone has left this place behind.
If I didn't know better, I'd say it's the rains, I grumble, hugging the blanket closer to my chest. Nothing can grow in the fields when everything's a mud pit. But the goddess wouldn't have cast her wrath down on anyone until we left the tower, and that was just a few days ago. These people have been gone for a while. I run my finger on the edge of the bed frame, and the dust there. Maybe it's food. Remember the men that came to the tower? Nemeth turns and arches a brow at me. His scarred wing flicks.
I have not forgotten.
Right, sorry. I give him an apologetic little smile. I'm just thinking out loud.
I like hearing it. Your voice is always a pleasant one.
He moves to the far side of the table and unhooks his belt, removing his sodden kilt.
Continue.
I watch him undress, distracted. Those men came looking for food. They knew we had some and were willing to try and steal it from us. And then after that, we got no supplies. Maybe there was no food to bring us. Maybe everyone's been hungry and that's why they're all gone. Nemeth considers for a moment.
War would definitely slow down trade, and if there was a blockade, I could see food not getting through. And then we have the weather.
He wrings out the edge of his cloak, and water splatters all over the floor.
But if that's what has happened, where did all these people flee to in the hopes that they would be fed?
I think. They would assume the capital has food. That's where I'd go. Just show up, and even if the king won't feed me, I'd hope someone else would. My sister Erin is always complaining that there are people showing up from far-flung countries with their hands out. His brow furrows.
Your sister does not sound much better than her husband.
At times, she really doesn't. I know it's because she's trying to see the big picture instead of individuals, that the more people that show up at the castle needing handouts, that it puts a strain on resources. But sometimes you have to think with your heart and not your head. I think about the poison Erin sent me to use on Nemeth, and wonder if she's locked her heart away permanently. If so, that's a sad thing for a ruler. She's probably not as bad as I make her sound. I hope. Chapter 51. Nemeth glances at our surroundings. His wings give an agitated little shiver, and then he folds them tightly against his back.
This roof seems to have held together, and this cottage is comfortable enough for you, isn't it?
He touches the high back of one of the wooden chairs.
There's no seating for those with wings, but I imagine for a human it's quite cozy.
His gaze slides to me.
Perhaps you need to stay here for a few days, while I travel ahead and hunt some supplies.
What? No, absolutely not.
Be reasonable, Kendra.
Nemeth crosses the room and crouches at my side. He takes my hands in his larger ones.
This travel is unpleasant, and you're not as strong as me. If it's miserable for me, I can only imagine how awful it is for you.
He rubs my hands, gazing into my eyes.
I could leave the foodstuffs with you, and you would have to administer your potion yourself for a time, but...
I shake my head. No, Nemeth, you can't leave me. I'm the only chance you've got. Think of what they did to the Felian at the last village. He grimaces.
I haven't forgotten. But I could slide through shadows, steal from people if they won't welcome me.
And then you'll be as bad as the rumors make Felians sound. No, we're a team, remember? We're doing all of this together. I hold tight to his hands, squeeze them as if I can force my opinion on him. If you leave me behind, I will never, ever forgive you. So get that thought out of your head.
Kendra, he says softly, you are sick. I won't let this travel kill you. That would destroy me.
Is that what this is, then? Because I threw up this morning, now he wants to leave me behind? Telling him the truth might further convince him that I need to remain behind, but I see the worry and stress on his face. If nothing else, maybe I can take some of that away. Actually, we do need to talk. We need to have a long discussion and compare notes. He tilts his head, curious.
Compare notes? About what?
About Ravendor? About your ancestors? About my ancestors? He tries to pull his hands free from mine.
Kendra, now is not the time for a history lesson.
I shake my head, clinging to his hands and refusing to let go. Just humor me, all right? I swear I've got a point, and we're not going anywhere tonight. So come lie down with me and tell me the Felian version of Ravendor Vestalin.
Kendra.
Please, it's very important. Nemeth rubs his jaw, and it's clear he wants to keep arguing with me. Or rather, keep trying to convince me to stay behind in this little cottage. He looks around, and then goes to the door, checking the bar over it one more time, and then shoving a chair under the handle to reinforce it. After that, he comes and sits uncomfortably on the edge of the narrow bed. Lie down, I tell him. You'll be more comfortable.
This bed isn't big enough for both of us,
he protests. Then I'll lie atop you. I beam at him as if this is the most simple of answers. His cock twitches in response, and I know I've won. With an annoyed but defeated expression, Nemeth lies back upon the bed, stretching out. It's a hay-tick mattress and not as comfortable as the down ones we had in the tower, so I know it's difficult for him to get comfortable. Once he settles his large body in, I climb over his bulk and sprawl across him. Nemeth immediately puts his hands on my hips and settles me in place, the tip of his hardening cock brushing between my spread thighs.
You're doing this to distract me, aren't you?
I'm not, I promise, and you're the one that's putting me in the most distracting spot. I wriggle in place, deliberately rubbing against his shaft, and then folding my hands over his chest and propping my chin up on them. I promise to be very still. Now tell me the story. His eyes narrow, and he watches me for a long moment, as if trying to determine my goal. His hand goes to my hair, still damp from the weather, and he twines a lock around one finger.
Let me think.
Don't hurt yourself. He tugs on the strand of hair, a reluctant smile curving his mouth at my teasing.
Naughty thing.
One hand slides down my back, his fingers trailing over my spine.
Let me think. I don't know that you'll like the story.
I don't expect to like it. I just want to hear it. I imagine the Felian version of events is very different from the human one. He chuckles. His expression turns vague, and he thinks for a moment.
It starts, I suppose, at the beginning of time. The gods created their children and placed them upon the world to live. Humans, being the dirt crawlers made from clay, were given the mountains.
Hey! I thump his chest, insulted. Dirt crawlers? Seriously?
This is the Felian version of events, he reminds me. It's not going to be flattering. Do you wish to hear this or not?
I scowl at him. I do. Fine, go on. He clears his throat loudly and obviously, making me snort with amusement.
As I was saying, the dirt crawler humans lived under the mountains, as they were most comfortable being clasped in the earth that they had been brought from. The children of the Grey God were crafted from the clouds and the skies, and so they lived above, in the fields full of sunshine and warmth.
I try not to frown. Humans lived under the mountains? This is new to me. Why would humans live underground?
Why do you think a winged people do?
He replies, and taps his fingers on my arm.
I am getting to that part.
Oh, I never realized how very impractical it would be for a winged people to live underground. What he says makes sense in a disturbing sort of way. Our legends say that humans were built of clay to be adaptable, to change quickly. Not that we were from the earth itself. That the absent God decided to create one last thing before he left, and so he took all the goodness in the world and pushed them into the clay, and that made humans. Our legends also say that the Grey God was jealous and took all the evils in the world and made them into a race of his own, the Felians. Nemeth isn't evil, though, and I know Lionel certainly isn't good, so clearly the stories have spun away from their origins over time. When I don't interrupt again, Nemeth continues.
Humans saw how happy the Felians, back when we were just called the Sky People, were in their home. They resented how free we were, how the sun warmed us when we flew. The humans came and demanded that the Sky People trade places with them, that humans should have the above ground and the Sky People below. Naturally, we refused, and a war began. The war continued for 100 years, and neither side was willing to give. Then a human more cunning than the others began to lead the humans. Her name was Ravendor, and she was a mercenary sellsword who first fought for the Sky People, acting as a spy amongst her people. Then, she decided she could have more power amongst the humans, so she betrayed her employers and used their magical weapons in battle. She conquered the Alabaster Citadel, which was supposed to be a neutral place dedicated to all the gods, and claimed it for humankind. The goddess was upset and decided she wanted the war to end. Both parties were never going to see eye to eye, so she decided that the best thing would be for them to come to care for one another. She insisted that Ravendor, the leader of the humans, and Azamanth, the king of the Sky People, enter into a truce. She split the land in 2 continents, and between them she erected a tower. Ravendor and Azamanth were bidden to enter, and not return until they were ready to give truce.
And let me guess, I interject. 7 years passed, and when they came out, Ravendor and Azamanth were in love, yes? Nemeth grins at me, his fingers trailing over my spine.
Something like that. At least, Azamanth believed himself to be in love with Ravendor. I'm told she was charming and beautiful, and if you are of her line, I can believe that.
I want to preen at his praise, but I know he's getting to the uncomfortable parts, so I gesture that he should continue instead. So what happened after they left the tower?
There was peace for a time.
His expression grows thoughtful, his fingers slowing as he caresses my back.
Everyone lived in harmony outside of the mountains, sky people and human together. Ravendor had 4 children by Azimuth, 2 with wings and 2 without, 2 born inside the tower and 2 out. Eventually the humans became dissatisfied with living with the sky people. Why should they share what was rightfully theirs? And so they whispered things into Ravendor's ear until she acted.
I know this part. He mentioned it before. She killed her mate.
Aye,
Nemeth sighs, the sound heavy and defeated.
She slew Azimuth and drove his people from the kingdom. Anyone with wings was not welcome in Ravendor's land. Azimuth had a younger brother, Abaddon. He stole the 2 winged children from Ravendor and retreated with what remained of his people deep into the mountains, across the channel, and established the kingdom of Darkfell. The princes of the first house are the descendants of Abaddon and Azimuth's half-blooded children, though 1,000 generations have passed. Abaddon swore to avenge his brother's death, and ever since, Darkfell has not trusted a human for betraying them and stealing their lands. The goddess was furious with Ravendor's betrayal and the destruction of peace. She confronted both the absent god and the grey god, and told them of the humans' misdeeds. The absent god turned his face away from his children, and the golden moon goddess and the grey god withheld their names from the people. We're no longer allowed to use them, and so our prayers are dulled because we cannot beseech them by name. The land is cursed, and the line of Ravendor and the line of Darkfell must return to the tower over and over again, or the goddess's wrath will be swift. And that is the end of the story. Does it satisfy you?
It's a terrible story, one that paints the humans as the monsters. Ours is really different.
I remember. You told me once.
His hands continue to stroke my skin, petting me.
Ravendor was a saintly hero and saved the humans from the big bad Felians. That is your version, yes?
More or less.
And which do you think is more likely?
There's no judgment in his tone, just genuine curiosity. My guess is that the truth is somewhere in the middle, I admit. The humans weren't innocent saints, and the Felians weren't martyrs. Everyone was probably fighting over land and resources, because it's the same thing everyone's fighting over now.
Why the interest in the old stories?
Nemeth asks, his gaze seeking mine.
Why do you care about Ravendor or the House of Darkfell?
My throat closes up. I don't want to tell him. He said he didn't want children, that they were a complication he was glad not to have. Yet I can't let him continue to worry over my health. I certainly can't let him leave me behind, thinking he's doing it for my own good. Do you love me, Nemeth?
How can you ask that? You know the answer.
His eyes narrow as he studies me.
You think my feelings would change the moment I leave the tower? Like Ravendor?
The parallels between Ravendor's story and my fate are a little worrisome, but I push those thoughts aside. I wanted to hear more about the children that they had, Ravendor and Azimuth.
They aren't mentioned except in context of the larger story. Why?
Because I'm pregnant, I blurt out, and I'm not supposed to be. Chapter 52. Nemeth's hands go still. He freezes under me, his expression unchanging. For a long moment, I don't dare breathe. His hands slide up my arms, and then he grips my shoulders tight.
What do you mean, you're pregnant?
I've been told all my life that I can't get pregnant, that because of the blood curse, that I'm infertile. But I haven't had my period in weeks now, and I'm sick in the mornings. My stomach is hard, just like Erin's was when she found out she was pregnant with Lionel. When he continues to stare at me in disbelief, I add, I asked the knife and it said I was pregnant. He's utterly silent. As the moments slide past, my skin prickles with discomfort.
How long have you known?
I know the calm in his voice. He's angry. So angry. My heart feels as if it is stopped in my chest. Since we were in the tower. Those accusing eyes widen.
And you're just now telling me?
I know I've done wrong. I sit up higher, determined to somehow explain away the guilt I'm feeling. I didn't want you to feel as if I was manipulating you, trapping you into being with me. I babble, frantic. I know you don't want this. I didn't even know it was possible.
And yet you let me take you from the tower, knowing that the goddess's wrath might fall upon us both.
Because I want to stay with you, I cry. I can't let you leave me behind. I want to face the future together.
Except you didn't want to tell me you were pregnant with my child, he bites out, until you were going to be left behind once more. You're using it as a game piece, trying to outmaneuver me.
I'm not, I declare hotly. I'm offended by his words, more so because I understand exactly how he's feeling. In a way, I'm feeling just as betrayed as he is. I've been told lies all my life, and now I'm reaping the consequences. But he's looking at me with such accusation that I can't stand it. I want to defend myself, to make him realize I'm not trying to deceive. Instead, what comes out is even worse. You weren't exactly clamoring to come on my belly, I accuse, near tears. This is all going horribly wrong. You wanted to give me your knot. He rears up under me, trying to get to his feet.
Because I thought it was safe.
I thought so too. All my life I've been told that I'm useless and barren, that I meant nothing, that I'm the worst of my bloodline because I am a dead end, a loose thread that goes nowhere. How do you think I feel? The records are clear that Ravendor's descendants with the blood curse never have children, and yet here I am, pregnant. It's obvious that it's because you're Felian.
How is that the obvious reason?
I wasn't a virgin when we got together, Nemeth. I haven't saved myself for marriage. Why bother when I'm barren? I've had more than my fair share of lovers at court.
I don't want to hear about your past lovers.
His eyes darken, his expression growing intense. And not a single one of them has ever gotten me pregnant. I want to grab him by his shoulders and shake him, to make him understand. You said you could move through shadows with me, right? And that it felt different this last time? And you didn't know why you could do it either. It's because of me. My blood. Ravendor's story must have some seed of truth in it, because I have Felian blood in my veins. And maybe that's what's poisoning me. Maybe that's what's allowing me to become pregnant with your child. I don't know. I don't have the answers. I'm babbling, but I can't seem to stop. I just need him to know, need him to understand. All I know is that I love you, and I'm terrified you're going to hate me now because you never wanted children.
Shh, Nemeth tells me. He wraps his arms around me, and then a moment later his wings slither out from under his back and envelop both of us in a cocoon. Calm yourself, Kendra.
I'm not trying to deceive you, I choke. I just don't know what to do. I don't want you to stop loving me because of a child I didn't know we could have.
Love, Miletan, please. He brushes gentle fingers over my cheeks, and I realize belatedly that they're wet. I'm crying after all. A child doesn't change how I feel about you. You could shove a knife between my ribs and I would still look at you with adoration, because you're my mate. We are not Ravendor and Azamanth. He searches my gaze. I never said I did not want children, Kendra. just that they are a complication.
What do you mean, a complication? Nemeth pauses and then chuckles.
I think our story is complicated enough already, don't you?
He's got a point. I manage a wobbly smile. It's certainly not getting any easier. He strokes his knuckles over my cheek again, wiping away my tears. The look on his face is incredibly tender.
How are you certain you have Felian blood?
I asked the knife. I didn't understand how I was pregnant, and I wondered if that was why. Maybe I have more Felian in me than others in the Vestalin bloodline, and that's why I'm cursed. Maybe the two bloods don't get along.
Maybe you have magic, Nemeth says softly. Felian magic.
I snort at that. I don't even know how to answer that. There's no way I have Felian magic. If I did, I certainly wouldn't have eaten cold turnips for half a year because I ran out of firewood. He's not laughing with me, though. Nemeth looks very serious.
Just because you haven't been taught doesn't mean you don't have magic in your blood. Every Felian is born with it. If you have Felian blood, perhaps you have Felian magic, too.
He honestly thinks I have magic? How would I have magic?
There are ways to tell. Tests. Trials.
Nemeth looks gravely concerned.
A human with magic is what a Felian fears most. It's our edge against your rapaciousness and cruelty.
By the gods, he's making me sound like a monster. I'm stung. It's not quite an accusation, but it's close. Then use your magic and give me one of these tests. I can show you that I don't have any. If I did, do you think I'd take a potion daily that would make me feel like absolute garbage? Do you think I'd suffer through the illness that comes with a skipped dose? Or would I just wave a hand and cure myself? His hard mouth twitches.
That's not how magic works.
How would I know? I explode, indignant. I'm a bloody human. Even if I had Felian magic in my veins, who's going to teach it to me? The humans at court couldn't magic their way out of a goat pen. Nemeth rubs my arm.
You're right. I'm not saying you do. I'm just worried things are growing more complicated. If we have to go back to my people, I don't want to give them cause to cast you out.
He pauses, and then adds,
I won't let them cast you out.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that, then. I give him a mock pout. I shall be very cross if that happens. He laughs, his expression more like the Nemeth I know.
Cross, eh?
Excessively. His smile eases some of my worry. I am sorry, you know. It wasn't as if I was trying to get pregnant. I've been told all my life it's impossible, and yet here I am. I should be thrilled that I'm not barren, since that's apparently supposed to be the worst thing ever for a Vestalin woman. And instead of being excited, I feel vaguely betrayed, like everything I've been told is a lie. Nemeth rubs my arm again.
I understand.
His gaze strays to my stomach.
You're certain?
The knife gave me a yes answer, so it must be true, right?
Aye. Its magic won't let it lie to you.
I tilt my head, studying him. Other than creating a spark of fire with a snap of his fingers, Nemeth hasn't done a lot of magic in front of me. But he makes it sound like all Felians are brimming with magic energy. Do you have lots of magic yourself?
I should. Most Felians are taught spells from the time they begin schooling into adulthood. But because of who I am, I wasn't allowed to learn anything that wasn't deemed essential.
Who are you? I'm puzzled.
The son of the first house bound for the tower. They worried anything I knew might be shared with humans. They would rather keep it secret than risk teaching me.
A bitter smile curves his mouth.
So, I know less than most children.
I rub his chest to offer sympathy. I know what it's like to be coddled because of who and what you are. What kind of magic were you allowed then?
Small things. Fire spells, light spells, communication spells.
Communication spells? I ask, my skin prickling with awareness. I'd forgotten that he was communicating back home. Remind me what you've been communicating about again? An uneasy look crosses his face.
Kandra, get dressed.
He sits upright, his wings sliding off our naked bodies, and then he untangles himself from the bed, dumping me on the far side of the mattress. A moment later, he melts into the shadows, disappearing. Just like that, I'm alone. Dragon shite! You do not get to end a conversation like that! I pound a fist on the mattress. Come back here, Nemeth! He doesn't come back, though. There's no one in the hut but me. I'm so annoyed with him that I jerk to my feet, grabbing at my wet chemise that's spread out on the nearby table. The moment I stand, though, darkness creeps in at the edges of my gaze. My stomach turns and my skin gets clammy. Oh no, this has happened before, when my dose is wrong for my medicine, or I take it and I haven't eaten enough. Dragon shite. I'm going to faint. The realization hits me a moment before I go completely under. I wake up sometime later to my ass on the cold floor, a blanket tossed over me, and the sounds of eating. Disoriented, I open my eyes and roll over to look at Nemeth, who must be ravenously devouring a meal, only to find that it's not Nemeth at all. Two strangers stand with their backs to me, eating what is left of our foodstuff spread out on the table. I glance around the cottage quickly, but I don't see Nemeth. The front door hangs open, and one of the pretty window shutters has been destroyed, likely from an axe. Our drying clothes have been scattered about the cottage, no doubt tossed aside when the thieves entered, and I'm only wearing a blanket. I clutch it to myself tighter, bewildered as I sit up. Dizziness assails me again, along with nausea. I have to lie back down or else I'm going to pass out again. Water, please? The men turn around and I wonder if they're going to kill me. But right now I'm feeling so lousy, I might welcome a quick death. I groan as another wave of nausea hits, and to my surprise, someone lifts my head and puts a cup to my lips.
Here, drink slowly.
Taking small sips, I'm relieved that it helps the nausea disappear. I continue to drink, and as I do, I watch the men. Both of them are of an indeterminate age, their faces unshaven and dirty. They're incredibly thin, and their clothing is ragged and faded. One is wearing a torn cloak that has the symbol of Castle Leos's guards, but perhaps they stole it, like they're currently stealing the last of our food. I don't see Nemeth anywhere. Has he abandoned me? He wouldn't. He loves me. Something must have happened. Worry makes my nausea flare again, and I swallow hard.
Can you sit up?
One of the men asks, a concerned look on his face. They're being decent, despite the fact that they just ate the last of our food. They even covered me in a blanket. I manage to nod and struggle to sit upright. Who are you? Might ask the same question of you, one of the men says, licking crumbs off his fingers. The answer is an obvious one. I was looking for food. My supplies are almost gone. I eye the table, where nothing remains. Are gone? He glances at the doorway, and I'm dismayed when a third man joins them. The newcomer looks just as thin and unkempt as the others, but this one watches me with a burning gaze, as if he could stare holes through the blanket covering my nudity. He's got a long blonde beard with 2 braids in the scraggly ends, and he strokes those braids as he sits down in one of the chairs, his muddy boots tracking all over the floor. No one else. All 3 men focus on me again, their gazes skeptical and wary.
You're here alone,
one asks. The implication in the man's tone is obvious. What's a weak, soft thing like you doing here alone? I don't want to tell them about Nemeth, so I decide to edge closer to the truth again. I had a companion with me, but I think he left, abandoned me when I got sick from hunger.
The first man grunts, satisfied. Happens a lot nowadays.
Even to a princess, says the one with the braided beard. I stiffen, clutching the blanket tight. The other men eye me speculatively. I didn't say I was a princess. He gestures at my hair. You got the dark hair and the green eyes like the queen. What do I say to that? I lick my lips, silent. My name's Kendra, I finally say, since I can't seem to get the upper hand. You're right. He narrows his gaze at me. You're the one that's supposed to be in the tower. The room feels positively chilly, their stares blistering. That tells me everything I need to know. Nope, I say brightly. I'm the sick one. You'll find vials of my medicine on the table there. Mary-Lise is the one that's in the tower, even now. The two relax, but the one with the long beard continues to stroke it, eyeing me thoughtfully. Thought she died. You heard wrong. I hugged her goodbye even as she stepped into the tower. I sell the lie with a determined expression. I think I would know if my sister was dead. I hope they don't ask more questions. I hope no one points out that the weather is awful, even now it's raining again, and that I've been gone from court for years. But the one that offered me water grunts, gesturing over at the table.
She's right about the medicine. I tried to drink one. Wasn't sure if it was food or not. Tastes like shit.
It's injected, I say helpfully. My kit is in my bag. The medicine keeps me alive.
There are 2 left, he says. That should last you a time, yes?
2 left? That's it? There were 5 yesterday. They must have destroyed more than they're letting on. And one of the men looks so guilty, I wonder if that's the case. I see.
If you're the princess, you should go with us to the capital, one says suddenly. We'll be rewarded for bringing you home safely.
The other 2 perk up.
Rewarded? She's a princess, isn't she? Rewarded, he claims, nodding to himself.
Now they all watch me with speculative looks, no doubt seeing gold coins and feasts dancing in front of their eyes. Part of me wants to cry out that I can't leave without Nemeth, but the survival instinct in me is strong, and I need more potion. Yes, I need to return to the castle. Please take me. It's settled, then. We leave in the morning. The braided beard smiles. To think we've been lucky enough to stumble upon a princess. It's your lucky day, I agree, and my unlucky one. Chapter 53. I'm allowed a few moments alone to quickly dress, and then one of the men sits with me at all times. They go through our bags, rifling through the small amount of possessions we took with us from the tower. The magical globe in its case is tossed aside, the case emptied, and one of the men throws his filthy satchel inside it. My knife is snatched and claimed by Braidbeard, tucked into his pocket. I don't say anything, because if I tell them that they're magical instruments, I'll be looked at with suspicion. They tear through everything we have, looking for food or things to barter, and when the bag doesn't provide much, they hunt through the house and then the rest of the village again. There's no sign of Nemeth at all, and my heart grows heavier by the hour. I learn a bit about the men. The 2 brothers are Jarvo and Korlath. Braidbeard is their unofficial leader, and his name is Saemon. Even though they're wearing filthy guard uniforms, they're not from the army. They claim to have found the uniforms nearby and borrowed them, as their clothes were rotting. Outside, they have 2 skinny ponies that eat weeds and moss and whatever they can find. It seems we'll be riding back to Castle Leos. Lucky me. Saemon watches me closely as I give myself my potion. Out of the three, he unnerves me the most. He's constantly calculating, gazing at me as if trying to assess how he can profit from my presence. I wish I'd dyed my hair before abandoning the tower. The dark locks give me away every time, because they're proof of my Vestalin heritage and the Felian blood, it seems. I contemplate giving myself a half-dose of potion to make the 2 vials last longer, but in the end I go with the full dose. I'll need my strength if we're going to be traveling via horseback, and if we're truly heading for Casalios, then I can get more of my potion there. So I give myself the full amount and fold my arm as I've been taught, so the potion will flood through my veins faster. My head swims with the onset of it, and I feel dizzy without anything in my stomach. Is it true that you're cursed? I glance over at Seaman. If you mean do I have the Vestalin blood sickness, yes, but it's not catching. Heard you're barren. My ears prickle at that, and I glance at him from under my lashes. I don't answer, wondering where this is going. Heard that you won't get pregnant no matter how many men you take between your thighs, he continues slowly. That true? Ah, so that's where this is going. I am a woman alone, so I must need some fool with a dick and balls to take care of me, and naturally that means I'm ripe for the raping. My, you sure seem to have a lot of information for someone who claims to have never been to the palace. Are you sure you're not a deserter? I smile sweetly at him. I've heard there are ever so many of them roaming the countryside. He narrows his eyes at me. You're lucky you're a princess. Lots of men have been looking for a woman to comfort them for a while. Comfort them? What about the woman's comfort? It takes everything I have not to make a face. I suppose I am, I continue blithely. It should be very upsetting to my sister the queen should anything happen to me. I can play the game of veiled threats too. He picks at his nails with my magical knife, and I have to resist the urge to snatch it out of his hands. How did you say you ended up out here alone? Seaman asks again. I didn't. How did you say you ended up out here? I didn't. Exactly. We stare at each other in a silent battle of wills, unwilling to bend. Get some sleep, princess, Seaman finally says in a low, deadly voice. You'll need your strength for riding tomorrow. I wrap a blanket around my wrinkled dress like a queen and lift my chin. I'm taking the bed. Wake me up when we leave in the morning. And if you find food, I expect it to be shared 4 ways, since you've eaten the last of mine. Of course, Seaman says, but there's no food anywhere. That's why we're going to the capital. He pauses and slyly adds, That's why you're valuable to us. I'm sure I am. If there truly is a food shortage, no one's going to give their food to a few miscreants. They need me far more than I need them. And then I think about the last vial of my potion, and how dangerous a position that puts me in. All right, if they've got horses and they know the way to the capital, I need them too. But what of Nemeth? Where has my Felian mate gone? Why has he abandoned me? Or has something happened to him? I barely sleep that night. I'm too alert, watching the men as they take turns with the watch. I keep expecting one of them to attack me, or for them to murder me in my sleep because I'm the piece of dragon shite that left the tower, and they've finally put it all together. I want to run away, to go find Nemeth, but they never give me a moment alone. There's no opportunity to slip away. Dawn approaches, and when everyone rouses, they check through my bags one last time, looking for missed food. When they find nothing, they decide to keep my dresses and belongings. Just in case, Jarvo says. Might need to trade it at the next village. It belongs to me, I point out, irritated. Why are you stealing from a princess? Because we need it far more than you do, Seaman replies. And when you're home, if you still want your sad, wrinkled dresses back, I'll give them to you. He smiles tightly. Until then, they go into the pool of trade items if we run into someone that has food. Great, I say flatly. I'm as hungry as the next person. Hungrier since they ate what I had and didn't share it. I want to tell them to piss off and be on their way. But with one dose of potion left and no Nemeth, I don't have a choice. I have to go with them. The unease I've been trying to tamp down flares, and I dig my nails into my palms. There's no sign of Nemeth. He'd come after me if he could. Has he been hurt? Wounded? Did these jerks stake him outside of town like the Felian at the other village? For a moment, my chest fills with so much pain that I can't breathe. I have to find him. I have to. It starts to rain again, and my thoughts fill with panic. Nemeth can't slide into shadows if there's rain, can he? He can't slide if there's anything that could interrupt. What if he's bleeding out somewhere? What if these men killed him and I'm going along with them blindly? We head outside, the rain drenching my hair in a heartbeat, and I look around for gray wings and sleek horns. But he's nowhere. On the horse, princess, Seaman says. Actually, you know what? I've changed my mind, I say, clutching the bag of needles and my last remaining potion. I think I'm going to take my chances out here. Stay in this cottage for a while and see if anyone comes by. You're coming with us, the bearded man growls, pointing at the soaked horse at his side. Get your sorry ass over here. I don't know how to ride, I protest. Then it's a good thing for you that I do. Seaman gives me an unpleasant smile. All you have to do is hold on. I cast a worried look around the village again. Everything's drenched in mud, but other than the rain, it's all so very still. Deserted. A knot forms in my throat, and I want to hitch up my skirts and just run for the hills, hoping that I'll locate Nemeth somewhere. But if he's dead, where does that leave me? Where does that leave our baby? I grab the front of my dress, wanting to touch my stomach to comfort myself, but knowing I don't dare. Seaman watches me too closely already. My lower lip trembles. I don't want to leave. I don't know that I want to even live if Nemeth has been killed. I can't do this alone. Get on the horse, princess, Seaman says again. Whoever you're waiting for isn't coming back. That's exactly what I'm worried about. I'm glad it's raining because it hides the tears that fall down my face. Stupid dragon-shite tears. I can't cry right now. I shouldn't cry. Nemeth would want me to be strong and go on. I clench my jaw, gazing up at Seaman's hated face. He extends a hand to help me mount, and I see the gleam of my pretty jeweled knife in his belt. My knife. It could tell me where Nemeth has gone and if he's still alive. My new goal in life is to get it back, no matter what it takes. So I smile sweetly and take his hand, letting him help, or rather shove, me up onto the horse's back. I sit there awkwardly, the leather saddle and the blanket underneath it, making a wet squishing sound when I'm seated. A moment later, Seaman is behind me, and he locks an arm around my waist. I stiffen, because his touch is far too casual. Don't worry, princess, he says, and leans in close enough that I can feel his hot breath on my skin. If you need someone to warm your bed at night, I'll volunteer. Disgusting. I say nothing. Instead, I look down at the bite on my hand. The bite mark from when Nemeth promised to love and care for me always. If he loves me, why isn't he here? The entire day passes without a sign of Nemeth, and my soul feels as if it's shriveling in my body. Nemeth would come for me if he could. That he hasn't tells me that something is wrong. I picture him with a wounded wing, unable to fly. I picture him melting into shadows, only to disappear forever because of some spell backfiring. I picture him slain by the very men that hold me captive right now. and my insides are ice. It doesn't matter that Seaman gropes me and whispers lewd things in my ear, things that he'd like to do to sully a princess. It doesn't matter that the rain doesn't let up for an instant, and the entire world feels like one endless wet landscape of mud. It doesn't matter that my stomach growls, and the lack of food, combined with the swaying of the horse, makes me dizzy all day long. Nothing matters anymore. Nemeth, my Nemeth, is gone. I picture his face as he reads one of his boring war poetry books, and my heart feels like lead. I think of him, the heated look in his eyes as he pushes his knot into my body. The "you can take it" he always whispers to me when I squirm against him because it's too much, the best kind of too much. I picture him 1,000 ways, and they all make me hurt so badly that I can't bear the pain. And yet I have to, because I'm carrying his baby, and our child deserves better than his mother giving up. We pass through another deserted village, and I'm forced to stay on the horse with Seaman, while Jarvo and Korloth search the town for supplies. They find nothing, but I'm not surprised. If this world is nothing but a swampy, muddy mess because of the goddess's wrath, how can anything grow? "We'll find something at the capital," is all Seaman says, and pats me on the shoulder as if I'm his answer to everything. That night we bed down in a stable, and at the far end of the stable is the carcass of a dead, rotted horse. It smells so bad my eyes water, but it's dry in here, so they won't leave. I vomit twice, then hunt my bag for an ancient sliver of soap that I packed and keep it under my nose, the thick perfume of roses drowning out the stench of decay. The men don't seem to be bothered by it, and I get sick a third time when Jarvo pokes at the dead animal, trying to see if it's edible. The next day is even worse. The coastline starts to look familiar, and the villages get closer together. They're all empty, and my heart hurts for the people of Leos. Did the war end them, or was it the lack of food? What's the capital going to look like with so many refugees flooding it? Erin must be beside herself with stress. I picture my sister, but thinking of her makes me think of her orders to kill Nemeth, and it fills me with bitter anger instead. I think of Riza and Nurse instead, of their smiling, sweet faces, and I miss them both dearly. They raised me more than my mother did, and I long for my family. Maybe Riza and Nurse will help me raise Nemeth's child. I'm yet numb as I sleep that night, and when I wake up before dawn, I find Seaman staring down at me with a wild-eyed intensity that makes me want to tug my dress higher over my breasts. "Been a long time since I've had a woman," he comments. "Been even longer since I've seen a gentleman," I retort. "I'm still waiting." I haul my damp cloak around my shoulders, wishing he'd go away. "Piss off with you." But he only laughs, and the uneasiness in my stomach grows. A bitchy princess attitude will only carry me so far, and if Seaman isn't intimidated, I know it's just a matter of time before he tries something. I hope we get to Castle Leos before he gets brave enough. Chapter 54. I didn't think it was possible for the rain to get heavier, but somehow it has. It's an absolute downpour, and the roads are nothing but muddy slicks. Everywhere I turn, water pools on the ground. The horses amble along, Jarvo and Korloth on one, and me and Seaman on the other. It's a long, miserable day, made even more miserable as we pass through several more villages, all of them empty. Each one makes my skin prickle with alarm. Where is everyone? Surely there are people left somewhere. Surely the four of us cannot be the only ones left beyond the walls of Castle Leos. I can't imagine my sister leaving there, so I imagine it is absolutely packed with refugees. If that's the case, they won't mind a few more. I scan the gloomy, wet skies, looking for signs of Nemeth, but I don't see him anywhere. The road takes us along the shore, and the beaches seem less muddy, but there are broken boards and debris along the tide line, enough for several ships. More shipwrecks, I wonder, thinking of Marilise. Surely no one would try to take a ship in this messy weather. Korloff and Jarvo stay behind to raid an empty village or two. Our horse is plodding along slower than theirs, so we keep on riding, and Seaman reassures me that they'll catch up. His reassurances have become more handsy by the hour, and when he strokes my arm a little too familiarly, I elbow him to let him know his touch isn't welcome. He just laughs and squeezes me harder. The prick. That night, we stay in an abandoned manor house, the walls covered with murals of the family that once lived there. It's as deserted as everything else, and I slump in a wing-back chair near the fireplace as Seaman wanders through the rooms and looks for treasures. I'm too tired and shaky to even attempt to get away. The fire in the hearth is warm at least, and even if there's nothing to eat, the chair is comfortable enough. Korloff and Jarvo return a few hours later with bad news.
"Nothing to eat again," Jarvo says. "At this rate, we're gonna starve before we ever make it to the capital."
Seaman doesn't look overly concerned. I watch as he pulls my little jeweled knife from his belt and holds it out to Jarvo. "Go kill my horse. He's on his last legs anyhow. He can be dinner." I'm sickened at how much the two men light up, and I think of that poor horse who's walked so faithfully in the mud and driving rain, carrying us. It probably deserves better than being dinner to these three cretins. My mind flashes back to last night and the half-rotted carcass in the stable and how they tried to eat it. And the smell. I make it 3 steps before I puke. "Are you going to keep doing that all the way to the capital?" Seaman asks, visibly annoyed. "I told you I was sick," I manage between nauseated gasps. I lie on the floor, on cool wooden floorboards, as I wait for the nausea to abate. Seaman moves closer. Instead of helping me, he nudges the corner of an expensive-looking rug away from me. All heart, that one. "Can I have some water?" "I don't know. Can you?" That piece of dragon shite. Gritting my teeth, I glare up at him. He sighs and crosses his arms over his chest, studying me. "You said you were fine with your medicine." "That was before your goons drank half of it. I only have 1 dose left." What happens when you run out?" I gesture at myself, as if to say, "This? Are you going to die on us?" he asks. Trying not to. "Water?" With a sigh, he tosses his water skin down to me. It lands on my stomach with an unpleasant thunk and makes me sick anew. That prick. I manage a few dry heaves before I take a few sips of water. The liquid helps, and I roll onto my back, waiting for things to settle. As I do, I realize I can hear voices outside. I can't make out what they're saying, but I know from the timbre of the voices that it's the men. And they're arguing. I move closer to the window in the manor house. Unlike the cottages with the shutters, this is an arrow slit high in the brickwork, and it's carrying their voices directly to me.
"I don't like this," Jarvo is saying. "She's a lady. We can't leave her."
"She's dying." Seaman's voice is flat, emotionless. "You really want to show up at Leos with a dead princess on your hands? They'll hang your guts from the castle gates."
"Maybe if we get some food into her," Korloth says. "We're going to have horse meat."
"And she'll puke it right up on you. It won't stay down. She's got 1 dose of her medicine left, and she's dead after that. You think they'll welcome us with food? You think they'll welcome us with anything but a pike up the arse?" Korloth and Jarvo murmur something too low for me to hear. I need a weapon if they're going to try and kill me. I glance around the room. I don't see anything useful. Seaman would have taken anything that looked valuable, or like a weapon. There's some knitting left in a basket by the fire, but maybe that will have to do. Getting to my feet, I wobble back to the chair by the hearth, feeling weak and useless. The needles are wooden and thick, but I'll drive one through Seaman's ballsack if I have to. I slide it into my sleeve. The moment I do, the door opens and I hear footsteps. I close my eyes, feigning placidity near the fire. The men approach my chair, and then the footsteps stop. I open an eye. Korloth and Seaman stand nearby, regarding me. Korloth looks uncomfortable, but there's a hard intensity to Seaman's eyes that worries me. "Where's Jarvo?" I ask. Seeing as he was the one that didn't want to kill me, that makes him my new best friend. Korloth gives Seaman an uneasy look. "He left," Seaman replies. Uh-oh. Does left mean that they killed him? "Is he all right?" Seaman shrugs. He moves closer to my chair, and I instinctively press back against the cushions.
"She still looks pretty alive to me,"
Korloth whispers, eyeing Seaman.
"We could have a bit of fun with her now, while she's still warm."
Seaman reaches out and touches a lock of my dark hair, picking it up from my shoulder and rubbing it thoughtfully. What in the Grey God's realm? They're not even bothering to hide their intentions. I jerk away from Seaman's touch, even though it makes me dizzy. The shadows stretch and dance behind them, which means I'm probably about to faint again. "Don't touch me."
"I think she's weak enough that she'll put up just enough fight to make things interesting," Seaman says to Korloth. "I get to go first, though. You can hold her down for me."
An outraged sound escapes me, and when Korloth grabs me by the shoulders and jerks me up from the chair, I push at him, trying to free the knitting needle from my sleeve. He grins down at me, all cruelty, and then his head turns, and turns, and turns completely around, the bones crunching as shadows swallow him. I scream, the chair tipping backward and taking me with it as Seaman bolts for the door. There's no defending his friend, no fighting back. He runs like a coward, and I watch dizzily as he sprints across the manor house, the floorboards loud with his hurried steps. As I watch from my vantage point on my back, the shadows swirl again, and I catch a flash of gray wing and sweeping horns. Green eyes flash as muscular arms lock around Seaman's shoulders, and he flings him to the floor with a crash.
"You dare!"
Nemeth growls, the sound inhuman.
"You dare to touch my mate!"
Seaman crawls backward, scurrying like a rat to get away. "No, never!"
"I heard every filthy word come out of your mouth,"
my Felian snarls. He stalks forward toward his prey, his wings flared and menacing.
"I heard your plans. You were going to harm her. Well, she was still warm, you said, and then you were going to cut her throat and leave her here. You thought her weak and useless to you."
He smiles, showing deadly white fangs.
"She's not weak, because she has me."
And before I can take a breath, Nemeth plants a huge hand on Seaman's head and crushes it like a grape. Blood spatters over him, over the floor. I gasp. He turns to me, his eyes feral.
"Did they touch you?"
"You're alive," I breathe. Hot tears flood my eyes. By the gods, I'm crying all the time now. "Oh, Nemeth, you're alive!" I kick my legs in the air, trying to get up from the chair. He strides to the fallen chair where I'm still on my back and feebly trying to right myself and plucks me out of its confines. He pulls me into the air, holding me by my shoulders tightly, but it doesn't hurt. His wild gaze searches my face, over my body.
"Did they touch you?"
He demands again, and his wings shiver so violently, it's clear he's about to lose control. Nemeth, I'm all right. I search his face. Are you? My Felian groans. He crushes me against his chest, holding me tight. One hand cradles the back of my head, and he shudders, clasping me to him. I've never been so enveloped by him, not even when he cocoons his wings around us.
"Kandra, my Kandra."
I'm a little mad at you, I tease weakly. Here you are, killing those pieces of dragon shite before I had the chance. Unfair. He just clasps me tighter, his fingers digging into my hair, as if he can somehow twine his claws into my locks and hold me forever.
"I'm here,"
he says in a tight voice.
"I'm here, and no one's going to hurt you."
His words break something inside me. I press my face against him, not caring that he's covered in Saemon's blood, and I probably reek of vomit. I thought you died. Oh, Nemeth, I thought I'd lost you forever. I choke on a sob. Where the fuck have you been?
"I never abandoned you. Never. Not once."
He slides a hand under my chin and tilts my head up.
"You look unwell. Is it the child? Have you eaten?"
As if his reminder saps all the strength out of me, my head spins. I try to push the dizziness aside so I can gaze on his gorgeous face for all eternity, because I never want to look away. I have one dose left, I tell him, saving it. And no, I haven't eaten. Nothing to eat. Nemeth shakes his head, cradling me against him, and I find my face shoved into the crook of his neck.
"I'm going to get these bodies out of here, and then I'm going to give you your potion, love. And then we're going to eat."
You're not listening, I say, voice muffled against his neck. There's nothing to eat.
"There's always something to eat."
I gasp. You want to eat the dead humans? Nemeth snorts, giving me a funny look.
"Of course not. We're going to eat the horse they just killed."
Oh, well, that makes a lot more sense than my theory. Even so, my stomach roils uncomfortably at the thought. I'm not sure I can.
"I'll make it into a stew," he tells me, voice stern, "and you'll eat."
I guess I'm eating horse, because the look on Nemeth's face tells me whatever argument I have, I won't win. Chapter 55. A short time later, I have my arm folded over and I'm leaning back in the chair by the fire. My head is spinning and I'm dizzy, but there's a comforting edge to it because I know it's from my potion, the very last dose I had. I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow, but I suppose that's tomorrow's problem. Nearby, Nemeth fusses with the small cookpot over the fire. We found some spices in the kitchen, along with salt, and I have to admit that even though I'm not excited about eating horse, it smells utterly divine. My mouth waters constantly, and I watch my mate with sleepy, blurry eyes. He looks so good. I could stare at him all day and all night, just admiring the strong lines of his back. His kilt is water-stained, and the leather distorted, the decorative straps no longer lying flat. They part across his backside, revealing the short stump of a tail that he's so prudish over. His wings are folded up neat, the wing points framing his head, and he looks so familiar and cozy that I want to stay in this moment forever. Just me, drowsy with a hit of medicine, and Nemeth fussing over a delicious-smelling meal and sneaking glances back at me while rain patters away on the roof. How did you find us? I ask him when he dips a wooden spoon into the pot and tastes the stew. Was it magic? Nemeth glances back at me.
"I told you, Kandra. I never lost you. I've been following this entire time.
The words don't make sense to me, no matter how many times I turn them over in my head. I don't understand. What do you mean you were following?
We were talking, remember? In the cottage.
He licks the spoon, then dips it into the pot once more, and then blows on the steaming contents to cool them. He holds it out to me, an offering, his other hand underneath. Reluctantly, I lean forward to eat, and the meat is tough, but it's delicious. My stomach cramps hard with hunger, and I nod at him. He takes the spoon back, and then stirs the pot once more.
Not too much longer. We'll let it cook down a bit more. Soften the meat.
Nemeth, I chide, don't change the subject.
I'm not. But feeding you is first and foremost in my mind.
He turns his head and gives me a wry smile.
Everything about you is first and foremost in my mind.
He stirs the meat again, then lets the spoon rest against the side of the pot.
Something broke my perimeter spell, and I gathered shadows to investigate.
Perimeter spell? I frown. This is the first I've heard of such a thing. What is it?
Magic, of course. It's a type of enchantment that allows me to watch over the periphery of an object. You know the old battle saying that you can never sneak up on a fellion?
No. I give my lover an amused look. I'm not up to date on battle sayings, I'm afraid.
Ah.
He rubs one ear, looking embarrassed.
Well, we like humans to think it's because of our shadow magic, but it's truly due to enchantments. You can never sneak up on a fellion because most of us have a perimeter ward upon our belt buckle.
And he gives his a pat.
The moment someone comes close, it makes a strident noise that only I can hear, and alerts me that there's an intruder. I cast another perimeter spell upon my food stores back in the tower, too. You'll recall I caught you sniffing around.
I never stole from you.
I know you didn't, love. But at the time I didn't know you well. So, a perimeter spell. We were in the cottage, and I heard the noise of someone approaching, and I slipped into the shadows to see who it was. When I saw it was the humans, I kept to the shadows, ready to attack, and then I saw that they had horses. My stomach gives a funny, uncomfortable little flip. Nemeth's expression is uneasy. He won't look me fully in the eye as he continues. And I saw those horses, and it made me pause, because we weren't going to reach the human settlement before you ran out of medicine. I knew I couldn't fly you there, and so I made a choice.
Nemeth, no! I'm horrified. He left me with those men deliberately?
I couldn't let you die, Kendra.
You left me with those vile men? Let me worry over you? I thought you were hurt, or worse. I thought you were dead, Nemeth, and that I'd never see you again. I shudder. They ate all of our food and drank 2 of my potions before they knew what they were, and you left me with them? I feel betrayed.
It was a choice I agonized over,
he confesses, his rich, velvety voice aching with sorrow.
And I watched from the shadows. If they tried to hurt you, I would slaughter them where they stood. But as long as they were traveling towards your city, and as long as they had the horses, they were moving faster than I could go with you, and so I left you with them. I'm sorry. I thought you might be safer with them than with a fellion who can barely fly.
I'm stiff with anger. On some level, his words make sense. The humans were moving faster than we could. Nemeth can't fly me, and we're low on supplies. But the last few days of sheer agony, of bitter worry over his absence, of distress over the situation, make it impossible for me to easily forgive. You could have said something.
When? They didn't leave you alone for a second, Kendra.
He shakes his head and nudges the spoon in the pot, as if he can somehow will our dinner to cook faster.
When was I supposed to come in and warn you?
I don't know, I say helplessly. All I know is that you let those men eat our food and take my potion. You let me worry that you were dead. My voice catches and I can't speak. I shake my head, weary and hurt beyond all capacity to reason. I hate that we left the tower and brought this on the world. I hate that Nemeth abandoned me. I hate that the world I used to know no longer exists, and I'm trapped in this rainy, deserted hellscape. More than anything, I'm worried. My last potion is gone. We're down to eating horse, and every time I turn around, I feel like I'm learning something new about my mate. I stare down at the bite on my hand, and I think about the happiness I felt on that day. It feels like a very long time ago.
You're upset,
Nemeth says, voice soft. I am. Upset doesn't even begin to cover the emotions I'm feeling right now. He moves to my side and crouches low in front of the chair, gazing up at me. Nemeth takes my hand in his, and I'm reminded of how enormous his hands are in comparison to mine. Like all Felians, he has the oversized grip, a grip that squeezes my heart between his fingers and is in danger of breaking it.
I'm thinking of you and our child, Kandra. I know you're hurt. You have every right to be. But if I have to choose between watching you die at my side or letting some humans drag you to their city on horseback, I'm going to pick the humans.
He strokes his thumb over my knuckles.
Even if it means you hate me.
I don't hate you, I whisper, aching. I just hate everything about this situation. He lifts my hand to his cheek, the hard planes of his face familiar under my touch.
I've been following ever since they broke into the cottage,
he tells me.
I've agonized over every moment. I haven't slept, knowing that you were with them and vulnerable. 10,000 times I wanted to slaughter them all and take the horses, but I cannot ride either. At least this way you could cling to one of them.
He turns his face, brushing his lips against my palm, grazing the bite mark there.
I hated them. I hated them so much, and every time I nearly stole you away again, a new settlement would be on the horizon, and I was convinced this would be the one that would have people. This would be the one where they would welcome you like the princess you are, and feed you. They could give you more than a Felian. And so I watched from the shadows and held back my rage.
He bares his teeth, his green eyes glinting.
I hated that they stole the food. If I had anything to slip you, I would have left it in your path. But there is nothing. The rain is washing everything away.
The goddess is furious with humanity, not with myself and Nemeth, but that bit of knowledge doesn't make me feel any better. It's difficult for me to see Nemeth so stern and not try to make him smile, so I manage a weak grin and stroke his strong chin. You miscalculated, I'm afraid. We're still at least a day out from the city, and we've eaten the horse. If your plan was for them to take me to the gates of Leos, you've failed, my love. His teeth scrape over my bite, and it sends a shiver up my spine.
I couldn't wait a moment longer. They were going to hurt you, touch you.
He bares his teeth, his lips curling back with fury.
I'd destroy every human alive before I'd let them harm one hair on your head.
My eyes go wide.
You belong to me.
He places his teeth over the plump part of my palm, fitting against the bite mark.
My Kandra, my mate. Do you know how feral it makes me to think that they might have touched you? Do you know how much I wanted to tear them limb from limb for the way they were looking at you?
Nemeth growls, his nostrils flaring as he gazes at me.
Do you know how much effort it's taking me not to drag you to this floor and give you my knot because I need to claim you?
My breath catches in my lungs. Nemeth.
I know what I did was wrong. I know, and I hated every moment of it. But I would do anything for you, Kandra.
The look he gives me is full of longing. full of emotion, and I'm right back there in the tower, listening to him confess his love for me.
You are everything to me.
I love you too, I tell him, and if I didn't feel like death warmed over at this moment, I'd ask you for that nod after all. That brings a smile to his hard, unforgiving mouth. He kisses the mark on my palm and gets to his feet.
I may not be able to knot you, but I can feed you. Right now, that's almost as good.
Is it? Is it really? He pauses.
Well, no.
His wings flutter with shy agitation.
But it will have to do.
Chapter 56. We stay that night in the manor house. Nemeth makes me eat no less than 3 bowls of horse soup, staggered over 2 hours. And then I'm so tired that I doze in front of the fire while he sets up magical wards and more perimeter spells. I want to watch him to see what the spells entail, but I'm so groggy after both medicine and food that my eyes won't stay open. I'm vaguely aware of the fire dying down, of Nemeth carrying me to bed. I wake up rested and no longer hungry, curled up against Nemeth's side. His big, warm hand is palming one of my breasts through my chemise. I'm not sure how he got my outer dress off of me, as if it belongs to him. He snores, content, and I remember how he said he didn't sleep a wink while we were apart. My heart fills with love for him, and I tuck his hand closer around me, relaxing in bed. I'll lay here and let him sleep peacefully, I decide. I'll be a good, benevolent, unselfish mate and let him sleep. But I can't fall back asleep. Instead, I think about last night and the vicious, feral look in his eyes as he checked me all over.
Did they touch you?
He'd asked, over and over again, as if he'd lose every bit of his sanity if they had. My Nemeth, who claims to be a scholar, had almost been a feral beast. It makes me unbearably aroused. I wait for that to go away, too. Lately, it seems that if I'm awake, my stomach wants to vomit everything back out, and then I feel normal. So I wait for that wave of nausea, but there's nothing. I just feel good. I feel warm. I feel aroused. Really, really aroused. I wriggle backward against Nemeth's groin, hoping to find him hard and erect. He snores on, oblivious to my need, and I have to decide if I'm going to be selfish or if I'm going to let him sleep. I ponder this, even as his hand weighs heavy on my breast, and I absently shift back and forth, hoping for friction from his hand. Stuff it, I decide. I'm going to be somewhat unselfish. I'll wake him, but I'll wake him my favorite way. Decided upon my course of action, I wriggle, intending to slip out of Nemeth's grasp, when his hand tightens on my breast. His heavy thigh clamps down over mine, and he gives my breast a light squeeze.
And where are you going, princess?
His voice is throaty with sleep, and it does something to my insides. I quiver with need. I was going to wake you up, I pant, unbearably aware of his hand on my breast. His thumb is stroking over the thin material of my chemise, and he teases my nipple into a point. With my mouth on your knot.
I've a better idea.
Oh? I prickle all over with anticipation. He just keeps rubbing my nipple, teasing it to a point between his fingers, and stroking it until I'm writhing against him.
How are you feeling this morning, my mate?
Needy, I pant. So needy. His big hand leaves my breast and slides down to my hip, and he tugs on my chemise.
Any sickness? Dizziness?
If you're asking if it's okay to fuck me, the answer is yes, I tell him, grabbing my skirts and hitching them up before his hand can. Please, please, yes. I've missed you so much. Nemeth's hand moves between my thighs. He cups my pussy and finds me wet, and a low growl echoes in his throat.
You have missed me, haven't you?
He pushes my gown up even further, until it's bunched at my waist, and then I feel his cock pressing into me from behind. I gasp, arching back against him.
You can take it,
he whispers against the pillows.
I'll make you wet enough that you can take all of me.
His fingers dance over my clit, even as he nudges my thighs apart with his big one, and the head of his cock sinks into me. Whimpering, I cover his hand with mine as he works my clit. Not because I'm trying to push him away, but just because I desperately need to hold on to something.
Kandra,
he breathes against my hair as he pushes deeper.
My sweet, perfect mate. You're so tight.
My lips part, and I cling to him, desperate, as he pushes me toward a hot, frantic orgasm. Nemeth.
You're Nemeth,
he says, and then thrusts into me with shallow, rapid strokes. I cry out because it feels too good. He drives into me, his hand continuing to tease my clit until I'm coming, squeezing him tight. A sob chokes in my throat at the ferocity of my orgasm, leaving me dazed and breathless. He spanks my pussy as he pounds into me from behind, making me gasp.
I'm not done with you.
I moan. Gods, I love it when he gets all ferociously possessive. Not, I manage when I can catch my breath again. Give me your knot. Part of me expects him to roll me forward onto my belly and just pound into me from behind until his knot is seated inside me, stretching me tight. Just the mental image of that makes me shiver. Instead, he spanks my pussy again, making me gasp.
I'll give it to you soon enough, my greedy mate.
Me? Greedy? I gasp. You're the one hogging the bed. You're the one that's trying to make me last. I choke off when he thrusts deeper, sending another ripple of pleasure through my body. I'm the one doing all the giving, and you're withholding your knot.
You want my knot?
His hand slides up to my throat, clasping me against him as he drives into me harder. His other hand slides in under my waist, pushing towards the V of my legs, where he has me wide open and split with his cock.
You want this, then?
He presses into me again, this time harder than before, and I can feel it now, the bulge of his knot at the base of his shaft. It always feels like too much, but I always take it. Don't be selfish, I pant, and a whine escapes my throat when his fingers find my clit again. He hammers into me, rutting into me as he holds me in place, and I feel so protected even as he uses me for his needs. Another orgasm sweeps through me, and I clench around him, even as he drives harder into me. Then, with one last hard thrust and a pinch of welcome pain, his knot is inside me and I'm stuffed full, so full that my pelvis aches. It's a good sort of ache, though, one that I've come to crave, and I reach back towards Nemeth, my hand skimming over his face as he growls and fills me with his seed, his release ripping through him. He bites down on my thumb, even as I push it into his mouth, and I'm gasping and filled as he holds me tightly in place. When Nemeth's hands loosen on me, he lets out a gusty sigh. His hand moves away from my throat and trails down to my heavy breasts, then to my belly. It feels tight there, stretched full of his cock and his seed, and I let out a noise of contentment. That was lovely.
Was it?
He thumps my pussy with his hand again, making me squeak.
because I'm still knotted inside you. Neither one of us is going anywhere anytime soon.
Nothing wrong with that, I tell him lazily. I lean back against him, loving this moment. The world outside might be a big pile of dragon shite, but here in Nemeth's arms, I can forget about everything for a time. This is what I've chosen. This is what I'm abandoning my people for. And I'm pleased with my choice. I feel loved and needed and warm. I'm pregnant with my mate's child, even though I'm not supposed to be able to carry a baby at all. I'm supposed to be barren. I still haven't figured out why things have changed. Maybe my knife... Shite. The human that left last night, I tell Nemeth, the one that left with the horse, he stole my knife.
Because it was magic.
His hand strokes my belly again, and then the curve of my hip. No, just because it looked expensive. I don't think he knows it's magic. Should we go after him? Did you see where he was headed?
It's lost, Kandra.
Nemeth's tone is easy, relaxed. Of course, the mail did just come inside me, but still.
You don't need it.
It's magic, I protest. My sister gave it to me. It can help us.
If he's fleeing the two I killed, he's heading the opposite direction of the castle. I won't spend precious time hunting him down for a blade. You don't need it.
I probably don't, but I still feel vulnerable without it. I miss the reassurance that it provided me. Not for its sharp edge, but for the questions I could ask. It's always been there. I didn't get a chance to ask it much about the baby.
Are you worried?
His fingers strum over my clit again. I'm too sensitive, having come twice already, and I squirm in place. As I'm still locked against his knot, this only makes me pant harder, deeply aware of the press of him inside me. Of course I'm worried. I'm not supposed to be pregnant. I'm the one with the cursed blood.
Maybe that's why,
he muses, even as he ignores my attempts to wriggle away from his hand. This is part of the game, and I love it as much as it makes me absolutely crazy. He locks me onto his knot, and as we wait for it to go down, he continues to toy with my body, making me come over and over again. It always feels like too much. It always makes me come so damned hard.
Maybe your blood isn't cursed,
Nemeth says lazily.
Maybe you've just got too much Felian in you.
I moan at the double entendre.
What do you think, Miletan?
He murmurs, even as he rubs the pad of one finger against the side of my clit again.
Do you have too much Felian inside you right now?
My body squeezes around him again, and I decide that I both hate him and want to kiss him forever as he wrings yet another orgasm out of me. I do, however, forget all about my knife. Chapter 57. The walls of Leos are legendary. I've seen them more or less every day of my life. Even when we'd travel, the Vestalins inevitably return to Castle Leos. It's where we belong, in the beating heart of our country. We belong behind its tall white walls, nestled high on the cliffs above the sea. Winding roads lead up to it, surrounded by rolling farmlands and fields of all kinds of crops on one side, the blue, endless ocean on the other. The walls of Leos are tall and impenetrable, as old and venerable as Leos itself. Legend says that Ravendor Vestalin had the walls built when she took the throne. The walls were there when I was born, and I always assumed I'd die behind the walls, sheltered like a bird in its nest. But a day later, at sunset, I see the massive hole punched through Leos's endless walls, and it feels like a hole punched through my chest. I stare at it, numb, half expecting to see people spilling forth from the crevice in the walls, like blood flowing from a wound. but it's empty. Everything is just empty. It's been a miserable day and a half since we left the manor house. We spent half the day in bed, eating horse meat and gathering our strength. Then, when everything was cooked and we could delay no longer, we stepped back out into the endless rain and continued on our way to Leos. It feels like the gods themselves are crying as the rain washes over me. My city is gone. I thought Leos would always be here, that even though the world has gone to pieces around us, surely Leos would remain. Leos would be safe, and we'd push in with all the other refugees hungry for food. We'd collect my potion, enough to last us as we traveled to Darkfell, and I'd see my sister again. I'd say a mental goodbye to my people. I'd be prepared to leave them behind. I'm not prepared for this. Nothing could prepare me for this. I've ignored all the signs up until now. That every village and city deserted and empty meant nothing. That the wreckage that dots the shoreline and covers the beaches is irrelevant to the war and the fleet of mighty ships commanded by King Lionel. That the rain won't be affecting my home like it is the outlying towns and people. Leos would be fine. Leos would be there. I cling to the wet horse, feeling drained and hopeless, and I stare at the enormous hole to the left of Leos's thick gates. What makes a hole like that? I ask Nemeth, my voice unsteady.
A ballista, one with enchantments upon it.
Of course. Felians do love their enchantments. You could have just flown over the walls, I point out, numb, as the horse plods ever forward, up the muddy road. Why destroy the walls?
Because the way to win a battle is to give the enemy nowhere to hide.
Ah, of course. And thus they must destroy the walls so the humans can't huddle behind them. I think of Lionel, how smug he was when he forced me into the tower. So impatient, as if I was the only thing holding him back from his great war. A war that would let him fill Leos's coffers with Felian riches. It was a pissing stupid war. No one in Leos needs Felian land. No one wants to live under a mountain. Lionel just wanted to fight. He wanted a battle. Glory. And now my home, my beautiful city, is empty. Everyone is gone. No one comes out to see a Felian and a human on a horse limping up the mud-slicked roads. I suspect Leos is as empty as everywhere else. Empty, and everyone is gone. At least the other places were just deserted. It was easy to assume everyone had simply fled in search of food or safety. As we approach the broken walls of Leos, a different story unfolds. The signs of war are everywhere. The grasses have been trampled and are gone. With nothing to anchor to, the horse slips and slides up the muddy path towards the city. Alongside the road, I see discarded bits of armor and used arrows. There's a helm here, with a massive hole upon the back, and over here a broken shield. A pretty altar to the gods has been destroyed and knocked over, the bushes uprooted and cast aside. As we head up the cliffs to Leos itself, I can look down in the harbor and see the broken remnants of a ship bobbing in the bay, and another one farther down. The road leading to my beautiful city is covered in the detritus of war, and I suspect it's not a war we won. If we'd won, someone would be here, right? There would be flags of victory. There would be people. There would be something other than this painful emptiness.
You don't burn your dead, do you?
Nemeth says suddenly, breaking the silence. No, we bury them so they can return to the earth that we are made from. We wait for the absent god to return and call our spirits forth. Why? He gazes at what is left of the walls.
We have not seen graves. Perhaps that is a good sign.
If there are dead, they would be buried at the far end of the city, I say, on the sacred grounds behind the temple.
We can head there first, if you like, to see if there's a reason no one is here.
I shake my head. I want to go to the palace first. The only inhabitants of Castle Leos are rats. They scurry across the detritus-covered floors, bold and unworried, as we step into the halls of the castle. The banners here that hung showing the proud bloodlines of the nobility have been torn from the walls, and the tapestries are cut to ribbons. Lionel's golden throne is gone entirely, and my sister's elegant wooden one has been chopped to pieces and left on the dais. The massive feasting tables in the dining hall are broken, the benches scattered, the fragile dishware 1,000 pieces upon the ground. They crunch under my feet as I instinctively head towards the kitchens. They, too, are empty, though there's a foul smell here, a smell of something dead, and I cover my nose with my wet sleeve, even as Nemeth strides towards the root cellar. He opens the hatch and peers inside, then shakes his head.
2 bodies, and they've been there a long time. You don't want to look.
I swallow hard. My sister always said the cook would defend her kitchen into death. I guess that's true. I think of my sister, and of Riza and Nurse, and I desperately hate that my knife is gone. I want to ask if they're all right. I want to ask if they're alive. I hate that I squandered the opportunity back when I had my knife, simply because I hated knowing the answers. Not knowing is so much worse. I need to go upstairs, I tell Nemeth, feeling faint. I want to see my sister's quarters. My quarters.
Are you all right?
He gestures to the door, to the horse we left outside.
Should I get our packs?
I shake my head, trembling. I'm not all right. Not by a long shot, but I still need to know. I just need to see. Because if I see Riza or Nurse's dead body in my rooms, I might lose my fragile hold on sanity. It's one thing to know that the goddess will be unhappy if we leave the tower. It's another to see the realization of it and know we're to blame to some extent. Nemeth moves to my side, and I think at first that he's going to stop me or force me to sit down and rest. Instead, he snags me under the arms and flares his wings outward. He flies out of the great hall and down another corridor of the massive, empty palace. His flight isn't even, and I can tell he strains. But we're in the air and soaring through the empty halls. I point out directions, to turn that way, to go up that flight of stairs, to head down another hall. And then I see the double doors that used to be mine. One is smashed, as if kicked in, the gilt design on the wood smeared with mud and broken away. A terrified sound escapes my throat. Nemeth sets me down on the floor. Even here there are discarded pieces of armor and torn fabrics. Shattered furniture and pieces of wood are everywhere, as if someone hacked the beautiful palace apart. The carpet under my feet that runs down the long hall is dark with stains, and I remember its bright red color. It's been destroyed, just like everything else. Even the ceiling, once dotted with beautiful stained glass, is now broken, and rain drips down from above, as if the world around us is crying. It feels appropriate. I take a few steps towards my apartments, and then I'm running at a frantic speed, ignoring the squish of the wet carpets under my near-destroyed shoes. I want to go inside and see that this portion of my world hasn't changed. I want to see my bed with its beautiful draperies and elegant pillows. I want to see the thick rugs and the cozy chairs I have near the fire. I want to see my trunks and dressers full of my gowns. Here there should be something, shouldn't there? So I burst through the doors and skid to a halt, drinking in the sight of my once bedroom. It's worse here than below. There's a hole in the ceiling, the beams collapsed, and the rain floods in directly over my bed. The canopies are collapsed and ripped, and my mattress has been torn apart and shredded, the innards cast across the flooring and soaked. Every chest is opened, the contents destroyed. The chairs near the fire are gone. One is broken, and there's a familiar-looking charred chair leg hanging out of the hearth that tells me the other was probably burned. All my beautiful things are destroyed, and there's no trace of me here, nothing left that speaks of my old life. Beyond numb, I race back out of the room and down the hall, towards Erin's rooms. I know she won't be there. I know there won't be anyone there, but I still have to see it for myself. I have to know. The doors here have fallen from their hinges, blocking the way into the room. I rip one away, tossing it aside. The interior of Erin's room is just as wrecked as mine, the colorful glass in the big window broken and shattered, rain pouring inside. Ripped fabric is soaked and covered in mold, and the large imperial bed looks as if it was destroyed with an axe, or 3. I turn, looking for signs of my sister. Yes, she has betrayed me. Yes, she thinks of the kingdom before me. But she's still my family, and knowing that something has happened to her has made me frantic. I find the wreckage of a child's bed in one corner of the room, the pale blankets covered in mud and footprints. I pick up one corner, and as I do, I see rusty-colored splatters on it. Hastily, I drop it again and back away. The air in Erin's room doesn't feel like enough. I can't breathe. Frantic, I race to the window and stare out at the view. Erin always had one of the best views in the castle, with the sea crashing onto the cliffs below. Now, there's nothing to see but more wreckage and the broken hull of a ship on the rocks. There's nothing left of my kingdom. Not even a single solitary soul. Nothing but broken bits and torn-apart remnants. In this moment, I feel as destroyed as the ship that bobs in the harbor down below, the one with the hole in the hull so big that I can see it from up here.
There's a body in the hall,
Nemeth tells me, and I hear the rustle of his wings as he approaches.
It's old, but it's unpleasant. I covered it with one of the window hangings.
Man or woman? I ask tightly. If someone's murdered my sister and left her here to rot, so help me.
A soldier,
Nemeth says, his voice soothing. He moves behind me and puts his hands on my shoulders.
If you are asking if it is your sister, no. My brother is many things, but he would not murder a woman in cold blood.
Not even if she was the enemy's queen?
Not even then.
He rubs my arm.
Are you all right?
It seems a ridiculous question. Am I all right? Of course I'm not all right. I'm very, very far from all right. But I understand what he's asking. He's inquiring because this place has been our goal for so long, the answer to all of our problems, and it's empty and abandoned, just like the rest of my land. I don't understand why no one is here, I say softly. I want to yell and scream. I want to rage at him and every other Felian that did this to my people. But the truth is that Leo started the war. We're just as much to blame. If the kingdom was destroyed because we lost the war, that's on Lionel. So I can't be angry with Nemeth. I cover his hand with mine, and then I'm clutching his fingers tightly, as if he's a lifeline. I don't know what to do, I admit. I'm tired, I'm cold, I'm hungry, I'm out of medicine. None of those things will be changing anytime soon. Because Leos is destroyed. There's no one to help us, no one to feed us. We've left the tower for nothing. We've cursed the world because we didn't want to starve, but it turns out the world has been destroyed anyhow. He enfolds me in his arms from behind, wrapping me in his solid, supportive presence. I want to scream and rage at him too, but I still love him. He's on my side, and I need to remember that, no matter what I'm feeling right now.
We'll travel to my people instead, Nemeth says. To Darkfell.
Painful laughter bubbles up out of my chest. The last place I want to go right now is Darkfell.
Do you have a better idea?
He asks quietly. I don't. I don't know what to do at all. Will they kill me when I arrive? I'm one of Ravendor's descendants.
They will not, says Nemeth firmly. Because first and foremost, you are my mate. You carry my bite.
His hand slides to my stomach.
You carry my child. They will not touch you.
I'm not so sure, but we don't have many other choices. How long will it take to reach Darkfell? He doesn't answer. His grip tightens around me, and I suddenly realize the answer. Too long. Too long, and I don't have any medicine left.
We'll stay here tonight,
he tells me.
Look for survivors and supplies. Find a decent room to sleep in, and we'll take it from there.
You should go without me.
Never, he says, sharp. I'm not leaving you.
But you can fly, I point out. I cannot. I only slow you down, and without my potion, I'm as good as dead anyhow.
I'm not leaving you,
Nemeth says again, and his voice is calm, steady. It would be better for him if he did, but I'm still foolishly glad. I turn in his arms and hug him, burying my face against his chest. My kingdom is gone. My sister is gone. And here we're deciding to head straight for those that destroyed them. It feels like a never-ending nightmare. Chapter 58. We make the Royal Library our temporary camp. While it's been ransacked just like every other room in the palace, the ceiling is whole, the books undamaged by the endless rain. Nemeth makes a fire in the large stone fireplace at the far end of the vast hall, and I spread out our blankets and clothes to dry them. Wearing nothing but my least damp chemise, I curl up in the blankets by the fire and watch Nemeth as he picks up book after book. I can tell he's fascinated with them, turning the pages with near reverence, and a hand so delicate that you'd think he's touching my cunt instead of one of the many dusty books here.
There's so much knowledge here.
Normally, I'd roll my eyes at someone fawning over books, but this is my Nemeth. I know how much he loves reading. For some reason, seeing him caress the pages of the book makes me happy. It makes me feel like things are a little more normal, that my world isn't ending. Well, since I'm officially the last one in the palace, I declare this entire library to be yours. He glances up at me and grins broadly.
I'm not sure you can do that.
I can. I wave a hand at him. Take as many as you like. He sighs and replaces the book on the shelf he took it from. Then he hesitates and pulls down another.
I wish we could, actually.
Why can't we? I roll onto my stomach on the bedding and prop my chin up on my hands, watching him.
Because we can't waste the time.
Reluctantly, Nemeth abandons his newest book and gives me a sober look.
There's not enough food or medicine.
Don't give me that line again, I warn him. We both know that, but if these books are important to you, they're important to me too. Why not take them with us?
Kandra, are you listening? There's no medicine and no time to waste.
And there still won't be if we leave the books behind. It's not going to magically appear. I shake my head. Let's face it, love. We're doomed with the books or without them. Take the damned books. Maybe something of Leos will remain after all of us are gone. After all we've been through, the grief is hitting me. With it comes acceptance. I'm not getting out of this alive. We chose poorly. and now we're being punished by an endless amount of rain from the goddess and the destruction of my people. Really, it's only right that I die for my selfishness. But I would prefer not to. I would also prefer that Nemeth return to his people safe. He's spent his entire life preparing for the tower. He deserves to have something of his own now that his service is done. As far as I'm concerned, we can take all the damned books. Nemeth shakes his head. He moves to my side, angry and determined.
You are worth 1,000 books.
I chuckle because, of course, I am. I'm amazing. I know that. You know that. But the books do not expire if they do not get their potion on time. I will. My hands slide to my stomach, and I sigh wistfully. I just hate that. I can't say the words aloud. That with my death I'm taking our child with me. Strangely enough, I hate that thought more than I hate that of my own death. To think that a child is something I never even anticipated, and that I never even cared to have. And now that I find myself pregnant, I'm furious that I won't get to see it born. Truly, the gods are cruel.
Do not say it,
Nemeth warns. He moves to my side and thumps down beside me.
We'll get through this. We'll go to the Alabaster Citadel. Perhaps the clergy there will have extra supplies. Then we can head on to Darkfell.
I turn on my side, regarding him. He lies next to me on the blankets, but his body is a mass of tension. There's no fatigue in him like there is in me. Instead, he seems to be brimming with determination, the green set of his eyes hard. If I wasn't so tired, I'd be climbing all over him in this moment, because there's nothing sexier than my Felion when he's on a mission to protect me. It's been a long time since I've gone to the Alabaster Citadel, I confess. Is it still many days by ship? Nemeth nods, his eyes burning bright in his hard face.
We'll find a craft. I can enchant it with a spell that will pull us toward our destination. We can fish along the way. No matter how much it rains, there will be fish in the sea.
He's got a point. So we've got transportation and food. You should be fine. I give him a little smile. You can even load the ship full of books.
We'll kill the horse we rode here. He's not looking well anyhow, and there's nothing left for him to eat. It'll be a mercy for him, and a blessing for us. We'll find some herbs, and we can use his organs as part of your potion.
Nemeth, I say softly, placing my hand on his arm. Perhaps it's time for us to accept things.
No,
he says, just as swift.
No, Kendra. I won't let you or the baby come to harm.
He turns and wraps his arms around my waist, pressing his head to my stomach.
Ah, baby.
A lump of emotion forms in my throat. I stroke my fingers over the sweep of his horns. His sadness is tearing at me, and I have to improve the mood somehow. The baby we're not supposed to have, I tease. I guess your Felian blood is more compatible with my cursed, awful blood than we imagined. He chuckles against my stomach, his face pressed to my chemise.
It's because of that drop of Felian in your ancestry. Maybe that's what's cursing your blood. You've got too much Felian in you.
Right now, I don't have any Felian in me. I purr, and then pause. Because what if he's right? What if the problem in my blood isn't a curse from the gods, but because I've got too much Felian ancestry like he says? What if the cure for my curse is Felian blood? Nemeth sits up suddenly, staring down at me with wide eyes.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
He asks. I nod, a little stunned. I've never heard of something like this working, I confess. But we were told the Felian blood is a rumor. Then again, I was told that those with cursed blood cannot get pregnant.
Maybe you can't from a human man.
He puts a large hand over my stomach. his two blunted claws strange and short against the others, his shorn ones marking him as mated.
But I am Felion. Perhaps it's my blood you need.
He looks up, casting his gaze around the room.
Do you have medical texts here?
As if I would know?
I just want to be certain before we try it, he says. I don't want to inject you with something your body might consider poison.
There's no time to look through the enormous library for answers. It could take weeks, and we don't have weeks. I say we try it. What have we got to lose?
Everything, Kendra. We stand to lose everything.
The look he gives me is pure anguish. You're wrong. I shake my head. We have a few days at most. By tomorrow, I'll be violently ill. By the day after, I won't be able to stand. I'd rather not wait that long. I take his hand from my stomach and kiss his knuckles. I trust you.
This isn't about trust,
he tells me, exasperated.
This is about science.
For him, maybe. For me, it's about faith. I might have lost my faith in the gods, but not in Nemeth. I give him an impish smile. Let's try it anyhow. He groans, and I know I've won the argument. Nemeth's blood could be my salvation or my doom. It seems strangely fitting, I think. I'm calm as I carefully plunge the needle into Nemeth's arm and pull back the lever, taking just enough of his blood to fill the syringe. Nemeth wanted to do this part himself. He wanted to spare me any of the trouble, but I can handle this. If it works, Nemeth is the answer to my sickness. The thought that all I need is him and his blood is oddly freeing. I imagine I'd still need a dose daily, but the thought of being bound to Nemeth instead of a daily concoction of boiled animal pancreases and a mixture of herbs feels easy and right. In my eyes, this is just another facet of our love. Of course, if I'm wrong, I won't think about that. I'll focus on the positive instead. I wipe the needle carefully once I remove it from his arm, watching him from the corner of my eye as he folds his arm up, pressing a bit of fabric at the pinprick of blood to staunch the flow. How are you feeling?
Nervous, he grumbles. What if we're wrong and this makes you sicker?
Then it speeds up the inevitable and makes it easier for you to travel, since you won't have me dragging you down. He growls and I pat his knee. We're out of options, love. This is the only choice we have left.
I don't like it when you're right, he mutters. You gloat.
Let's just do it before we talk ourselves out of even trying it. And before I'm far too sick to fight off any bad side effects. I'm confident, but at the same time, I'm well aware that I'm being effortlessly positive because we've got no other choices. Besides, Nemeth is doing enough worrying for both of us. He tenderly takes my arm in his grip and hesitates. His eyes close, and I can tell he's agonizing. He doesn't want to do this. He doesn't want to risk me. I wait patiently. He braces himself, lifts my hand to his lips, and kisses my knuckles, and then picks up a towel and wipes the bend of my arm clean. When he puts the needle to my skin, he looks at me again.
I love you.
I love you too. It's going to be all right, I reassure him. Maybe this is what the gods wanted for me all along. Don't you think? Nemeth shakes his head.
I don't feel like the gods are watching us at all.
And with that cryptic statement, he pushes the needle in. Chapter 59. The mood is strange as we wait for the medication, Nemeth's blood, to take effect. He holds me for hours. It's like he's afraid that if he lets me go, the worst will happen. Even though it's damp and humid in the old library, I remain locked in his arms, tucked against his chest. We're both quiet, as if speaking will somehow set things in motion. I don't tell Nemeth that when his blood enters my veins, it feels hot and a little itchy, and very different from the potion itself. We wait, and wait. At some point, I fall asleep in his arms. When I wake up, I can see sunlight streaming through one of the doors into the palace, and the air smells crisp and dewy. And I feel good. Surprisingly good. I sit up in Nemeth's arms. He immediately straightens, coming out of a deep slumber of his own, and panic is etched across his face.
Are you all right? How do you feel?
I think I'm fine.
Get up, he says. Move around. Let us see if you are dizzy.
There's a note of tension in his voice.
I do not think we should celebrate too soon.
Even before I get to my feet, though, I know. After years of living with my blood curse, I know what it feels like when my potion isn't strong enough. I know the waves of nausea that hit when I miss a dose. I know how it feels when things are off. And it doesn't feel off right now. I feel good. Amazing. It feels as if some strange puzzle piece inside me has suddenly locked into place. I push off of him and bounce to my feet. Gathering up the skirts of my chemise, I laugh and race across the library, kicking books out of the way as I do. Who cares about books at a time like this anyhow? I feel good. I'm not tired, not drained, not dizzy, not feeling as if I'm going to vomit at any moment. Is this how healthy people feel every day? Like they could just run straight to the horizon and keep running? Lucky bastards.
Careful, Kandra,
Nemeth warns, following after me.
Don't hurt yourself.
I surge back toward him, running as fast as I can, and fling my arms around him. The momentum of my jump knocks us both to the ground, and I laugh and laugh and laugh. I laugh so hard, I want to fling myself on the floor and kick my legs like a child. I'm free, I whisper, and my voice breaks on a sob. I'm free.
Are you well, love?
He rolls us over, his hand skimming over my body.
Does anything hurt?
I say, my arms raised up behind my head in a sensual stretch. I feel as if I can take on the world now. I want to both laugh hysterically and sob like a child for all that this means. I do have one particular nagging ache.
Gods,
he murmurs, running his hands over one of my calves.
Where? Your arm? Your leg? How bad is the ache?
Higher, I tell him, helpfully pulling my skirts up a bit. When he reaches my knee, I sigh. Keep going higher.
Kandra,
he growls, and he looks utterly furious.
Do not make light of this.
You don't understand, Nemeth, I say giddily. I squeeze my folded arms against my chest and shiver all over like a happy puppy. I feel good. I feel good without the medicine. Do you know how much I've hated every dose? How much the scent turns my stomach sometimes? Do you know what this means? It means I'm free. I choke on the word this time. I'm bloody free. Nemeth grunts, and I can't tell if he's pleased along with me or still mad over my joke.
If by free you mean bound to me, because now you must have my blood.
Oh, pish-tosh. Being bound to you isn't a chore. I love you. I want to spend every day with you. Now I have an excuse. I beam at him. It's the best of all worlds. He doesn't beam back. His wings flick and then settle against his back.
You say that now? What if you grow sick of me, like Ravendor did her mate?
Sick of him? When he's been the only thing keeping me going for so long? I shake my head and get to my knees, crawling over to him. I put a hand on his chest, pushing him back to the floor. I will never, ever be sick of you, for as long as I live, I tell him. You and I are in this together. There's nothing that will separate us.
Nothing.
He arches a brow at me. Not even the gods. I grab the belt of his kilt and tug it off. Now come and kiss your wife.
Is it kissing that's on your mind, then?
He jokes, even as my hands steal under his kilt and cup his shaft. I tease the knot at the base of his cock, loving the hiss of breath between his teeth.
That's not my mouth, Kendra.
I can kiss you in other places, I tell him, words coy, but only if you ask nicely. Nemeth sinks a hand into my hair, his fingers curling in my mane. He holds my head pinned, and I gaze down at him, curious at the pause, but he only gazes up at me with stormy green eyes, his expression full of emotion.
This might be the best moment of my life,
he tells me.
Seeing you healthy and happy.
You're not saying that just because we're surrounded by books?
We're surrounded by death, he corrects, on all sides, and yet somehow, as long as it doesn't touch you, I find I can manage it. I can manage anything as long as I have you, Kendra.
The look on his face is so intense, vulnerable. I want to shower him with kisses and make him laugh so he'll stop looking so concerned. Then it's lucky for you that you're stuck with me,
I am lucky,
he agrees. So lucky. He lowers me toward his face, and his lips brush against mine, just barely.
You can kiss me, he murmurs, or you can ride me. Your choice.
As if that's much of a choice at all. Why can't I do both?
You can if you're feeling greedy.
His other hand steals up underneath my chemise, skimming up my thigh.
I won't judge you.
You just want me on your knot, I tease. Lucky for you, I'm feeling good enough to ride you for hours.
Hours, you say?
He arches a brow at me, even as his fingers slide between my thighs.
You truly think you can last that long?
Is that a challenge, my mate?
It is.
I do so love a challenge. I confess that we're shamelessly wasteful with the day. I know we should be focused on finding a boat to take us to the Alabaster Citadel. I know I should be hunting for my sister and the survivors of the sacked city. But we've got a bit of horse meat left, and our stomachs are full. We've got medicine for me, and for the first time in a long time, the pressing need for survival is not quite so pressing as it usually is. Instead of focusing on survival, we spend the day in bed. Well, the floor counts as a bed. Most of the bedding that's left in the palace is soaked and moldy. But when I wake up from a delicious nap, Nemeth has found blankets for us. I don't ask what room they've come from. I don't want to know. We curl up in them, eat our horse jerky, and we spend the day together, touching and kissing and loving. I adore every moment of it, and I refuse to feel guilt. That will return soon enough. For one day, it's nothing but pleasure. The next morning, we wake up early and head out to the deserted stable, where the sad lone horse waits. He's skinny, searching the stalls for grass or hay, even though there's nothing to be found. The constant, incessant rain means that everything is muck, and any plants drowned out long ago. Even so, I rub the poor horse's nose and hug his neck. I'm sorry, I tell him. I'm sorry that it has to be you or us, friend. To think that I'm feeling guilty over the slaughter of a horse. It's just that he's carried me when I was too tired to walk. He's seen the destruction of Leos and carried me this far. He's survived until now. it feels wrong to kill him.
Remember that this is a mercy, Kandra, Nemeth reminds me when I hug the horse's neck again. We can't take him on the ship. Turning him loose here would just kill him slowly instead of quickly. There's nothing for him to eat. Better to let his death nourish us.
I know. I do. It's just hard to watch. I bite my lip, hating that I'm so weak. But I've never been around death. It's always been hidden from me, and I don't think I can watch Nemeth slaughter the horse as it gazes on me. Is it all right with you if I come back later? Once it's done? Nemeth moves to my side. He presses a kiss to my damp forehead.
Why don't you go search for mementos in the palace? Perhaps there will be something you can bring to your sister.
He's sending me away, but I'm so grateful I don't even care. I give him a quick hug, and then grab my skirts, hauling them clear of the calf-high muck at the entrance to the stable, and head back for the palace itself. I spend most of the morning digging around in empty rooms, trying very hard to ignore all the destruction. I pointedly look away from tears in the tapestries, from dark stains on the rugs. I don't find anything my sister would want, I think. Whatever treasures Leo's had have been taken by the conquerors, and all that are left are scraps and memories. I head down to the library instead, determined to tuck away a few books for Nemeth. After all, if we're going to be taking a boat, we can surely take a trunk full of books. I'm sure he'll fight me on this, but I'm good at winning fights. I pick a few of the rarer-seeming books, the ones at the top of his pile that he can't resist pawing every now and then. We don't have the luxury of staying here long enough so he can read them all, and I'm desperately glad for that. It feels as if I'm roosting in the graveyard of my people, and that if I remain here long enough, I'm going to be swallowed up by the dead. Not that there have been a lot of dead. Other than a few scattered bodies, there's been nothing. I'm relieved, of course, but I'm also confused. There was a battle clearly fought here. Someone would have been killed, and the dead would have had to go somewhere. Nemeth explained to me that the Felians burn their dead so they can be returned to the skies as ash and smoke. But that doesn't explain where the Leosian dead are. Maybe they've all been taken captive and are currently at Darkfell. Maybe I'll see a sea of familiar faces when we get there. Maybe. I stack the books I want Nemeth to have into an unwieldy pile, and then grimace at the mud I've tracked in. My shoes don't protect my feet inasmuch as they simply seem to gather mud, and I've trailed a lot of it into the library. If it gets on the books, Nemeth will fuss, and while I find his fussing adorable, it does make sense to protect the books somehow. I think of a trunk my sister had in her quarters that was yet untouched. The lid's jewels are pried off, but it seemed otherwise intact, and the perfect size to hold a variety of tomes for my Nemeth. I head upstairs for my sister's quarters, and as I do, the sun comes out from behind the clouds and shines in through one of the broken windows. It's such a rare occurrence that I pause in front of the windows, sighing with pleasure at the sunbeams. And that's when I see them. The graves. There's not many of them, but it's the size of each one that makes me clench the windowsill. Shards of glass embed themselves into my hands, but I don't pull away. I can't, because I have to take in the sight below. The palace had gardens once. I never cared for them much because my medicine made me sensitive to heat, and it always felt too warm to spend much time outside. But I remember my sister loved Leos's gardens. She loved the flowers that filled the beds, the vines that crept along the walls, and the scents of the herbs that flooded Nurse's herb gardens. I remember there was a maze, and a sundial, and a statue of the goddess herself, holding the moon above one shoulder like she was carrying a pot of water. The statue of the goddess remains, but everything else is gone. The maze is gone. The hedges, gone. The herb garden, gone. What remains are 5 sunken pits in the muck, each one headed with the eye symbol of the absent one, hastily carved out of wood. Each sunken pit is nightmarishly big, bigger than my sister's entire suite of rooms, and I wonder just how many people were buried in each large grave. Each one is far, far too big for just one body, or even 10 bodies. This is what happened to Leos. Tears prick my eyes, and I lean over the broken window, as if pushing my face out into the light will somehow enable me to see more. I stare with sick horror at the mass graves, praying that my sister and her children aren't in any of them, that both Nurse and Riza are safe, that those I love somehow made it away from this place. I want to leave. I need to leave. Now. Something flutters in the breeze. There's a heap of rags at the feet of the goddess, with a pair of swords sticking upright, the end shoved through the rags and into the ground below. I wonder why these particular rags. And then I see a leg bone, and the tiny bones that make up a hand, shattered and scattered in the mud. It takes me a moment longer to see the skull, and for me to realize one of the swords pierces it through the eye. And resting upon that particular sword's hilt is a tarnished crown. I recognize that crown, recognize the spot where a fat, garish ruby sat on Lionel's brow, like a giant red wart. It looked ridiculous against his pale skin and pale hair, and I'd spent many a night at court wishing the crown was upon any head but his. That body, those remains must be his. Gods, I can't even celebrate this death. I hated Lionel, but his death fills me with fear for my sister and her children. Nemeth, I cry out, turning away from the window and racing down the stairs. Nemeth! I fling myself down the hall, ignoring the skid of my feet on the perpetually damp floors. Nemeth! The shadows coalesce in front of me, and then my mate is there, grabbing my arms and shaking me. There's a look of fright in his gaze.
Kendra? What is it? What's wrong?
Graves, I choke. I found the graves. And then I fall into his arms, weeping. We don't bury Lionel. After the initial horror fades, I'm left with a deep, burning anger in my gut. This is his fault. These deaths are upon him. Leos and Darkfell have coexisted in an uneasy truce for ages. He was the one that pushed for the war. He was the one that insisted I go to the tower, and quickly, so he could set off to conquer the mountains of the Felians. These deaths are on him. While the meat from the horse smokes on racks in the kitchen, we burn the broken frame of a once elegant poster bed. We head down to the shore and look for a ship. There are several wrecked vessels, but we manage to find a small craft with a broken mast. It's terrifyingly small for an ocean journey, perhaps the size of 2 horse lengths, but Nemeth assures me we don't need more than that. We spend the rest of the day working on making her seaworthy. Nemeth replaces the mast with wreckage from another ship, and I sew a large piece of fabric that will act as a sail. As if the goddess likes the idea of us fleeing this place, the sun remains out, the rains temporarily banished. We erect a small tent-like shelter at one end of the ship that we can rest under when the sun is high, and Nemeth will cast a spell in the morning to enchant the sail itself. As long as it's on the ship, it will steer us toward the Alabaster Citadel. And from there, to Darkfell itself. I'm ready. I want answers, and all signs point that Darkfell will have them. Chapter 60. 6 weeks later. The ship bobs on the water, the air disgustingly still and humid under the shelter at the far end of the ship. I've torn a few pages out of one of Nemeth's books and fanned myself with them, because sweating day and night makes me dehydrated, and we've precious little extra water as it is. It rains often enough to fill the barrel we have on deck, but we keep that for drinking water. I thought I loathed the tower, but it turns out I loathe the sea even more. Weeks of endless travel, weeks of rolling waves and storms that shake our tiny craft, weeks of everything tasting like salt water, weeks of raw fish for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Nemeth can spark fire with a spell, but without anything to burn, it's not very useful.
I can see the mountains,
Nemeth tells me as he lands on the front of our ship, making the entire thing sway in the water.
We should be there in a few hours.
I sit up, lacing the top of my bodice in case some Felian flies overhead. It gets so hot on the water that I try not to wear much, but if we're going to land soon... I never thought I'd be excited to see Darkfell's borders, but after spending the last several weeks on a ship, I'm more than ready for land. I glance over at my mate. You don't think they'll treat us like the Alabaster Citadel, do you? Nemeth shakes his wings out, flicking away droplets of water, and then settles to a crouch next to me.
We'll be welcomed. It's different than with the Citadel.
Is it? I'm not so certain. We'd hoped the Alabaster Citadel would welcome us and give us food and supplies. Instead, they'd turned us away at the harbor, keeping the Holy Temple closed to us. "Traitors!" the Archbishop had cried, pointing a shaking finger in our direction. "It is your fault we've had 2 years of misery. It is your fault the goddess sends her wrath down upon us. You will receive no welcome here." They'd refused to let us leave the docks themselves, keeping us at bay with pitchforks and angry cries. It was only later, after we'd changed the sail's spell and left the Alabaster Citadel, that we were able to think properly about what we'd seen, that the men there had been of the clergy, and yet they'd been thin and dirty and unkempt. Whatever famine that was wrecking the lands in Leos was no doubt wrecking the arid desert lands of the Alabaster Citadel as well, and their words had made no sense. 2 years? I'd questioned Nemeth. How can they blame us for 2 years? We left the tower less than a month ago. Nemeth had no answers either.
Perhaps they've been hit by misfortune since the beginning of the war, and we're an easy target to blame. We did leave the tower, after all.
He's not wrong, but must we be blamed for everything? We'd sailed on from there, a tiny ship in the middle of an endless sea. We saw no other craft on the water, and when we ventured close to land, we saw no people either. And now we are nearing Darkfell, and I am just as unsettled as the day we left the tower. I lean forward in my seat, fanning myself with the pages. Do you ever wonder if the gods are playing tricks on us?
Tricks?
Nemeth asks, rotating one powerful arm as he regards me.
How so?
I gesture at our surroundings. That when we left the tower, we stepped into some upside-down world, and that's why nothing makes sense? Why everyone is gone? Nemeth eyes me.
How does it not make sense that they are gone? They lost the war. Or is it that part that is so inconceivable?
I shake my head because I don't want to pick a fight with Nemeth. You know that's not it. It just feels so... odd. Like when we left the tower, we left our world behind too. This doesn't feel like our home. Not anymore. He takes my hand in his.
Your home will be with me, Kandra, and mine with you. Don't worry over things we cannot change.
Easy for him to say. We're sailing to his homeland because mine has been decimated. Still, I can't help but wonder what the Archbishop meant when he blamed us for 2 years of misfortune. The goddess is angry at us, of course, but surely we cannot be blamed for the time we were faithfully locked in the tower. That's the part that gnaws at me and keeps me up at night. That and the endless swaying of our damned ship. Nemeth lifts my hand to his lips, and gives it a peck.
I'm going to scout some more. Do you need anything? How is the babe today?
I put a hand on my rounded belly. Somewhere in the last month, it's swollen to double its size. It makes sense that I would have a large belly, given that Nemeth is rather gargantuan in stature, but it's not comfortable, and I worry what I'm going to look like when I get closer to my due date. The babe is calm now, at least, and not kicking my bladder. Sleeping, I think, and I'm good. Though, if you see shore, look for berries. I've had the most ridiculous cravings for fruit recently. Never mind that there's no food anywhere on Leos's shores, and here I am asking for berries. But my mate gives me a wink, kisses my knuckles again, and then surges into the air with another powerful thrust of his legs. The boat rocks back and forth, and I clutch at the side, steadying myself. Nemeth's flying has grown better during our travels. He's constantly in the air, scouting or just looking for fish he can dive and catch. I imagine that now that he's free of the tower, he has no desire to be tied down to our crappy little boat. I can't blame him. If I could leave the boat behind myself, I would in a heartbeat. The damn thing leaks and every twitch makes it rock, and it's just a wretched form of travel, especially for someone that can fly. Sometimes I worry Nemeth will just fly away and abandon me. On my crankier days, when the baby's kicking me and the smell of raw fish makes me want to punch something, I think I'd leave me behind too. But he always comes back, and he's always patient and gentle with me. I sit up on the trunk that's been my seat for the last 6 weeks, the trunk full of books and our meager supplies. I cast out my fishing line after baiting it with the head of a minnow and ease the line into the water. Might as well fish for my lunch. I eye the mountains that have been growing increasingly dominant on the horizon with every day that passes. I've always known that Leos is a land of rolling hills and plains, and that Darkfell's people live under the mountains, but I've never really visualized the differences in the land until now. The Fellian continent looks as if it's hewn directly from rock, the cliffs steep and forbidding as the rock itself climbs so high that the clouds cover the tops. I can't imagine how anyone can live here. There's no place for a farm or for livestock on the outside, and it makes me wonder what the interior looks like. I don't tell Nemeth that I'm nervous. Of course I'm nervous. After seeing what's left of Leos, it makes me wonder if my head will be on a pike before the next day. How do I know they won't spear me with a dozen swords like they did Lionel? I abandoned my sacred duty in the tower after all. Being Nemeth's wife might not be enough to keep me safe. My line tugs with a bite, and I jerk on it, trying to snag the fish. It goes still, and I relax, gazing up at the forbidding, looming mountains once more. Nemeth will protect me, I remind myself. You carry his child. He loves you. The shadow soars overhead, and I shield my eyes, glancing up as Nemeth sails through the skies, his wings outstretched, his form as powerful as it is dark. He's beautiful, and he looks at home here among the menacing mountainous land. He's growing in strength by the day, and I feel as if I'm not weaker, but more dependent. Is this how Ravendor felt when she left the tower? That everything she'd thought she knew felt different? But Ravendor killed her mate, if the stories are to be believed. I don't think I could ever harm Nemeth. He soars overhead again, and I wave at him, smiling brightly to hide my troubled thoughts. Close to dark, Nemeth drops into the ship again, a worried expression on his face.
We're close enough that someone should have come out to see us.
He voices aloud one of my fears. I raise my hand to my brow, shielding my eyes as I gaze at the mountains. I've been sailing towards them all day, and they look no closer. But I've also never traveled much. I have no idea how close or far away they're supposed to look, nor do I have a clue if we should be seeing people. I don't even see a beach, just endless craggy mountains right up to the edge of the sea. All of Leo's seem to be deserted. Do you think the same has happened to your people? The thought makes my stomach clench uncomfortably. If there's no safe haven for us here either, what is left? There's a flutter in my belly that reminds me that there's more at stake than just myself and Nemeth. Our child needs a home too.
I don't know, Nemeth tells me. I want to keep scouting and see. Will you be all right here?
He hesitates, clearly torn between protecting me and finding out what he can.
It'll be dark soon, and I don't want you to be afraid.
I gesture at the small boat. Afraid of what? A rogue wave? A sea monster? I would think if sea monsters existed, they would have already dined on us. His hard mouth twitches with amusement.
There are no sea monsters on the shore. They're in much deeper waters.
I hope for your sake that you're joking, I say tartly. Then I make a shooing motion at him. Go and have a look around. I don't mind. I'll be fine here alone. You'll be able to find the ship, even in the dark?
Always.
He reaches for me, and the craft sways and bobs on the water, making my gut lurch. I hold on to the sides of the boat, grimacing, and Nemeth spreads his wings to steady himself.
I am more than ready to get off this damned ship and hold my mate again.
I'm a little surprised at his strong words. Nemeth is unfailingly cheerful when it comes to the boat, maybe because he knows how miserable it makes me. I'm glad I'm not the only one that's tired of traveling, and more than ready to be in each other's arms again. It's been torture to be this close to him and not be able to sleep in his arms. We've just enough room to stretch out on the boat, but there's been no more than a few furtive touches here and there, and far too few kisses. Everything is salty and damp and smells of raw fish. Every movement makes the boat sway. It's not conducive to lovemaking, especially with Nemeth's large form and my increasing belly. Soon enough, the moment we get to your home, I'll suck your cock dry and nibble on your knot for hours, and you can feast between my legs for days. We'll be so unrepentantly amorous that people will think I've enchanted you with my evil Vestaling cunt. He doesn't laugh at my joke. Oh, by the gods, surely the Felians don't think I have an evil enchanted cunt. What a pile of dragon shite.
I won't let anyone harm you, Kandra. Do not worry over that. You've cast no spell on me.
I know that, I sputter. My hands go to my belly, rounded with our child. Don't you think if I would have, it would have been to travel in a less fishy environment? Or do you think I like waking up with salt in my hair and leaning my arse over the edge of the boat? This time, Nemeth's somber expression breaks into a grin.
I will wash every grain of salt from your skin when we get home. I promise. You'll see that Darkfell is pleasant and welcoming, for all that it is underground.
Pleasant, maybe. Welcoming to one of the Vestalin name? I doubt it. But I'm out of options, and I won't leave Nemeth. So I blow him a kiss to show him how I feel. Go do your scouting before it gets much darker, love. I'll be fine here. I gesture at my line. Don't hold your hopes out for dinner, though. Nothing's biting.
We'll be home soon enough, and you'll dine on the finest Felian feasts, he tells me, a hint of excitement in his voice. And I will return as quickly as I can. I swear it.
He rubs the spot on his hand where my bite is tattooed on his skin, and it's as good as a kiss. With a wink to me, he launches himself into the air once more, and I cling to the edges of the damned rocking boat. At this point, I'll happily run straight through Darkfell's doors if it means no more boats. I catch nothing for dinner, and when the stars come out, I pull my line in and recline on my seat at the end of the boat, rubbing my rounded belly and gazing up at the stars. The golden moon is huge in the sky tonight, as if the goddess is watching everything we do with a judgment-filled gaze. The stars are pretty, though. You can see them a lot better from out here in the ocean than in the palace. I gaze up at the sea of twinkling lights and hope that if the gray god and the absent one are watching from above, they know we're doing the best we can. A shadow moves over the bright face of the moon. It's brief, but I catch a glimpse of wings. "Nemeth?" I call out. "Any luck?" Heavy cloth smacks into my face, covering me like a blanket. I squawk with indignation, because what a time for the sail to fall apart. In the next moment, a tight arm goes around my waist, and I'm dragged from the boat itself, claws digging into my skin. I'm so surprised that I scream, only for a blow to land on the side of my head.
"Quiet, human."
That voice is at Nemeth's. Dizzy, I flail, only for a heavy arm to push my limbs down. There's a strange puff of air, and then I'm dropped a few feet onto what feels like a cold stone floor.
"Get up,"
says a terrifying voice. I don't, though. Panting, my head spinning, I try to make sense of what just happened. The air feels different. Out on the ocean, it's humid and damp, even when it's not raining, and there's a hint of salt that permeates everything. I don't smell salt now. The air is cold and dry, and when I press my hand to the floor underneath me, it's hard and chilly. The shadow, a hood over my head, the claws that dug into my waist. That wasn't Nemeth. Some other Felian has kidnapped me. Chapter 61. A heavy boot thuds into my back, and I cry out in pain.
"I said get up,"
the voice tells me, impatient.
"Lazy sack of shite. Stand up or I'll make you stand."
I struggle to get the heavy hood off my head, and when I finally pull it free, my eyes take a moment to adjust. The cool moonlight is gone, and I'm inside a dark, shadowy cavern of some kind. When I look straight up, I can see a ceiling, curved and high overhead, made of stone. Near the ceiling itself are the same round magic globes that we used for light back in the tower. Nearby, I hear the slap of water against stone, and when I look around, I can see a few small ships in the distance, along with an enormous cave mouth that leads outside. But I'm not outside. I've been taken into the depths of the mountains by a stranger. Looming over me is an unfamiliar Felian, his face hard and unpleasant. When he glares down at me, he bares his teeth, as if the hated sight of me makes him violent.
"Get up, human."
"I'm up," I snap back. "Where's Nemeth?"
"Prince Nemeth."
The Felian reaches out and shoves me the moment I get to my feet, nearly knocking me to the ground again. What a bully.
"He's in the tower where he should be, doing his duty. Why do you care?"
I stare at him. Do I tell him that Nemeth left the tower? That I did, too? That I mated to Nemeth and I'm carrying his child? Something tells me he won't believe me. "Why did you take me from my ship?"
"Did I say you could talk to me?"
he snarls, reaching out and slapping me. I'm so shocked that I put a hand to my cheek and stare at him. He's treating me, a princess of Vestalin blood, like this? Then my anger kicks in, because how dare he treat anyone like this? "Take me back to my ship. My mate is waiting for me there."
"Your mate?"
he sneers. "Yes, my Felian mate," I emphasize, and decide to tell it all. I show him my hand with its tattooed bite. "Prince Nemeth, that's my mate." He blinks at me, looks at my palm, then he throws his head back and laughs.
"You humans are coming up with more and more clever ways to get out of work. I've never met a lazier lot."
"I'm not lying. Look at my hair. Look at my eyes. I'm a princess." He grabs my face so hard, I know I'm going to have bruises, his hand covering my mouth. I let out a muffled yelp, fear flooding through my veins. For the first time, I realize that I'm just as vulnerable as any human. There's no Nemeth to protect me here. He might not even know that I'm missing.
Humans don't get to make demands of Felians, he sneers at me. You lost the war. Humans say yes, master, and no, master, and do as they're told. He flings me away, and I stagger backward, catching myself before I fall. He turns and glares at me. Now, you tell me, female, who's your owner? Whose ship is that?
Yes, master, I say sarcastically, wiping a line of blood off my cheek from where his claws have cut me. No, master. His wings, tucked against his back, rattle in a way that I know means he's angry. He strides forward and grabs me by the front of my dress.
You think you're smart, human?
Yes, master, I jibe. I'm no longer scared. Now I'm just pissed. I'm a lot smarter than you because you're slapping around the pregnant mate of your prince.
You, he sneers.
Me. I say it with such confidence that I think it rattles him. He stares at me long and hard and then shakes his head.
Lies.
He grabs me by the shoulder.
You're going in the dungeon until we figure out who your master is. He can whip you for your impudence. I'm tired of this shite.
With that, he drags me down the hall as if I'm a piece of luggage. I try to break free from his grip, but it's like one of iron. I'm surprised he's not flying, but I'm grateful, too. Walking to the dungeon, if that's where we're going, gives me the opportunity to have a good look around at this new, strange kingdom I find myself in. Because Darkfell, if this is indeed Darkfell, is very, very strange. Nemeth had told me that Darkfell was a sprawling city under the mountains, but I wasn't able to visualize just what he meant. Now I can see it. The mountain itself is hollowed out, the roof of it so high in certain spots that it disappears into shadows. The rest of it is carved, and between the square houses that are stacked like blocks along cobbled paths, there are houses farther up, lining the high walls of the mountain itself. It's like a hive, and everywhere I look are homes gleaming with the artificial lights at their doors. There are bright cloth awnings over what look like street booths, and as my captor drags me forward, we pass a fenced-off area that resembles rows and rows of Nemeth's mushroom farming board. It's all neat and tidy and industrious. What I don't see are people. There are a few, of course. There's a Felian in the mushroom garden who disappears into shadows the moment they see me being dragged down the street by my captor. I see a few men in uniform, dark-winged and hard-faced, watching as the male at my side hauls me along after him. But the streets feel strangely empty. I thought Darkfell would be crawling with people, with their limited space and so many houses. I thought I'd see nothing but people on top of people. Instead, this place feels nearly as deserted as Leo's. And as we head further into the city itself, the sprawl continues, streets forking into narrow alleyways, buildings clustered atop one another, even more of the nest-like homes high above. And yet many of the homes have no lights on at all. Some of the houses have a strange red symbol painted on the door, and whenever we see someone, they cover their mouth and move hastily past. The mountain seems to echo all around us. Surely a crowded mountain wouldn't echo. I turn to my Felian captor. Where is everyone? His expression grows ugly. He raises a fist to me and I flinch, throwing my hands up to protect myself.
You'll shut your mouth if you know what's good for you, female.
I try to wriggle out of his grip again. Prince Nemeth
is in the tower,
the man says, his claws digging furrows into my skin. He's almost bored, as if capturing humans is an everyday thing with him, as if it's no big deal to see a human near Darkfell, whose border has been closed to us for hundreds of years. I'm his wife, I try once more. Prince Nemeth, he's my husband. Can't you cast a spell to see if I'm telling the truth or not? Use your magic. The man hauls me up so quickly that I yelp. My feet come off the ground and I dangle in midair, held aloft by the hand on my bodice. He snarls at me, showing huge fangs and a nasty demeanor. Where did you hear that? About Nemeth? He was in the tower with me. We left a few months ago. He pulls me closer and I can smell his fetid breath. His pupils flick back and forth, studying me. Who is your master? He hisses. Who showed you magic? Am I not supposed to know? Nemeth showed me, I say again. In the tower. My captor growls and flings me away. I skid across the cobbled floor, wincing when my head smacks against stone. That one's gonna leave a mark. I manage to pull myself upright, panting. If you hurt me again, he's going to kill you, I warn. He didn't keep me alive for 2 years just for you to beat the stuffing out of me. Female, I am warning you. He points a claw at me. Cease with your lip and get to your feet. If this cretin wanted me on my feet, then why'd he pull me off of them? With a huff of irritation, I stand up and immediately get dizzy. I haven't eaten since a few bites of fish this morning, and clearly my body has a problem with this. I shake a finger at the Felian man. Nemeth will not be happy about this. And then I pass out at his feet. I wake up with a foul taste in my mouth and a horrible headache. Groaning, I put a hand to my forehead and remain where I am, just in case the dizziness is lingering. There's a rough blanket under me, and it's very quiet. So quiet, I can hear the drip of water somewhere nearby. Somewhere nearby, there's a drag of chains and a low murmur of conversation. Human conversation. It excites me so much I almost bolt upright again, so desperate to see the faces of my people. I never thought of myself as particularly patriotic until now, when I've lost everyone and everything. It takes everything I have to remain still, and I turn my head, looking at my new surroundings. My captor is gone. That's a good thing. He was getting far too rough and arrogant for my tastes. But his disappearance also means no one knows that I'm here, or that I've been asking for Nemeth. Panic later, I tell myself. Figure out where you are now. A quick glance around makes it obvious, though. I'm in the dungeon. The walls are narrow stone that enclose the thin pallet I'm lying upon, and there's very little light to see by. I stretch an arm out and confirm my suspicions. With both arms extended, I can touch the sides of my cell at the same time. Near my feet, there's a bucket, and the bucket is by the door, which has a window covered by a metal crosshatch of bars. I crawl forward on my bed and gag at the smell of the bucket. This is clearly not the first time it's been used for a toilet. I use the door to help me to my feet, leaning on it for balance, and press my face to the bars, desperate to hear more of those Leosian voices. When I look out, I see a dark stone corridor, lined with more doors just like mine. I still hear voices, though, and as I watch, a pale arm reaches out of the mesh grid toward the next cell, only to be met with another hand. They pass something between them, a hunk of bread, and then quickly disappear again. They were human, though. Those fingers weren't tipped with claws. Hello? I call out. Let me out! Nemeth is looking for me! A large, heavy figure emerges from the shadows. I know from the sound of his wings that he's a Felian, even before those creepy green eyes meet mine. Quiet, you! I ignore that, because quiet never got a girl anywhere. Where exactly am I, kind sir? I flutter my lashes at him and lick my lips in what I hope is an enticing manner. I fear I'm lost. He swipes at the bars with his claws, making me yelp and surge backward.
You'll listen to me when I tell you to be quiet, female.
But where am I? I stay out of reach behind the bars on the door, just in case. My name is Princess Kendromeda Vestalin, and I'm looking for Prince Nemeth of the First House. He'll be looking for me as well. The guard's eyes narrow at me, and he sneers.
So you're royal, huh?
I am. I try to look as dignified as possible.
What if I told you all the royal wenches from Leos were busy sucking cock down at the barracks? You still gonna claim to be royal?
My eyes go wide. Royal wenches? In the barracks? What?
You heard me. Still claiming to be a princess.
I say nothing.
Good. Now if you want your food, you'll be silent, won't you?
My stomach growls, and I decide that maybe it's best to say nothing for now. I cross my arms over my chest protectively and glare, keeping to the shadows of my cell. He can come in any time he likes, I realize, because a Felian can move through shadows. I take another step back, twitching, in the hopes that my movements look erratic enough that he won't teleport in and bother me. What if I told you all the royal wenches from Leos were busy sucking cock down at the barracks? That's a lie. I know it's a lie. There are no royal wenches other than myself and my sister, because Lionel had no siblings, and Marylease is dead. But I've got enough sense to know that I don't want to push him. No one here believes I'm a princess anyhow. It won't do me any good. And I'm starving. So hungry that my stomach feels hollow and painful. I need to eat, or I'm going to become dizzy and sick. Well, sicker, considering I'm going to get sick anyhow if I don't get my medicine soon. I would like to eat.
Oh, would you? He sneers. What a fine lady you are. Remember that here, you're nothing but a slave.
I don't respond. Nothing I say is going to make a difference. I could tell him that I'm Kendra Vestalin all day long, and he's not going to believe me. Kendra Vestalin should be inside the tower, after all, resolutely fulfilling her duty to mankind and the goddess, and I'm the wretched creature that ran from it. He grunts at my silence, and then disappears in a flare of smoke. A moment later he returns, looping a skewer full of mushrooms onto a hook just outside my cell's window, and sets a stone cup outside on a ledge.
Your food, lady.
The guard emphasizes the word as if I'm lying. I need medicine, too. I have to take it every day. His reaction isn't what I expect. Instead of sneering at me, his eyes widen. He grabs a length of material loose around his neck and immediately covers his mouth with it as he takes a step back.
You're sick?
No, of course not. His alarmed reaction has me worried, and I decide to lie. For my women's time. The look the guard shoots me is both one of relief and irritation.
Eat your food, female. If I catch you acting up, this'll be the last meal you get for a while. Understood?
I nod. I hate being such a weakling, but I'm no use to anyone if I'm too sick to function. Nemeth needs me, and the baby, alive and well. So I wait in silence until the guard gives me one last glare and leaves. Then I reach through the bars and grab the skewer with the loop at the end, pull it off the hook, and drag it into my cell. The mushrooms were grilled hours ago, and are cold, but they remind me of Nemeth's mushroom farm back in the tower, and those were always delicious. I gobble them down like a mannerless child, and then lick my fingers. The mug is full of cold water, and I drain it, too, then replace the dishes in their spot, and retreat to my pallet. Laying down, I listen to the noises of the cells around me. There's a woman crying somewhere, a cough, a low murmur of voices. They all sound female, except for the occasional barked command of the guard, who's male and Felian. There's no sunlight around here, and few of the magic lights that lined the walkways as I was dragged inside. I don't know how deep I am in Darkfell. I don't even know if I'm still in Darkfell. How will Nemeth ever find me? Pressing a hand to my forehead, I fight back frustrated tears. I just have to survive. He'll come for me. He will. He won't stop hunting until he finds me, because I'd do the very same for him. Even so, I'm frightened. Psst. The sound is so low I'm not sure I hear it at first. Psst. I turn on my side, staring at the brick wall next to my shoulder, where the hissing sound is coming from. A finger wiggles through a crack in the mortar. Psst, it says again. Princess? Is that really you? Chapter 62. I gasp and turn on hands and knees, pressing my cheek to the coarse blanket and mat that make up the bedding in my cell. The voice I heard, asking if I was the princess. It's unfamiliar to me, but they're speaking the Leos tongue. I gaze at the tiny crack in the mortar of the rock wall, where the finger slips away again. I can't see anything on the other side. It's too dark. I'm reminded abruptly of Balin and his visits to the tower, the gossip he told me through the wall, and how I'd begged for him to free me. A wave of longing hits me. It feels like 100 years ago since those days. Who's there? I ask when the voice goes silent. I'm tempted to stick my finger through the hole to the prisoner on the other side, but what if it's a trap? So I brush chips of mortar away from the hole, trying to whiten it. Hello? I'm here. It's a woman, speaking softly enough that our conversation won't be heard by the guards. My name's Senna. I worked in the palace as a washerwoman. Are you really the princess? I am, I tell her, excitement racing through me. It's me, Kendromeda. The finger appears through the rock again, wiggling. Give me a piece of your hair so I know it's you. Oh. Hastily, I pull a few dark strands free of my messy braid and then wrap them around that wriggling finger. It retreats back behind the stone walls. A quiet moment passes, and I grow impatient. Well? It's you, isn't it? You even sound all impatient like a princess. Well then, I'm not lying. I know. I didn't think it was really you until you mentioned the medicine. The voice on the other side, Senna, says, Riza is my friend. She told me about you and the potion you have to take daily, that you get sick if you don't get your medicine. Why aren't you in the tower? I bite back a sound of excitement when she mentions Riza's name. I've missed Riza so much. I know she's my maid, but she's also my companion and friend, and a constant person in my life. Or at least she was before I entered the tower. Where is Riza? Is she well? She's here in Darkfell, Senna whispers. She was sold off to a Felian master, and so I rarely get to see her anymore. Sold off? Like a farm animal? The idea is horrifying, but she's alive and well at least. When I get out of this dungeon, I'll make Nemeth free her. What about my sister, the queen? Erin, is she here too? She's the slave of one of the Felian princes. Why is she a slave? I choke, horrified. What happened to Leos? Tell me everything. She's a slave because she's pretty, Senna says, her voice bitter. When the Felians took the city, they slaughtered the men and took the women captive. They brought us back to this place, but it's just another tomb. A tomb? You'll see. She chuckles, as if this is all somehow funny. So what's the princess doing in the dungeon instead of in the tower? I left the tower when there was no more food, I confess. There's no food anywhere above ground. The goddess weeps constantly, and the rain washes everything away. At least these Felian bastards have food. She laughs, and the sound is faintly unhinged. Up above, we starved. Down here there's food, but it's a different kind of hell. I blanch. Why are you down here? Because I spit in my owner's food, Senna tells me, still laughing. And food can't be wasted. He had to eat it or give it to me, so he sent me down here to teach me a lesson. More fool him. I'd rather be in the dungeon than out there. At least down here I'm safe.
Safe from what?
From the goddess's wrath, of course. She's not starving the Felians. She's got a very different punishment for them.
And Senna laughs again.
You can't escape the eye of the goddess. Even underground, she still watches.
My skin prickles with goosebumps. Senna doesn't sound well. About the goddess. Kandra? The bellow comes from down a distant, echoing hall, but every pore in my body pricks to attention the moment I hear it. I know that voice. I jump to my feet, forgetting all about Senna on the other side of the wall, and I press my face to the bars of my cell. Nemeth, I'm here! There's a furious sound, a male roar of primal fury, and the sound of something crashing into a wall. Where is she? Nemeth! I cry again, shaking the door of my cell even as the guard swoops through the shadows toward me. Let me out of here! Nemeth! Female, the guard hisses as I grab the empty cup from its shelf and bang it against the metal of my door. It makes a horrifyingly loud sound, which delights me, and even when he snatches it out of my hand and grabs me by the front of my dress, I don't care. Nemeth is here. He's going to save me. Be silent! The shadows thicken behind my guard, and then Nemeth coalesces into the open space behind him. His eyes are wild and frantic, his teeth bared and his wings tucked tight behind him in what I recognize as a warrior stance. His nostrils flare as he spots the Felian male that has the front of my dress, and he grabs him by the knot of horns at the back of his head and drags him backward. You don't get to touch her! Oh, gods, is Nemeth going to kill one of his own kind for mistreating me? Wait, Nemeth, don't! He stops. To my vast relief, he stops. Nemeth stares at me for a long moment, as if not believing his eyes. He pushes the Felian in front of my cell aside, and his gaze searches over my face. Open this. The guard disappears in a flood of shadows, and then returns a moment later with a key. Nemeth doesn't move. His eyes devour me, and I know he's making a mental note of every bruise, every scrape, and adding them to a mental list. His wings look brittle with tension, and even though he's not fidgeting, I can feel the anger brimming through him. I reach out and touch his finger, even as the guard fumbles with the keys to unlock my cell. It's fine. I'm fine. You are not fine. You are in a dungeon. Nemeth's gaze darkens with fury. A Darkfell dungeon. A misunderstanding, I reassure him. My indignation fades in the light of Nemeth's fury. I don't want him endangering himself, and I don't know how his people will take it if he kills one of his own, because I absolutely believe that Nemeth would have killed the guard in that moment. There was something dark and unpleasant in his eyes when he saw that I was in danger. And I'm a terrible person because I like it. I keep smiling brightly at Nemeth as the guard fumbles with the keys again. It's too narrow for him to teleport in, or he doesn't trust the guard while doing so, and we have to wait as the other Felian mumbles apologies and tries to find the correct key. When the door finally opens with a creak, Nemeth all but yanks me out of its depths and into his arms. He wraps himself around me tightly, one hand in my hair and the other on my back, and he hugs me to his chest. I cling to him, breathing in his scent, listening to the sound of his rapid, angry heartbeat.
Tears threaten my eyes, but I blink them back. I'll cry over this tomorrow. When we're settled and safe, I'll cry. Until then, we'll have to wait. I'm safe, I whisper to him. I knew you'd come for me. He steps backward and cups my face in his hands, his thumb stroking my cheek.
You are injured. Was it this guard?
I'm fine, I insist. Misunderstandings are to be expected at times like this, and we can't afford revenge. I'm just glad you're here. I clutch his arms, glad for his strength and his reassuring presence. What happens now?
We are leaving,
He tells me in a low, furious voice. We are? But when he takes me by the hand and pulls me forward, away from the other cells, it seems that yes, we are in fact leaving. Where are we going, Nemeth?
Anywhere but here. I won't let my mate be treated like this.
The bitter fury is still in his voice. That worries me. We've run out of places to go, haven't we? Leos is gone, a wasteland of mud and rain. There's no food to be found there, just like in the tower. The Alabaster Citadel won't have us. Isn't Darkfell all that remains? Before I can ask about his plan, the soldier that initially captured me, the unfamiliar Felian, appears in a nearby alcove and immediately hops down onto the floor in front of us. Right after him, a second Felian appears, this one tall and slender, but there's something familiar about his face. He floats down next to the other, and I get a good look at his clothing. Unlike the first Felian, this one's chest is covered with leather straps that braid and cross each other, holding an ornate chest plate over his heart. The designs on the chest plate look familiar, and I glance over at Nemeth.
Brother, he growls, you look unwell.
Brother? This is the king? I stare at the taller, thinner Felian. He has some resemblance to Nemeth, I realize upon a second look. It's there in the set of the eyes and the stubborn jaw. This one, though, looks younger than my Nemeth, and he does look unwell, his gray skin a sickly pale shade.
I'm recovering, Nemeth's brother says, and I'm surprised to see you here. It's true, then? You left the tower? Abandoned your duty? What about your duty to supply us with food? Nemeth retorts. We had no choice but to leave.
He steps slightly in front of me, just enough to put his bulk between me and the other two Felians. It's not obvious at first what he's doing, but when they both narrow their eyes in my direction, I realize that Nemeth doesn't trust them not to attack us. The tall one grunts acknowledgement of Nemeth's words. You need to talk to the king. So this isn't the king, then. This is another brother? I hold tight to Nemeth's hand, wanting to ask a million questions, but I bite them back. There'll be time for that later.
I'll speak to Ivornoth, but only after my wife has rested. We're going to my quarters.
The brother tilts his head. Wife? His gaze is withering as he looks me over.
You took the other Vestalin princess as your mate. Both of my brothers are fools, then.
He gives an irritated shake of his wings, spreading them wide.
I will tell the king of your arrival. And your mate. He'll find it interesting, to say the least.
Nemeth's hand just tightens on mine. The two Felians fly away, taking to the tall, shadowy ceiling and disappearing into its depths. I watch as they go, and it makes me wonder, why is no one surprised or upset that we left the tower? Has something more happened? What did he mean by, both my brothers are fools? What has he done with Irin? Chapter 63. Nemeth picks me up and flies me through the labyrinthine dark tunnels of Darkfell. I'm too tired to protest, and though I know he must be exhausted too, his wing beats are strong and sure. I'm not entirely surprised when we continue to go up instead of through the bottom part of the city itself. And when Nemeth sets his feet down, it's upon the ledge of one of the tallest of the homes, at the ceiling of the mountain. Beautiful embroidered banners hang outside his door, decorated in the same insignia that he wears upon his belt, the insignia of the first house of Darkfell. The lights, the magical lamps that are so prevalent here, are on just outside his home. The double doors of metal open automatically to let us in, and then we're inside Nemeth's home. He sets me down gently, pressing a kiss atop my head, and then moves about the chamber, tapping lights to illuminate the inside. And what an interior. I'm not entirely surprised to see the massive shelf of books that immediately catches my eye. What I am surprised to see is that his home is built upward instead of outward, like human homes are. The bottom floor is a vast area with a reception table and several backless chairs near a cold hearth. Up on the next level, I see a small dining area. Above that, a workroom of some kind. I cannot see the very top of the house from my vantage point, but I assume that it's the bedroom. Everything is neat and tidy and screams of familial wealth. The walls are hung with silken drapes that cascade from the high ceiling, and delicate mosaics cover the floor. My feet rest upon a circle of brightly colored fish, and the wall across from me looks like a depiction of the three gods, with jeweled offering bowls set in front of each visage. Of course, the bookshelves stretch all the way to the ceiling. This is Nemeth's home, after all. Of course, there are no stairs. This place was made for winged people. As if he can read my mind, Nemeth glides down to my side and lands with a thump.
Do not be alarmed, Kandra. I will have workmen come and build stairs for you immediately.
He takes my hand in his.
Until then, you'll be safe in my bedroom. There's a guardrobe and a bathing chamber on that level as well.
I manage a nod. Fatigue overwhelms me, and I want to ask him a dozen questions, but I'm so tired that I can't think straight. All I can do is clutch his oversized hand tightly. You found me. Nemeth shakes his head, jaw tight. He skims the back of one knuckle on my cheek.
They bruised you.
I'll live. His throat works.
When I found the boat empty, I thought perhaps you'd fallen over, that I'd lost you for good.
Oh, I can't imagine how horrible it's been for him. I'm glad you decided to look inside the mountain.
I saw a scout flying and I hoped.
His voice catches, and then I'm wrapped in a tight hug again. Wings and everything.
By the gods, Kandra, I don't ever want to let you out of my sight again.
Then don't, I say against his chest, breathing in his scent. Drag me everywhere like a pet. I'll sit on your knee and you can feed me scraps. It'll be lovely. He chuckles, and I'm glad to push some of the darkness from his gaze. He strokes my tangled hair.
You need your medicine.
I do, and a meal.
They didn't feed you.
He practically bristles. They did, a bit of mushrooms. I'm still hungry, though. I gaze up at him. The dungeons are full of Leosian women. They thought I was just another captive who'd run away. They thought I was a slave. Your people have enslaved mine, Nemeth.
They lost the war.
You mean Lionel lost the war, I point out. Lionel and his men. And now the women have to suffer?
This is the way of war.
It's dragon shite. I realize I'm raising my voice and press a kiss to his chest, to the side of the insignia buckle he wears. His skin tastes like salt, like the ocean, and he probably hasn't had a moment to rest since I disappeared. Immediately, I feel like a selfish arse. I'm sorry, I just have a lot of feelings right now.
Remember that I'm always on your side, Kandra.
His wings flare out, and he holds me tighter to his chest.
Let's get you your medicine. I won't have you fainting on me.
Nemeth's bedroom reminds me of his tower room, oddly enough. From wall to wall, it's covered with shelves of books, scrolls, and ancient jars stuffed between heavy-looking tomes. There's a reading table with a large book spread upon it, and a round, circular glass that magnifies the words underneath so one can read even the tiniest script. His rich-looking furniture is squeezed in between shelves and book-laden tables, and the sight of the scholarly clutter makes me smile. Nemeth is less pleased, though. He makes an unhappy sound at the sight.
I'd forgotten how many books I have up here. My rooms are probably not up to a Leosin princess's standards.
I snort at that. The floor doesn't rock, and I'm not being splashed with seawater, so it's automatically better than the ship. I don't mind in the slightest. He fusses over me, insisting I sit on the bed and wraps me in blankets.
I'm going to have servants bring food. Wait here.
As if I can leave? I'm on the top floor of his house, which is against the ceiling of the hollow mountain's insides, perched like a bird's nest. I'm not going anywhere. But I nod, and he disappears for a long moment, drifting into shadows. When he returns, he appears a short distance away, in a circle drawn onto the mosaic floor. It's not the first time I've seen that circle on the floors here in Darkfell, and I wonder about it.
Someone will be up with a tray shortly,
he tells me, stepping off the circular platform and moving to my side.
How do you feel?
Better, I admit. Nemeth's blood is coursing through my veins, vivid in its potency, and I feel better than I have in a while. So, this is Darkfell. He grunts, his expression distant.
It is not the same as I left it.
What is? I joke softly, thinking of my own home. Nemeth moves to my side and takes my hand, giving it a sympathetic squeeze.
I am not making light of your homeland's fate. It's only that it feels off here. Strange. The halls are so deserted, and everyone seems...
He pauses.
Reserved. No, that's not right. Downtrodden, I suppose. But that makes no sense. We were the victors of the war, so why is the mood so somber?
Maybe a lot more went on than we know. He opens his mouth to speak, but a woman, a female Felian, with a longer swoop of horns and a lighter gray shade to her skin, enters the room. Nemeth is silent as the woman moves about, wearing a short tunic with a skirt not unlike Nemeth's kilt, but made of linen instead of leather. She seems sulky, too, as if she's displeased to be serving, and I suspect that has a lot to do with me. No one here likes humans. I can't say I blame them, not if we started the war. The woman sets down a tray filled with mushrooms and cheeses and a carafe of wine. She sets out a few bowls, pouring oil and a bit of spices into them, and then slices a slender loaf of crusty bread. That done, she executes a quick bow, her hands fisted over her breast as she bends at the waist, and then flits out, disappearing into the shadows. She didn't look happy, I point out, getting to my feet and approaching the tray, lured by the sight of the bread. How long has it been since I've had bread? No flour was sent to me in the tower because I didn't know how to bake, so my foodstuffs were simple in nature. But by the gods, this bread is fluffy and fresh, and it smells divine. I take one fresh slice and lift it to my nose, inhaling deeply. This shouldn't make me nearly as happy as it does. He grins, dragging two of the stools away from the wall and setting them at the table.
Enjoy it. I can ask for more if we need more.
I wave a hand at him, dismissing that. After being hungry for what feels like forever, stuffing my face with bread seems wasteful, no matter how much the idea appeals. I sit down on the stool he gives me and we eat, soaking the bread in oil and spices, and devouring the mushrooms and cheese. It's quiet, the only sounds that of chewing. Nemeth's expression is distant, and I can tell he's worried. I nudge him with my foot. Tell me about your home.
What do you want to know?
Do you have quarters high up because you're important, or because they want to forget you exist? I twirl a finger, gesturing at his sumptuous apartments. He gives me a narrow-eyed look.
Both, I imagine. My younger brother, Ajaxi, is quick to agree with Ivornath's plans, no matter how strange or convoluted. I'm the one that protests, and thus I am not nearly as loved by my brothers. Nemeth's mouth curves up in one corner, and he pops a bite of cheese into his mouth. I was never here much anyhow. I would visit a few times a year, but I lived at the Alabaster Citadel up until a few months before entering the tower.
Why?
Why what?
Why did you leave the Citadel a few months before you were supposed to enter the tower? I think of Marilise, who never visited court to see me or Irin. She stayed in the Citadel up until the very end, only to die in a shipwreck. My conscience twinges, and I wonder how she felt, trapped in one place and waiting to be trapped in yet another. We should have reached out to her more, should have written more, visited, something. Nemeth's expression grows shuttered, and he holds a piece of cheese out to me.
Family matters. Eat more. Remember, you're carrying our child.
I know a deflection when I see one. As if I could forget. All right, what's that circle then? I point at the one that Nemeth appeared in when he teleported back. It is the same one that the servant teleported in with. Why does everyone come through there? He nods, as if this is an easy question.
Remember when I said that a Felian can die if they teleport into a spot and something is in the way? The circles prevent that. They're safe spots, spelled to ensure that if someone is standing in place, no one else can come through until the circle is vacated. Each house and building in Darkfell has such a circle.
Makes sense. I nibble on the cheese he gave me, wondering if it'd be too greedy to snag another piece of bread. There's a tasty-looking end near his side of the table that he's ignoring, and I have a powerful lust for. Very well. So circles are for travel. What about the red swirl? The one on so many of the doors?
I wasn't looking at the doors,
he tells me. I dip my finger in oil and take the last piece of bread, drawing the door symbol on it. It's almost snake-like, if the snake was eating its own tail, and each one had been a bright, vivid red. I saw that marked on several doors. Do you know what it means? Nemeth stares down at the bread. He picks it up, and then rips it in half and offers half to me.
I'll have to ask when I speak with my brother.
It's strange that Nemeth, as learned as he is, wouldn't know a symbol like that. But I don't press. I'm just thrilled to be here with him, safe inside Darkfell. For once, it feels like we can stop running in search of the next meal. We can breathe. I smile at him and lick the oil off my finger, then finish off my piece of bread. The brother that I met?
No, that was Ajaxi. Ivornath is king. He's the one I must speak to.
When?
As soon as possible.
He rubs his jaw. He's right. Best we get this taken care of as quickly as possible. One day that my sister spends in slavery is a day too many. I don't care about our differences. She was doing what she thought was best for Leos, for our bloodline. I can disagree with her, but I can't be angry. Not after everything that's happened. Good idea, I tell him, fighting back a yawn. Let me wash up and I'll go with you.
No,
Nemeth says immediately. At my surprised look, he continues in a gentler voice.
It is better if it is just me for now, love. You might not be as diplomatic in your thoughts as you could be.
His gaze moves to my belly.
And we have a few secrets I'm not quite willing to share just yet.
I want to argue, but Nemeth looks tired. So tired. I remind myself that while I was sitting in a dungeon, passed out on a mat, he was searching frantically for me, that he didn't know if I was alive or dead. My heart softens. Tomorrow, then.
Tomorrow.
He rubs his face and gives me a weary smile, reaching for my hand.
You'll be safe here even without me. There's a stone carving by the teleport circle. Put that in the circle once I'm gone, and no one will be able to slip in without coming through the front. And I will lock the front with a spell that will only allow myself to cross the threshold.
Once again, I marvel at the cleverness of the spells. A stone, or any object, placed in the circle, stops the teleportation and gives someone privacy. It's genius. So, we're all alone up here? When he nods, I get to my feet and move toward him, tugging at the leather straps on his chest. They're bloated with seawater, and the metal buckles are tarnished. But he's here, and he's gorgeous, and he's mine. So that means if I decided I can't go another moment without licking your knot, no one would interrupt? His eyes grow heated.
No one.
Well now, that sounds lovely. Good, because I missed you dreadfully, I tell him, aching with the truth of it. It's been forever since we've touched each other intimately. Forever since we've gotten to caress one another. Forever since we've eased the hungry ache of need. Our bond feels like the only thing that's constant in this shifting world. I want to touch him, and I want to be touched. Now. Chapter 64. I tug at one seawater-soaked strap that crosses his chest. Would it be inappropriate of me to take my Felian husband's knot into my mouth and suck on it until he comes? Nemeth's breath grows ragged.
I haven't bathed.
I pretend to look around his quarters. I thought I saw a bathing pool around here. I'm happy to bathe you first. Personally, I've swallowed enough seawater in the last few weeks that I don't care if his skin tastes like salt and sweat. I don't care about anything except touching him. He could drag his dick through mud in the next moment, and I'd still want to lick him clean. I want him so badly. He groans and jumps to his feet. Before I can ask where he's going, he shadow teleports over to the circle and kicks the stone carving into it. A moment later, he's back at my side, pulling me into his arms, and then teleporting us both to the bathing pool. With a hungry growl, he rips at the front of my dress. That makes me squeak in distress. "It's my last gown!"
I'll get you new ones,
he promises, tearing the worn fabric away. My breasts spill out, bouncing in the cool air. I gasp, but I'm aroused at his ferocity. I love this side of Nemeth. I love that he's here. I love that he came for me, that he's just as hungry to touch me as I am to touch him. He captures one breast in his hand, dropping to a crouch and nuzzling at the tip of the other. I whimper, heat sizzling through me as he rips the rest of my dress off, even as he tongues my nipple, teasing the other with his thumb. I thought I was going to suck on your knot.
Patience, Nemeth growls. I need to claim you first.
I bite back a whimper, because I need that too. Gods, do I need that. He gets to his feet and flips me around onto my belly, pushing me over the edge of the pool. I scramble to hold on to something as he kicks my feet apart, because I know what's coming next, and I'm so damned ready for it that I could scream. Big hands grip my hips, hauling me up slightly, and in the next moment, the tip of him brushes against my entrance. That's the only warning I get before he plunges deep. With a cry, I shudder and brace myself against the steps to the pool. He thrusts into me again, surging our joined bodies forward, and his knot, rock hard and insistent, presses against my entrance. Nemeth pounds into me, growling.
"Take my knot. Take it, Kandra."
He's never been so fierce, so relentless as he hammers into me, pressing against my core as if he can somehow work his knot in with sheer determination. Gods, it's so sexy. I love that he's using me. "Make me come," I pant. "Then you can knot me." Nemeth pumps into me again, and his big hand slides between my thighs. He spanks my pussy, stretched tight around him, and I squeal in surprise at the sensation. That should not have felt nearly as good as it did. But when he does it a second time, I clench up in a burst of pleasure.
"You're mine, aren't you?"
he demands.
"My mate. My bride."
He spanks my pussy again, then massages my clit with his thick fingers. I come, choking on my breath at the sheer force of my climax, and with a roar he presses his knot into my slickened heat, claiming me as his. I pant through the tight sensation, more pleasure prickling up and down my spine as he comes, our bodies locked together. He clutches me in place, holding me tight, and I try to catch my breath, curls of pleasure drifting through my body. I'm dimly aware of the absolute stretch of his cock inside me, of his knot pulsing just within my channel, and the pleasure keeps flowing, pulsing in time with our heartbeats. "So much for a bath," I manage.
"Oh, we've just begun,"
my mate purrs, rubbing a big hand down my spine.
"I can bathe you while knotted inside you, my pretty human."
I whimper, because that sounds both obscenely delicious and like far too much. Nemeth is determined, though. He tugs me upright, our bodies still locked tight, and when I flail, he wraps a big arm around my waist, holding me anchored in front of him. With that, he spreads his wings for balance and climbs into the pool, and I moan as the heat of the water soaks into my bones. It's warm. Gods, this is amazing.
"Here I thought you were tired of water,"
Nemeth murmurs, sinking our joined bodies deeper into the bath. "I'm absolutely sick to death of the sea," I point out. A nice, clean, hot bath is a completely different thing. I lean back against his broad chest contentedly, or, at least, as contented as one can be when currently knotted by their Felian lover. Every twitch of his body ripples through mine, making my cunt clench tight around his thick knot. A repeat of our furious lovemaking is not far from my thoughts. Nemeth must be thinking the same sorts of things, because he cups one hand, dribbling water over my breasts, and then begins to wash them as if they're the dirtiest part of me. I moan when he drags his thumbs deliberately over my nipples, causing me to squirm atop his cock. "Unfair," I pant. "I can't get away from you."
"That's why this is the best time to do this."
His hand slides lower to my belly, caressing it.
"How do you feel?"
I know the question is more than how I feel. He's asking how the baby is, too. I think everything is fine.
"Does anyone suspect?"
He brushes his fingers over my stomach again. I snort. Please, I couldn't even get them to believe that I was Princess Kendra. You think anyone stopped to look at me closely? I lean back against his chest, closing my eyes as he pours more water over me in the laziest, sexiest bath ever. It's weird, actually. I thought we'd have people throwing rocks at us the moment we showed up, but no one seems to believe me when I tell them who I am. They think Princess Kendromeda Vestalin is still in the tower. But if that's the case, wouldn't they notice the weather? How awful things are? Surely the goddess's wrath is a noticeable change.
Aye,
Nemeth says in a quiet voice, his fingers skimming down my arm.
I'm not sure I understand it myself. Darkfell is different. Quiet. Empty. I don't understand it. I hope my brother can give me answers.
You need to tell him to free my sister, I say, and Riza, and—
One thing at a time,
Nemeth interrupts.
I know you are worried, but Vornoth does not like to be told what to do. I will have to be careful when dealing with him.
He drags a wet finger up and down my arm, and then shifts his weight, seating me more heavily upon his knot.
I do not want to think about my brother right now. I want to think about pleasuring my beautiful mate so hard that she will never entertain the thought of leaving me.
I nearly choke at that. Pleasure me so hard I won't leave? Where by all the gods would I go? There's nothing left. I don't think you have to worry about that. Nemeth's arms tighten around me, and he holds me close.
I never planned this.
Planned what? There's such frustration in his voice. Nemeth.
I never imagined we'd come to Darkfell,
He tells me, one arm locking around my waist, and the other skimming up my throat in a possessive gesture. His hips twitch under the water, pushing him deeper into me, and I suck in a breath.
I thought that when we left the tower, I would follow you. I'd follow you anywhere. You know that, don't you, Kendra?
I whimper, because his cock is swelling inside me, his words a teasing whisper against my ear.
My plan was always to return with you, to be yours.
Is that what he's worried about? I know Nemeth is a plotter. I know he likes to have everything thought out and figured in advance. This isn't your fault, I breathe, biting my lip when he shudders, and I feel every bit of it. Fuck the plans. We'll make new ones.
Just never lose faith in me, Kendra. Everything I do is for you. For us.
His arms harden around me, that hand gripping my throat just tight enough that I feel the prick of claws. It sends a shiver of arousal down my spine. Nemeth lets out a ragged breath that sounds curiously close to a sob.
I thought I'd lost you yesterday. I thought I'd lost you and there was nothing left for me.
I reach behind me, caressing his jaw. You're stuck with me, I'm afraid. I wriggle against his cock in a very deliberate manner. He doesn't need to dwell on the past, I decide. For now, we think of the future. And when he bends me over the edge of the tub again, his hand on my clit, I can't think of anything at all. I wake up some time later, my hair dry, my body clean, and I'm alone in the bed in Nemeth's chambers. Yawning, I sit up and eye the statue sitting in the center of the teleportation circle. There's a note on the bed, too, and I squint at it, sounding out the words because I really am shite at reading.
Have gone to speak to my brother. Stay here. There's a food tray in the antechamber. I will return soon.
I move around Nemeth's home, eyeballing his belongings. It's strange because this place is absolutely not built for humans. The bed is large and circular and low, designed for wings and thick legs that bend backward. There's a lavatory on this floor, along with the bathing pool. But other than that, I can go nowhere. I pick up a mushroom from the tray and eat it like a piece of fruit, moving to the ledge and eyeing the spread of rooms below. I know he spent most of his life at the Alabaster Citadel, preparing for a life inside the tower. Did he come home often? Was this a refuge for him, or just another prison? More than that, is he glad to be back? I wander around his quarters for a bit longer, then dig into the tray. There's a bitter cheese and some bread, and a handful of nuts, along with more mushrooms. I eat everything and avoid the wine carafe, drinking water instead. When Nemeth doesn't return, I yawn and retreat back into the bed. Nemeth must be meeting with his brothers. He's rarely ever mentioned them to me, while I bring up Erin regularly. He never talked of his family. At first, I thought it was because he was deliberately hiding information from me, but I think he's just not close to them. After all, I rarely speak of Marylease. Still, I hope they're being kind to him. I hope they don't rage at him for leaving the tower. I wish I was there. Nemeth is too polite, too kind. I'd let his brothers know what I truly think of them, and the fact that they left us to starve in the tower. Perhaps that's why I'm here alone while he's visiting them. I doze throughout the afternoon, only to awaken again to a large body sliding into the bed next to me. I roll over to my side, and Nemeth tucks me against him, spooning my smaller form against him. He holds me tight for a long moment, then sighs heavily. "It went that well, I ask, tucking my arms against his.
My brothers can be very stubborn.
Not surprising, given that one is the king. What did you talk about? He hesitates, then presses his mouth against the back of my head, breathing in my scent.
They were surprised I left the tower. They said they sent a delegation with food, but they must not have made it.
Dragon shite, I mutter, rolling over to look at him. Do you buy that? He thinks for a moment.
No.
I study his face. He seems as if he's aged in the last day. Nemeth's expression is worn and tired, as if the weight of the world is suddenly upon his shoulders. For what feels like the millionth time, I wish we were back in our tower, alone and oblivious to the world outside. Did you tell them that I'm here with you? Nemeth's mouth twists slightly.
I did. They do not believe you're my mate. A Felian should never marry one of our ancient enemies.
His voice is bitter.
They called me a fool and said I was lying.
I sit up and take his hand in mine, turning over his palm to display the bite mark tattooed there. They said this was a lie?
They said it didn't count.
Did you tell them about the baby? He shakes his head.
I don't want to tell them any more than I have to. I don't trust them, Kendra. I know they're my brothers, and I know we must try to get along so we have a safe place. But I just want to grab our things and leave this place.
His expression is hard.
Tonight.
Leave? I stare at him. And go where?
Nemeth shrugs. Get supplies and return to our tower. Stay there for the rest of the 7 years and wait out the goddess's anger. Perhaps she will be appeased if we return.
I shake my head at him. And my sister? My people? What am I supposed to do? I can't leave them behind. I can't abandon them to slavery and just run off as if I don't know what's happening here. I lean in. Nemeth, is what they say about the humans true? That they're forcing them to have sex with Felians? The women? I can't leave them.
Kendra.
No, I tell him firmly. I don't care about the war. I don't care about who won or who lost. I want to see my sister and her children. I want to see Riza and my nurse. I want to know if my people are all right. I can't bury my head in the sand and pretend everything is fine and go back to the tower, Nemeth. He sighs, the sound heavy and defeated, and sits up. His hand scrubs down his face, and he looks so tired. I feel guilty for pushing him, but I don't know what else to do.
The women of Leos have been enslaved, yes. I have not heard if they are serving sexually, but they were brought here as spoils of war.
Well, we need to free them, then.
How am I to do that?
Nemeth shakes his head at me.
My brother does not believe me when I say I have a human wife. They believe I should put a collar on your throat and enslave you, too. That's what Leosians deserve after picking a war. That's what they deserve because...
He cuts off abruptly, his jaw clenching. Because of what? I prompt.
Nothing, he mutters. I am forbidden to speak of it.
Forbidden by who? When he doesn't look me in the eye, I bend forward, trying to shove my face in his sights. Forbidden by who, Nemeth? I'm your wife. I'm your partner. What's going on? But he only shakes his head again.
I cannot say, Kendra. Please leave it at that.
I stare at him as he gets out of bed and heads across the room to pick up a book. He's changed his clothing, I realize. Gone is the simple leather kilt, replaced by something far more ornate and gilded, a symbol of the first house slung around his neck in a thick decorative chain. Who is this man that I married? How can you side with them? Over slavery?
Do you mean how can I condone my people for claiming women left behind by the men who came to murder us? Those women did not stop their bloodthirsty husbands when they headed off to war to kill the Felian people. But that is acceptable because we are the enemy, yes?
Nemeth's voice grows hard.
Kendra, you are my mate, and the thing I love most in this world. But your people attacked mine, demanding that my brothers release their war prizes will not go over well. I must pick and choose my battles, and right now I'm most concerned with us staying alive.
Alive? I stare at him, uncomprehending. You truly think they would kill you? They're your brothers. His jaw clenches and he looks away.
All I know is that they did not send us food. They did not believe in our mating. They will not give you status amongst our people. I have done everything they asked, and...
His mouth snaps shut.
No more.
What did they ask you to do? I whisper.
To spy inside the tower, of course. To report back.
He rubs a hand on his jaw.
I am tired of the throne controlling my life, Kendra. When I say they cannot be trusted, I'm not overreacting or exaggerating. They are my brothers, but I feel as if I do not know them.
There's such despair in his eyes that I feel like an absolute arse for my demands. He's trying as hard as he can to make this work. I know he is. I move forward and cup his face in my hands.
All I have is you,
Nemeth says, voice hoarse.
You may think I have my home and my family, but my home is you. My family is you, Kendra. You're everything. And I'm navigating this the best I can because I want nothing more than to keep you safe.
I reach up and stroke his horns because I know they're sensitive. It's the touch of a lover, one that I hope distracts him a little from the worries he carries. I love you, Nemeth. We're a team. And if it takes me wearing a collar in order to talk to your brothers, then that is what I shall do. It's a trinket. It means nothing to me. Nemeth doesn't look reassured, though. If anything, he looks more worried. Chapter 65. The king calls for Nemeth the next day, and for him to bring me. The missive comes to Nemeth's door, delivered in an ornate parchment sealed with wax. I watch over the ledge as Nemeth takes the note from the small box by the door and frowns deeply as he reads it.
Ivornoth,
he growls.
I should have known.
Is this bad? I ask. Didn't you see Ivornoth yesterday? He shakes his head.
I visited Ajaxi. Ivornoth refused to see me.
Well, that makes me nervous. Still, I'd wanted to see Ivornoth, hadn't I? This is my chance. I'm good at court games, at wheedling and ingratiating myself, at flirting and making someone feel appreciated. I'm confident I can handle Ivornoth. A little flattery, a little awe tossed his way, and then when he sees I'm nothing to be frightened of, we pitch for my sister's freedom, along with Riza and everyone else. He just needs a bit of ass-kissing, I suspect. Even Lionel wasn't immune when I turned on the charm. I can handle this. Nemeth might be his brother, but he's said before that he's not a diplomat. Perfect, I tell Nemeth. Show me what we have to wear. A few hours later, my hair is pulled back into an elaborate rope braid, decked with golden chains and anchored over one shoulder. My eyes rimmed with a bit of green cosmetic to show off their color. My bruises are covered with a pale powder, and my new dress is courtesy of the trunk of clothing, along with the cosmetics that were brought in by Felian servants. It's proof that Nemeth has some pull around here at least, no matter what he thinks. The Felian clothing for women is a little different than what I'm used to. There are no tight decorative sleeves, no ornate belts to show off the curve of the hips. Instead, the dress is a sack of glossy flowing material, with a square neck and no sleeves. Instead, there are two thin ties that can be fastened over the neck, leaving the back bare for wings. A quick look in the mirror shows me that I look short and dumpy in the long dress. It's not a flattering look, but it hides my belly well thanks to my large breasts. It's not a very warm outfit for the cold Undermountain, more proof that Felians run hotter than humans. Luckily for me, Nemeth takes pity on my shivering and gives me a thick, woolly wrap for my shoulders that is covered with his family's symbol. A thick, plain metal collar is fastened around my neck, and I decide I hate it. Nemeth is dressed finely, too. I'm struck again how handsome he is. He puts on a jewel breastplate of hammered metal, the sigil of the first house displayed across the front, and held onto his shoulders and waist by straps of thick leather, so as to avoid his wings. His kilt is heavily gilded as well, and a heavy ceremonial hammer is hung at his waist. The ancient symbol of the first house, and the symbol of the weapon Ravendor Vestalin used to smite her Felian husband. I decide I hate it, too.
Are you ready?
Nemeth asks me, taking my hand in his. He turns my palm over, rubbing his thumb over the bite mark.
Say the word and I will leave you here. We will tell them you feel unwell, that you ate something that disagrees with you.
I shake my head. I'm going with you, and I plan on charming your brother so he'll have no choice but to let my sister and the other Leosians go. They're just women. His war wasn't with them.
And if he doesn't?
Nemeth asks. I won't even consider such a thing. He will. I'm mentally getting back into my court personality as Nemeth wraps his wings around me and tucks me under his chin. One dizzying moment later, and we've teleported onto a circle in front of the home of the king. If I was expecting a palace, I've been mistaken. It looks more like a fortress hewn from stone, but narrow and climbing up the walls of the mountain itself. Rock pillars frame a metal double door, 2 guards standing outside. Above the first floor, windows cluster like lines of grapes growing in a row, each window covered in ornate stained glass. The rooms look small compared to Castle Leos's expansive rooms and winding halls, but there's so many windows that there's no question in my mind that this is where the ruler of this place lives. The guards cover their mouths with scarves as we appear in the courtyard, and I could swear they flinch. Not a good sign. Nemeth releases me, and I step dutifully behind him, pretending to be subservient. As I do, I eye our surroundings. We're in a gated courtyard on the bottom floor of the mountain, surrounded by high stone walls. There are plants growing here, strange, twisty-looking things, climbing and growing under the anemic light of magical lanterns that cast their glow. I look down at our feet, and there are a dozen circles in the tile mosaic floor, as if the people might teleport in and slowly gather here. There's no red symbol painted on the door here either.
Prince Nemeth, here to see my brother,
Nemeth declares in a booming voice as he approaches the guards. I trot behind him, trying to look cute and helpless. The guards cross their spears over the doors, barring him from entering.
"No humans. She will have to wait nearby."
One gestures at the far side of the courtyard, where I see a small gazebo-like structure, heavily encrusted with pale green vines and more of the strange lighting.
"The king's orders."
Nemeth growls furiously, one hand nudging me behind him.
"The king has asked for both of us."
"Aye, and he changed his mind," the second guard says. "And if you go in, you must cover your mouth. King's orders." My mate reaches for his hammer. I put a hand on his arm. "Nemeth, it's fine. Just go talk to him. I can wait out here for a bit." He turns toward me, frowning.
"I should take you home."
"No," I say quickly, giving his arm a pat to soothe him. "We've come this far and dressed up to visit. Go in and talk to him. Tell him I wish to speak to him too. I'm sure it'll be fine. Just ease the topic of your wife into the conversation." I take his hand in mine and kiss the back of it. "I can sit in the garden and wait. I don't mind." He sighs heavily, glancing over at the guards. It's clear he doesn't like this. "I'll be safe," I reassure him, "unless you think the guards will hurt me." We both glance over at the two men in front of the doors. They're watching me hold Nemeth's hand with looks of revulsion, which is odd. I mean, I know humans and Felians look different, but the disgust is a new take. Nemeth notices it too. He turns back to me, leaning in.
"I don't like this, Kandra. There should be more guards here."
"More?" That surprises me.
"Aye, the palace has always had 10 guards at its doors. I don't understand this."
He shakes his head.
"Just as I don't understand why a Vornoth would change his mind about seeing you."
"We'll go and change it back," I joke. "I'll wait here." He nods and pulls me close, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. Then he leads me toward the gazebo in the midst of the garden and pauses in front of the lattice door there. I can see another figure waiting in the deep shadows inside, probably another human left behind by someone, since we're being treated like rabid dogs. I turn and smile brightly at Nemeth, showing him that I'm fine with this. With one last longing glance, he leaves me and heads for the door. The moment he does, a guard steps forward with a water skin.
"Wash your hands and face. King's orders."
I watch as Nemeth mutters something unpleasant to them, but does as he's bade, and then disappears inside. The doors finally open for him. By the gods, I knew Darkfell would be strange, but I didn't realize just how strange. I turn around to the gazebo door and pause. There on the delicate lattice of wood, just above the door handle, is another one of those swirling red marks. Does it mean human? I wonder. I push the door open and head inside. "Hello," I call out to the other occupant. "May I sit with you?"
"Good," says a hard voice that makes me gasp in surprise. "You're finally here."
I stare in shock as the woman inside lowers her hood. It's my sister, Erin. She's thinner than I remember, her face hard, and there are lines at the corners of her mouth, as if she's permanently frowning now. But Erin is still beautiful and regal, and she's family. With a choked sob, I launch myself at her, hugging her tight. "By the gods!" I weep. "Erin!"
"Tears do no good," my sister says in a brittle voice. "Save them for someone else."
I pull back in surprise, gazing up at her. Erin's always been taller than me, and svelte. She seems hard now, though, as if all of her softness has disappeared. She smiles at me, but there's no affection in the expression, and I swear I can see every tendon in her throat when she does. "Erin," I breathe, "I'm so glad to see you, but you're so thin."
And you're not. I shouldn't be surprised. Even when Mother tried to make you watch your food, you always looked plump.
I flinch at her cruel words. She's angry, I realize. Angry that I've left the tower. That I've failed in a Vestalion's duty. That must be it. How did you get here? I ask, determined to ignore her anger. Is it true that Leos is destroyed and the humans here are enslaved? Her gaze goes blank for a moment, and then she focuses on me again.
I should be asking how you got here. When did you arrive? Has it been 7 years already?
That worries me. Surely she would know if 7 years have passed. If she thinks it's been 7, then why is her gaze filled with such hatred towards me? It's only been a little more than 2.
Oh, so you abandon your duty?
Her smile twists.
You fool. It still took 2 years, did it? How witless you must feel.
We stayed until we had no supplies left. No one arrived to bring food for either of us, so we left and traveled to Leos. Or what's left of it. Is it true? Tell me it's not. I beg. Tell me what happened. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe, despite the odds, Leos has somehow survived. That the people retreated further into the mountains and created a settlement there. That they're thriving on plants that grow abundantly in mud and excessive rain. Something. Anything.
You don't know what happened?
My sister's hard expression changes ever so slightly.
You truly don't know what occurred?
I shake my head. I've been in the tower for the last 2 years. I know nothing beyond the doors closing behind me. Please, tell me everything. She touches the collar at her neck. A slave collar, just like mine. But hers is a real one.
Lionel set sail the moment you crossed into the tower,
Erin says in a distant voice, her gaze distracted.
It didn't matter that the winds hadn't yet died down, or that the weather was foul. He sent you, and he expected the goddess to shower him with fair weather. He was such a reckless idiot.
She sounds almost affectionate.
I'm told he lost half his ships before they even made it to Darkfell, and then he set siege to the mountain. Can you imagine? Waiting outside a stone mountain in a boat.
Erin laughs, and the sound makes my hackles rise. I try to picture Lionel laying siege to Darkfell, but all I can see in my mind's eye are the impossibly high cliffs that frame the waters of the sea on Darkfell's borders. It seems a foolish place to siege, but I'm no soldier.
He lost, of course, my sister continues. 9 months he fought, and came back like a dog with a tail between his legs, just long enough to kiss his baby son and impregnate me again, and then it was off to war once more, taking all the men that could stand upright with him and leaving me in charge of a people that were running out of food. Did you know that when all the men go off to war, there's suddenly no one to till the fields or mind the cattle? Did you know that a woman can only do so much with a baby hanging off of her? We tried to make up the slack, but in the end there still wasn't enough food. And then the rains just made it worse. It rained, and we starved, and we starved. I envied you in the tower, you know.
That takes me aback. You did?
Yes.
Her expression grows dreamy.
It seemed like the perfect escape. Just sit in a tower on a bed of cushions, eating food and ignoring the world outside as it goes to shite. Sheer bliss. You didn't have to worry about anything. You could be proud that you were doing your duty to the gods. Meanwhile, I was outside trying to hold everything together.
I feel a twinge of guilt.
But at least I had my babies,
Erin continues. She won't look at me as she speaks, as if it's too much for her mind if she sees me.
My strong little Lionel, and my daughter Ravendor.
I jerk at the name, an uneasy feeling in my gut. You named your girl Ravendor? She's not listening to me, though. Her expression is vague.
They're such good children, too. Strong and brave.
Erin blinks hard and then turns back to me.
Isabella died, you know, during the famine. She gave her last bites of food to me so I could nurse my baby.
Oh, gods, Erin. I reach for her hands. My youngest memories are of Erin and Isabella always together. They were closer than I was with Erin. I also knew they'd been lovers for some time, and I can't imagine my sister's pain. I know how much you loved her.
Nurse died too, she tells me. Iphigenia. She was one of the first to die from weakness when there was nothing to eat.
It's a punch in the gut. I choke back a sob, horrified. All this time I've been excited to see both Nurse and Riza. Sometimes more excited at the prospect of seeing them than my own sister. And to realize that I've lost Nurse breaks me. Hot tears slide down my face. Please, no.
Yes. Erin's voice is cold. She was lucky. She didn't live to see the destruction of our kingdom. After we starved for 2 full seasons, it was easy for the Felians to take over. Our navy was destroyed. Our men were gone. The people left in the capital were weak, and Lionel thought he was some great commander. They captured him on the first day of the siege, and after that I knew it was just a matter of time. But I held out for as long as I could, because I knew Lionel needed a kingdom.
A sick feeling grows in my stomach. Where is he? Where's the baby? Where are both of your children, Erin? My sister turns her cold, unblinking eyes on me.
You don't know?
I shake my head.
The Felians stormed our castle, destroying everything in sight. They put every man to the sword. It didn't matter how old or how young he was. If he was inside the walls, he was killed. They saved my Lionel for last, though. I held him tight in my arms, and they pulled him free.
She chokes. Don't say it. Please don't say it.
They took him from my arms and flung him from the walls, Kendra, because a male human was a threat to them. He was a baby.
I wrap my arms around my sister, hating every word she says. I hate them because I know they're true. I hate them because they've broken my sister. While I sat safe and sound in the tower, my sister was fighting for her life. My sister had her baby ripped from her arms and murdered. Ravendor? I'm terrified to find out the answer, but I know my sister has 2 children. If Lionel is dead...
I don't know.
Erin chokes on the words, as if they're difficult to say. Her arms tighten around me. It's not a hug, not quite, but I'll take it.
Once they stormed Leos, they put a collar on me. They took the women. They gave my baby to another woman. I don't know where Ravendor is, Cantra. I don't have my babies.
A sob breaks from her.
My arms are empty. My kingdom is destroyed, and I need a knife.
The change in conversation is so sudden, I'm certain I've heard her wrong. I pull back. You what?
I need a knife, she tells me, frantic.
The enchanted knife you gave me? I shake my head. It's lost, stolen.
Any knife. Do you have one?
No. What for? A smile curves my sister's lips.
I'm going to cut Ajax's throat while he sleeps. He keeps me chained to his bed so I can serve him whenever he wishes. So I'll kill him and anyone else that tries to stop me from leaving this place.
As this quiet moment unfolds, let the soft music guide your thoughts into a calmer space before the story returns.
Chapter 66. I stare at my sister in horror. The rational part of me knows that she's gone through hell recently, that she's not herself. Her husband and her kingdom are destroyed. Her true love, Isabella, has died. Her son has been murdered and her other child given away. She's been given to the enemy as a slave. Any of these things would break me, and yet my sister has endured them all. But the way she's looking at me now is terrifying. The calm, rational Iren Vestalin is gone. The Iren who would do whatever it took to ensure the Vestalin line and the safety of our kingdom has been destroyed, just like Leos itself. I cannot stop staring at her dead eyes, at the look on her face. I know in this moment that if I had a knife on me, she truly would murder as many people as she could, as long as they were Felian. Iren, no, that's not the answer. She laughs.
Yes, it is. They murdered everything I care about. Give me a knife and I'll make them pay.
Her eyes gleam with an unhinged light, and she studies my clothing.
Do you have one on you? Hidden somewhere?
No! I slap at her hands as she grabs at my dress. Stop it! Her hand brushes over my rounded belly, and she goes still. Dragon shite. She knows. Iren draws back. Her shoulders straighten and she looks at me. Really looks at me, for what feels like the first time.
How did you get out of the tower, Kendra?
We waited for as long as we could. We waited for food. No one came, and Nemeth and I had to make a decision. Her eyes narrow the moment I mention Nemeth's name.
The Felian. You didn't kill him then. I knew you were too weak, too blinded by cock. Is it good? Does the monster have a fine cock? It must be excellent for you to betray your people just like that whore Riza.
Riza? She's alive then?
She should be dead. Iren spits, hatred contorting her face, cavorting with the enemy, flirting with him, pretending like he's something other than a Felian monster.
Her lip curls as she looks down at my belly.
And you're no better. Unless, did he rape you?
I feel sick at how hopeful her expression is. She'd rather have me brutalized by the enemy than happily married. I shake my head. Nemeth is kind. When she snorts, I continue on, ignoring her. He's a scholar. He's good to me. I married him, Iren.
You always were a fool for cock, she says in a bitter voice. You should have killed him when you had the chance. Unless you still have that poison I sent you.
I get up from the bench. You're scaring me, Iren. I'm not going to give you the tools to murder people.
Because you're on their side now. Is that it? You've turned your back on your name, your heritage, your people.
Her eyes fill with tears.
Oh, Kendra, you're such an idiot.
I want to cry. I want to bury my face in Nemeth's arms and just weep for hours. This isn't my sister. This bitter, hateful shell that wants to kill and hurt and destroy isn't the Iren I knew. The sister that always looked out for me and wiped away my tears is gone, replaced by this vengeful stranger. It's my fault, I realize. We left the tower. We brought the wrath of the goddess down. My words trail off as Iren begins to laugh. I watch her, confused as she holds her sides and laughs as if this is the funniest thing in the world.
Oh, Kendra, she wheezes. Even after all this, you still think it's about you? If only it were. She laughs harder. We've been lied to this entire time. You poor fool. And you've gone and married a Felian. I had no idea you were so stupid. What do you mean? Who's lied? But Erin gets a cat-like look on her face, a smirk that makes my skin crawl. Your husband can tell you. After he does, bring me the knife. I'll do it if you don't have the stomach for it. She turns away from me, hiding her face as one of the Felian guards approaches the gazebo. And a moment later, she's led away. I'm torn between clinging to her hand and begging them not to take her, and relief that she's gone. It isn't until Erin is out of sight that I realize she never asked about my medicine or how I'm staying alive without it. She hasn't asked how I got pregnant. She doesn't care. I realize that. Everything she told me was to make me as broken and empty and full of hate as she is. She wants me to hate Nemeth and his people. I know that. I do. But I can't stop wondering what she meant when she said we were both lied to. Nemeth returns a short time later, his mood foul. Went well? I half-heartedly joke. I can tell it didn't. He's vibrating with tension, his mouth set into what looks like a permanent frown. He refuses to see me, Nemeth says. He's having Ajaxi run messages between rooms and speaks to me from across the hall. It is madness. My brother has lost his wits.
Ajaxi? My natural instinct is to tease a laugh out of him, because if we're laughing, we're not crying at least, and I definitely feel like crying at the moment.
He snorts. Ajaxi has never had wits. Ivornoth is the one that has lost his.
That sounds more like my Nemeth. I wonder if I should tell him about my run-in with my sister, about all the awful things she told me, about the fact that she says I've been lied to. I don't know how much was truth and how much was Erin's bitterness and her wanting to destroy my happiness with Nemeth. So what's our next approach? Nemeth wraps his wings around me.
Now we return home.
We slide through shadows and my vision tilts dizzily. I cling to him, waiting for things to settle again. It's silent when we're back in his apartments, and I rub my skin, feeling safe. Why does it feel different in here? Better.
He grunts. Ivornoth has spells on the courtyard. He watches everything.
Weird. He sounds paranoid.
Paranoid but alive, Nemeth agrees. You won't be watched here. You're safe.
He touches my shoulder.
But I must leave you here again. Ajaxi wishes to speak to me privately.
Ajaxi, the one that's enslaved my sister. I swallow hard. Take me with you? Nemeth shakes his head.
It's best if you remain here. Until we know what's going on, I don't trust anyone. The longer we keep the news of our child from them, the better. Let me go and speak to Ajaxi. He's not very smart, but perhaps he can be coaxed into seeing things our way.
And what is our way? I ask, wanting to make sure we're on the same page. What is it we're asking? He gazes down at me, his expression puzzled.
What do you mean?
I mean, what's our goal? What do we want from these people? What do we want from your king? His frown deepens.
To accept you as my mate and give you the honor you deserve.
And then what? I gesture around us, at his apartments. We live down here and I just ignore that all my people have been murdered and my sister enslaved?
What would you have me do, Kandra?
His expression is patient.
I'm taking things one step at a time. For now, I just want to ensure your safety.
My safety, but no one else's. I've never thought of myself as particularly altruistic, but I can't sit back and just ignore the fact that those that lived have become slaves of the people here. Nemeth, I saw my sister when you were in the palace earlier. She was waiting where I was. Did you know your brother Ajaxi has taken her captive? She's his bed slave. Nemeth's expression doesn't change.
I knew she was taken as a spoil of war. I found out earlier. It is to be expected that the queen of the enemy is kept as a trophy, Kandra.
Did they tell you that my nurse is dead? My voice wobbles and tears threaten, but I push them back. I don't have time to cry about them today. When we're safe and there's no more to worry about, I'll grieve nurse's passing. Did they tell you that the people left in Leos were starving and broken when they raided the city and put every male to the sword? Did they tell you that they killed my nephew, Al-Lionel? He was a baby, Nemeth. A baby. And your brothers murdered him.
I don't agree with what they're doing, Nemeth says gently. I would never agree to kill innocents. Soldiers are one thing, but old men and children are another. He strokes my cheek, but I cannot right all the wrongs from a place of no power, Milatan. You want me to race to my brother and demand that he free his captives, when I cannot even convince him that my mate is my equal? That you should be safe with me instead of given to one of his generals?
I gasp. What? His mouth goes flat.
It won't happen, Kandra. I won't allow it. Don't be afraid. But know that I'm doing everything I can. Once Ivornith listens to me, I can work to have your family freed. Until then, we must be patient. Understand?
It's frustrating, but I do understand. I want to stomp my foot like a spoiled little girl, but that won't solve anything. I hate this. I hate all of this.
I know, but will you trust me a bit longer? Please. Even you cannot woo someone in the space of a day. It took you over a year to seduce me.
My mouth twitches, though I try not to smile and fail. It's because you're far too honorable.
Then trust my honorable nature.
Ugh. I do stomp my foot this time. I hate your honorable nature sometimes. I think I'd prefer if you'd rush in and cut their throats.
Would you do the same to your sister?
I glare at him because he knows the answer to that. I might defy my sister, but at the end of the day, she's still my family. There's a knock at the door below. Nemeth immediately pulls me behind him, his wings flaring protectively. I duck under his arm, worried. Who's here?
I don't know. They cannot come in. I have my home warded. No one can come in through the front door without my express permission.
He frowns darkly at the offending door below. When there's not a second knock, he touches my shoulder, pulling away.
Wait here, love.
It's not as if I can go anywhere, I want to point out. There are no stairs. But when he strides off the ledge and extends his wings, floating down, I move to the edge and kneel, peering down. I watch as he heads to the doors at the front and opens them, even though I can only catch a glimpse of Nemeth's head and his array of horns. I can tell by his reaction that there's no one at the door. He reaches to pull something from a box next to the door, then frowns and tucks it under his wing. When he shuts the door and turns away, I call out, "Who was it?"
Just a message,
he says, and sets it down next to the door. It's sealed with wax, a square of parchment with a splash of blood red on the center, and a scrawl on the front that looks suspiciously as if it begins with a C. A message from who? He hesitates, and I get the sinking feeling that he doesn't want to tell me.
Commander Tolian from Second House,
he admits after a long pause.
He is a rival. No doubt he is seeking information.
Is that my name on it? Nemeth disappears from below, and a moment later he's next to me. He helps me to my feet, rubbing my arm.
It's nothing, Kandra. I promise.
Dragon shite, it's nothing. His reaction is bothering me. He knows it, too. He leans in, searching my gaze with his.
Trust me for a bit longer, please.
I nod. How can I not? We've had each other's backs from the beginning. I don't like it, but I do trust Nemeth. I trust him with my life. The baby twitches and flutters all night long, making me toss and turn. Nemeth takes pity on my sleeplessness and makes me an herbal potion.
This is made from a mushroom here in Darkfell,
he tells me, adding a bit of honey to the small cup.
It is boiled and distilled down, a bit like your potion. 1 drop will make you sleep peacefully. Never take more than that.
He gives me a crooked smile.
Ironically, it doesn't work on Fellians.
It doesn't? I sip the drink, and it has a sweet, pleasant taste.
Just humans.
He kisses my brow.
Sleep well, my love.
I curl up in bed with him, and despite my worries and the active baby, I do sleep, for a time. I wake up in the middle of the night, however, wide awake. The bed is empty. Nemeth is gone. Hugging the covers to my chest, I wait in the darkness. I tell myself he's at the lavatory. Then I tell myself he's taking a walk. Then I stop lying to myself and just wonder what he could possibly be doing in the middle of the night. Sometime near dawn, I drift off again, and when I wake up, Nemeth is in bed with me, naked, as if he's been there the entire time. He tugs me against him, rubbing my hip.
You feel good this morning.
I push him away and sit up, disturbed. Where did you go last night? He frowns, sitting up as well.
You woke up.
Your potion must not have worked well on me, thanks to my Fellian blood and my curse. So spill it. Who's the lover? Nemeth looks so aghast that I immediately know there's no one else.
Why would I take a lover?
I don't know. Why are you acting so suspicious? Where did you go last night? His expression grows defeated.
To see my brother? Or to try? King of Ornoth yet refuses to see me. I thought maybe if I went in the middle of the night, when all was quiet, that perhaps he'd relent.
Nemeth hangs his head.
I am failing you.
I reach out and take his hands. You're not. Maybe I can somehow sneak in and see him. Try to wheedle my way in. I'm good at getting my way. There's a knock downstairs, just like yesterday. Nemeth stiffens, and in the next moment he disappears in a swirl of darkness. Damn it! I race towards the ledge, just in time to see him flinging another note away. This time, I clearly see my name on the missive. That's for me, I call out. Bring it to me.
It is nothing, Kandra. Leave it be.
I stare down at my husband in shock. Several floors separate us, and the irony is not lost on me. I've never felt further away from him. Is this how Ravendor felt after she left the tower? Did her husband keep 100 secrets, poorly, and make her wonder about his motives? But Ravendor murdered her lover, and I am not her. I love Nemeth. I love him. I know him. Or, at least I thought I did. This secretive Nemeth feels like a stranger. Why won't you let me see those messages? Nemeth gazes up at me, his eyes glimmering. He looks as deflated as I feel.
Because I cannot.
It's impossible for me to hide my hurt. Why won't you talk to me, Nemeth? I feel as if I'm losing you. He's standing right below me, a few floors away, and yet I feel as if we've become strangers all over again.
Kandra, no.
He disappears from below, and a moment later his warm hand is upon my shoulder. He's appeared behind me and holds a hand out. I take it automatically, but I can't help but give him a wary look. The pain in his eyes deepens, and he takes both of my hands in his.
Please, please trust me, Miletan. Everything I do for us, for our future. But you have to trust me a little longer.
I do trust you, I tell him softly, searching his face. I just wish I understood.
I will tell you everything when the time is right.
He presses a kiss to the back of one hand, and then the other.
For now, I just ask you to put your faith in your mate. Believe in me.
Blindly? He flinches, and then his shoulders sag.
Aye, even if it must be blindly.
I don't understand this. Any of this. I don't understand why he won't tell me what's going on, or what's so terrible a secret that he has to hide it from me. Is there a listening spell cast upon his home? Some sort of enchantment that forbids him from speaking certain things aloud? I wish desperately that I understood, but I do know that I trust Nemeth. Then blindly it is. A worn smile creases his face. He looks so tired, my beloved mate, so world-weary. When he pulls me into his arms, I hug him and then press kisses to his chest, my hand reaching under his kilt. I'm determined to make him forget, even if it's just for a little while, to make the darkness lift from his eyes. We make love, and afterward, Nemeth holds me against him so tightly, it's as if he fears he'll lose me forever. I say nothing about it, of course. But the next morning, when I find him gone again, I move to the teleportation circle and nudge the placeholder stone out of the way. Chapter 67. I'm not sure who I'm expecting to come through the teleportation circle, but I suspect it has something to do with the notes that have appeared on the door twice now. So I prepare myself. I comb and braid my hair, dressing it with gold chains twined throughout. I put on my finest Felian gown and slippers. And I wait. When a large, deep gray, unfamiliar Felian steps through and looks around, I get to my feet, rising from the bed, and hold myself like the princess I am. You've been looking for me?
You're the Princess Candromeda, he asks, from Leos.
I incline my chin, holding a shawl around my shoulders as I do, pretending to be chilled, but more so I can hide my belly. Were you expecting other humans to be hidden away in Prince Nemeth's apartments? He does the wing flutter thing that tells me he's embarrassed, and gives me a quick bow.
I have been sent by a friend. Do you know Riza?
Even though I'm not entirely sure that this isn't a trap, just hearing her name makes me burst into tears. Is she with you? Is she safe?
Aye, the Felian says. She's been trying to contact you for the last 2 days. Have you not received her missives?
I shake my head, a knot in my throat. I don't want to betray Nemeth, but if Riza is the one sending me notes, how can he keep them from me? He knows how much I miss her. Can you take me to her? He gives me an uncertain look.
I will have to fly you through Dark Fell itself.
You can teleport me, I blurt. I have Felian blood. He looks utterly shocked.
You... what?
I have Felian blood, I state again. Nemeth can teleport me.
How is this possible?
I shall be happy to tell you everything, I say in my loftiest princess voice, but only in the presence of Riza. If she's truly here as you say, you'll take me to her right now. The male nods immediately and holds out his hand.
Then come with me, princess.
This might be a mistake. This male, for all his polite manner, might be Nemeth's enemy. I could be walking into a trap. And yet, Riza. I think of the notes she sent, notes that Nemeth has withheld from me. I trust Nemeth. I trust him with my life, but I need to know what's going on. So I put my hand in the stranger's grasp and let him teleport me away, The world tilts, my vision fogging like it always does when Nemeth teleports with me. I blink rapidly until everything settles again, and when I can see, I notice we're in an unfamiliar place. It's a house, but it's unlike Nemeth's. There's a winding set of stairs for one, but everything seems more spread out, more sprawled and open. There's a stone ceiling high above me, covered with frescoes and held up by carved marble columns, and a fresh airiness to the rooms that I didn't feel deeper inside the mountain. There's also the scent of salt. Are we near the ocean?
Aye, the Felian says. This is my family's waterfront home. We have another deeper inside the mountain, but my mate prefers it here.
Your mate? I ask as he moves forward, opening a pair of delicate double doors to reveal a balcony outside. It's raining because, of course it is, but there's a canopy protecting the balcony itself from the downpour. And standing under the canopy, in the gray sunlight, is my once servant, Riza. Even though I knew I was coming here to meet her, I still gasp at the sight. There's a gray streak in her dark blonde hair now, and it frames her face. Her hair is soft and loose instead of the tight bun she always wore back at the palace. She wears a dress similar to mine, a shawl around her arms, and she turns as the Felian approaches. Her gaze turns to me, and she staggers, leaning against the stone railing of the balcony. Oh, gods! Riza! I weep, surging forward to hug her. She puts her arms out, and I fall into them, just as I did as a child. It's you! Thank the gods, she breathes, clinging to me tightly. Oh, Andromeda, you look so different. You're so thin and pale. She pulls back and studies my face, cupping it in her work-roughened hands. I don't like it. I manage a wobbly laugh. Starving in a tower will do that to you. She flinches. You were starving? Among other things. I study her dear face. More than even Erin, Riza is my family. She's the one that taught me to be a lady, the one that read stories to me at night when I was a child. She's the one that wiped away my tears and bandaged my scrapes. She's the one I remember giving me my potion when I was a child, and then Nurse, who came in later on. I remember gentle hands and loving eyes. Her face is tired and a bit more time-worn, but she's still the same beloved Riza. I missed you so. You sweet, foolish thing, she chides. I am no one. You were my family, I tell her. Her mouth trembles and she smiles, then pulls me in for another long hug. Tell me what happened, she says. Why are you here in Darkfell and not in the tower? So I tell her my story. I want to be brief, but there's so much to cover. I tell her of how I ran out of supplies the first year, and how Nemeth rescued me, how we became friends, and then something more. She and her maid exchange a look as I mention that we've married. Perhaps they're thinking of their own vows. I keep speaking. I tell Riza of cold and lonely stretches in the tower, the men that broke in to rob us, how we ran out of supplies when no one brought us any, and we had no choice but to leave. I tell her of our journey back to Leos, the abandoned villages we found along the way, and her eyes well with tears. It's been so hard for the last 2 years, she says. The villages were empty long before Darkfell came to the capital's walls. So many starved to death through the long winter. She shakes her head. We were broken by the time Darkfell arrived, and some of us were glad. At least here in Darkfell there are things to eat. Nothing can grow above ground. The goddess's tears are never ending. I shake my head, my hands tightly clasped in hers. We've moved to chairs just inside the doors, and the large Felian lurks nearby but doesn't speak. Instead, he brings drinks and a plate of fresh mushrooms for us to nibble on as we talk. I ignore the food, focusing on Riza. I swear to you, we stayed in the tower up until the very last moment. It's only been weeks since we left. I don't know why the goddess is so angry. Riza exchanges a look with the Felian, and then turns back to me. We have a theory. What is it? She shakes her head, then gives my fingers a gentle squeeze. I should tell you my side of the story first. Of course. I try to hide my unease. I don't know how long Nemeth will be gone, and I worry what will happen if I'm found speaking to Riza. I don't want to endanger them, but I also don't know if they're my enemy or not. If I have to choose between Riza and Nemeth, it would wound me to my soul, but I would still choose Nemeth. Riza takes a sip of the mushroom and spices tea that the Felian has brought to us. She speaks slowly, as if the memories are painful, and tells me of Leos, what it was like after I first left. My sister had fallen into a depression, only relieved by the birth of Lionel, her son. In the beginning, no one thought there was a problem. King Lionel's fleet had sailed off to war, and if it was a little rainy, the weather always changed patterns slightly with the arrival of the Golden Moon Goddess. Spies had reassured the queen that Princess Candromeda was safely ensconced in the tower, and all was well. Without Candra to tend to, Riza attended the queen and her baby. And then came the army's return, battered and broken, and the rain kept falling, turning to snow in the winter. It was a lean and hungry time, the villages emptying out as people sought food and shelter at the capital. Lionel took the men and went to war again, and the women and elderly stayed home. And starved. Nurse died in that time, along with so many others. The next year, Erin gave birth to another baby, the girl Ravendor, shortly before Lionel returned once more, Darkfell hot on his heels. The enemy appeared at Leos's gates and conquered them in a pitifully short amount of time, only to put all the males, no matter how young or old, to the sword. The women were collared and taken as slaves to Darkfell to serve the Felian victors. Lionel's death broke your sister. How could it not? Riza wipes a tear from her eyes. He was such a bright, wonderful boy, and the king slaughtered him because if there was an heir, the people would rise up. She shakes her head. Erin wasn't even allowed to keep little Ravendor. The baby was given away to another, and your sister enslaved to Ajaxi. I was given to Tolian. She turns and smiles up at the Felian hovering nearby, and he gives her a warm, affectionate look before heading to the balcony, giving us some semblance of privacy. And are we glad about that? I ask in a low voice. Or are we wanting our freedom? My friend blushes, smoothing her long hair back. As she does, I see a bite on the inside of her palm, just below the thumb. I am happy. He is a good man and kind, but I know many of the women here see me as a betrayer for finding some small bit of joy amongst this misery. I lift my hand, pointing to my claiming bite as well. You won't find judgment from me. Her eyes brighten, crinkling at the edges. I'm glad that you found contentment, Kendra. I just wish it wasn't with one of the first house. I fear the king has lost his mind. We both fear it. She glances past me, her gaze settling on her mate, Tolian. Something must change. Quickly. What sort of change? Darkfell is cursed, Riza says in a low voice. Don't tell me, I joke. You have to give it a potion daily so it won't be sick. Riza makes a face at my attempt at humor. I'm serious, Candromeda. Everything that could go wrong in the last 2 years has. I thought we'd be safe under the mountain here in Darkfell. Even if we were captives, we'd be alive, yes? Her smile turns brittle. But the goddess remains displeased. If she cannot kill us with the weather and starvation, she will kill us in other ways. There is plague here.
I swallow hard, all levity gone. Did you say plague?
She nods. It began sweeping through Darkfell shortly after the human captives arrived. You've seen the doors with the red symbols? It's an old Felian symbol that marks a house stricken with plague.
I bite back a gasp. I've seen those doors all right.
I've seen them, and Nemeth refused to tell me what they were. That he thought he knew the answer, but wasn't sure.
It's just more that he's been hiding from me. We're suffering through a purging, just as the Leosians did,
Tolian says, moving to Riza's side. She reaches for him, and he puts a large hand upon her shoulder. I also cannot help but notice that he's missing the first 2 claws upon his hand, filed down, and I feel as if suddenly I know too much about Riza's sex life.
The plague hits quickly,
Tolian continues, unaware of my indiscreet thoughts.
One day a person will be fine, and the next they cannot get out of bed. Their lungs will fill with fluid, and by the time their skin is covered in a dark rash, it is too late. Those that are lucky die quickly. Those that are unlucky.
It touches Felians and destroys entire families in the span of days, Riza adds. Everyone is afraid it will move to their house next. That is why the streets are empty. That is why the doors are marked. That is why people cover their faces when humans are near. They think we brought this upon them.
And that is why, Tolian says in a grim voice, we must stop Ivornoth, because he too believes humans have brought this to Darkfell, and there is talk of a purge.
A sick feeling clenches in my gut. A purge?
Riza nods.
Some Felians have been killing their human slaves, or sending them back outside to starve. The unrest grows by the day, and Ivornoth hides inside his palace. It's understandable, given the plague, but if he does not speak up to condemn the destruction of the human captives, I worry we will all be slaughtered.
Tolian's hand tightens on her shoulder. You know I will not let harm come to you, Miletan.
I'm startled to hear the sweet endearment from another's lips. It makes me achingly lonely, because I think of Nemeth. I think of how much I love him, and the secrets he keeps from me, and it hurts. Nemeth has been trying to speak to the king, I say, clearing my throat. Surely he can talk sense into his brother. They both give me pitying looks. Tolian and the second house are rising up against the first house, Riza says, her tone delicate, her expression careful. She leans forward. We need the support of the Vestalins to bring the humans to our side. They are afraid, but if their leader speaks up, it will make all the difference in the world. Me? Lead? Irin is unstable, Riza says. I cannot speak to her without her trying to attack me. She does not like the idea of humans and Felians working together. It must be you. My mouth hangs open. I can't work against Nemeth's family. I don't agree with them, or even particularly like them, but Nemeth has my loyalty. He's trying to work things out with them. He's visiting his brothers, speaking with them, trying to make them understand. I can't betray him. Riza shakes her head at me, incredulous. Kendra, you know I love you and want the best for you, but I don't understand this. How does he command such loyalty from you after what he's done? Every muscle in my body tightens. My stomach churns and I feel sick. What do you mean? Whatever his brothers have done, that's on them. Nemeth is innocent. She continues to shake her head, her movement slower and slower. Oh, Kendra. No, love. I'm sorry. Nemeth is just as guilty as the rest of them. They sent Prince Nemeth to the tower to seduce you and win you over to Darkfell's side. He doesn't love you. It's all been a plot to get you to betray your people.
What?
Chapter 68. I stare at Riza, at her familiar, worn face. Her words sink in, but I can't make sense of them. They float in my head, dancing and circling like flames at a bonfire. They sent Prince Nemeth to the tower to seduce you and win you over to Darkfell's side. Impossible, isn't it? I think of our interactions in the tower, how we'd both wanted nothing to do with each other at first, how Nemeth had saved my life and I'd found it puzzling, how annoyed he'd seemingly been at sharing space with me, until we'd fallen in love, how he wouldn't touch me unless we were mated. He'd insisted. And then I think of the time I'd woken up to hear him talking to the altar, confessing to the gods, how he'd openly admitted to me that he'd spied on me at his brother's command. All those little memories flit through my mind and fill me with terror. Have I been betrayed? Played like a musical instrument by the person I love most in this world? But if that's the case, why did he save me so many times? Why did he let the intruders attack him in order to protect me, if it's all a farce? His wing was torn. He'd thought he'd never fly again. He'd done that for me. Sacrificed himself for me. Time and time again, Nemeth had shared his food with me, even when it meant we both go hungry. How could this possibly be his plan? I shake my head. You're wrong. He loves me. Riza bites her lip and glances up at Tolian.
Prince Nemeth was sent at a very young age to the Alabaster Citadel, so he could learn how to be the royal offering,
Tolian says, voice neutral.
A short time ago, it was decided that Nemeth was too scholarly to woo a princess, that the Princess Merylise of Leos viewed him as a friend and not a potential lover. So he was sent home, and Ajaxi was to take his place in the tower. For whatever reason, they changed their minds a month prior to the solstice, and Nemeth was sent back to the Alabaster Citadel once more as the offering.
Ice spreads through my veins. Nemeth had mentioned that.
His training at the Citadel included courtship and human wooing customs,
Tolian continues.
How to please a female. I'm told he wasn't a good student at these particular lessons, preferring to read war poetry instead, but I'm sure some of it sank in.
I think of the onion he'd made me, studded with peppercorns. He'd acted like it was such a silly custom. He'd asked me to tell him about our customs. Had he already known them? Was he just toying with me?
Apparently, Avornoth was quite happy when he learned you were sent in place of Merylise. It was rumored that Merylise was cold and temperamental, and you were considered...
He pauses. Easy? I ask, trying to keep the bitterness from my voice. This isn't true, I tell myself over and over again. It's not true. It's all a lie to pull me away from Nemeth, to turn me against him.
Yes,
Tolian says.
That you were a less, virtuous sort. That you enjoyed flirting games. My spies tell me that the brothers instructed Nemeth to be standoffish for a time, because that would intrigue you, and then you'd fall into his arms.
Stop. Please stop. I close my eyes. I'm dying inside. I'm dying because all of the little things Tolian says that were part of their plans are matching up with my memories. And I'm withering, my heart turning to ash in my chest. Nemeth loves me. He does.
They wanted you on their side in case of war,
Tolian continues, heedless of my plea.
A Vestalin princess sympathetic to Darkfell's cause would be a blow to the Leosian king. It would sow doubt amongst the commoners. It would bring them to our side. You have always been a tool that the First House intended upon using, Princess Kendromeda. I'm sorry to be the bearer of such messages, but they are the truth.
Messages. Nemeth wouldn't let me see the messages from Riza. He wouldn't tell me why, either. He knew. He's been hiding me ever since we arrived here. It's like a knife in my heart. He's always been their creature, Kendra. I'm sorry. Riza's gaze is full of sympathy. Her hand brushes against her mate's. I didn't realize you trusted him so. I thought you were with him simply because you had no options, that you were using him and not the other way around. I flinch at her words because I feel incredibly stupid. I've always prided myself on being flirty and seductive, winsome and appealing despite my barrenness that makes me so ineligible for marriage. That it didn't matter because I could make men want me regardless. And yet I've been completely taken in by a scholarly Felian who pretended to be reluctant, pretended to be falling for me. This is why he didn't want me to see Riza. He didn't want me to know everyone was laughing behind my back. I need to talk to Nemeth. Wait, Riza blurts, jumping to her feet. Please, Kendra, before you return to his side, I must beg a favor of you. Don't tell him of our plans. Don't tell him you've spoken to me or to Tolian.
If First House knows that Second House is plotting against them, we will be executed for treason, Tolian says in a grave voice. And if I am killed, there will be no one to protect Riza.
My friend trembles, her eyes pleading. As if I could sell her out, as if I have not dreamed of seeing her again, hugging her. Do they truly think me so capricious? But I suppose I have been in the past. That spoiled, gossipy Kendra of old seems so very far away. Now, I'm simply tired. Tired and defeated. My mate is using me. He doesn't love me. My sister is a shell of herself, her children gone. My kingdom is in ruins. All that I have left is Riza. I would never put you in danger, I vow to her. You have my word. She gets to her feet, searching my face as if seeking her answers there, as if she doesn't believe me. Will you join us then? Join Second House to take down First House? With the Vestalin on our side, we can convince the people that Tolian and his house are truly with us. If we let First House stand, Ivornath's madness will destroy us all. I can't let Nemeth be hurt, I confess. Even if this is all a lie, I still care for him. I still need to talk to him. There's more at stake than just my life. And I run a hand over my rounded belly to show her just what I mean. Riza nods in understanding. Ajaxi and Ivornath must be destroyed. Nemeth can be exiled.
But...
Tolian begins to protest. He's silenced by a shake of Riza's head. If nothing else, he can be sent back to the tower. My heart aches at the thought of Nemeth, alone and miserable in the tower once more, without room to spread his wings and fly. How can I have so much sympathy for someone who has hurt me and used me at every turn? I still love him, and I hate that about myself. I want to be as cold and hard as Irin. But I can't. I wonder absently what the goddess will do if there are no Felians of First House to fulfill their half of the royal offering. If there are only Vestalins left. I suppose if there are no Felians left in First House, no one can be sent to the tower. Except my child. I rub my belly, hating that their fate has already been decided. I'll speak to Nemeth tonight, and will let you know my answer in the morning. I will let you know if I am with you. If you are not, I fear we are all doomed, Riza says. She might be right, and yet I cannot make a choice without speaking to Nemeth first. I must find out from him if all that Riza says is true, and I will find my answers, I suspect, in what he does not tell me. A short time later, Tolian returns me with a quick teleport back to Nemeth's quarters. There's still no sign of my mate, and my heart aches with the realization that he's going behind my back. Or so it seems. They could be wrong, I reason. Nemeth's actions might be lumped in with the Jaxi and Dvornoth, but perhaps he's not working with them, and that's why they sent him back to the tower. There could be any number of reasons as to why Nemeth was sent to the tower, and they don't necessarily have to do with me. It could be anything, I tell myself. Anything at all. And if Nemeth would just be straightforward with me, I'd feel so much better. I'd trust him again. Truly, all he needs to do is throw me a bone. Just one. Just a morsel. I put the stone back in the teleport circle and pace around the room restlessly. I can't explore the rest of the house, so I'm more or less confined to our bedroom. And I hate it. I hate that it makes me feel trapped, like when we were in the tower. I hate that it makes me feel as if I'm an afterthought in Nemeth's life, like I'm a pretty bird to be caged until it's time for me to sing. I hate all of this so much. Eventually, the door opens down below, and I all but fly to the edge of the bedroom and peer down. Nemeth?
My mate.
His voice is as warm and delicious as ever, and my heart aches painfully. In the next moment, he's behind me, pulling me away from the ledge, and his arms go around me.
Do not stand so close to the edge, Miletan. It would break me if you were to fall and hurt yourself.
He nuzzles the top of my head, as loving and sweet as ever, and I want to cry with the agony of it. Why is he so good at pretending, if he truly doesn't care for me? I'm glad you're back, I manage. Where did you go?
Where I always go,
Nemeth says, a hint of wry humor in his tone.
To stand at my brother's doorstep and beg for an audience.
I turn in his arms, trying not to frown. He still won't see you? He shakes his head.
Being stubborn. Dvornoth grew up knowing he was to take the throne, and it made him impossible to budge when he had an idea in his head. Acquiring the throne has made him less willing to listen, and aging even more so. Willful fool.
Nemeth strokes my cheek, his expression full of the same humor and intelligence I've grown to love over the past few years. I see no deception there, no distaste, only the same affection he's always shown me. Maybe Riza and Tolian are wrong. Maybe my sweet Nemeth has nothing to do with Dvornoth's plans.
I'll try again tomorrow,
Nemeth promises me. What if we leave? I say brightly. His mouth turns down at the corners, and he tilts his regal head at me, as if he's misheard.
Leave?
I nod. It's clear we're not wanted here. What if we leave? Just head back out and go back to the way things were before, when it was just you and me. We can fish. I've gotten pretty good at catching my own dinner. And we can grow mushrooms. We can live off the coast or even head back to the tower, though we won't have to stay inside forever. We can just come and go as we please. Nemeth stares at me hard.
Kandra.
I grip his hand in mine. Please, Nemeth, say you'll go with me.
What about your sister? What about the people enslaved here?
He's stalling. I know he is, and it breaks my heart. I've changed my mind. I want to leave. I don't want our child born here. I'd rather go back to the tower. Please. My mate's bright green eyes fill with pain, and he slowly shakes his head.
We cannot, Kandra. Even if I wanted to, I don't think it's the best thing for our child. There are physicians here, herbalists, midwives. You need them for our baby. And even if you can forget about your people, I cannot. Things are just as wrong here as they were back in Leos. It is my duty to do what I can. Once I get to see my brother.
I fling his hand away. I thought you loved me. I know I'm being dramatic, but more than anything, I need him to show that his allegiance is with me, that I matter above all else, that nothing has changed, and we're still in this together, the two of us against the world. I need him to prove to me that Riza is wrong, because my heart is shattering into 1,000 pieces with every moment that passes. Nemeth's expression is defeated.
You know I do, Miletan, but I cannot abandon the people here for my own selfish wants and needs. Can you?
He grips my shoulders, forcing me to gaze at him.
Look me in the eye and tell me that you would be content with abandoning all those here in Darkfell. All the humans. All the Felians who have nothing to do with my brother's machinations. You would abandon them.
That's not fair. He shakes his head.
None of it is fair, and yet it is the fate we have been given.
I stare up at him, mutinous. Fine. If you want to stay, then get me in to see your brother, the king.
I've been trying to see him.
No, not you. Me. Let me talk to him. Nemeth's jaw sets in that stubborn way of his.
You're not going to see him until I have.
Then I guess that answers that, I managed to say, my voice light despite my heartbreak. Tonight has proved one thing to me. Riza was right. Nemeth has some plan with his brothers, and he won't let me in on it. Whatever he might feel for me falls secondary to duty. The rest of the day is full of tension. We're silent over our meal, and afterward I declare a headache and take to bed. It's not as if I can go anywhere else after all. I pretend to sleep, the covers pulled over my head, while silent tears trickle down my cheeks. I'm going to allow myself a tiny bit of crying, but that's all. If Nemeth has used me, I can't trust him. If I can't trust him, then I have to make my own plans. I have to think about my baby. I have to think about my people. It feels strange to say that to myself. I've never been the most devoted of princesses, not in the slightest. But Nemeth is right that there is something wrong here. He just refuses to see that it's his brother. So I have no choice but to work around my mate. He holds me that night, his hand on my belly, and our child kicks and flutters in my stomach, reminding me that I have more to think about than just myself, than just Nemeth. The baby inside me is going to need a safe place to live. I don't care if that place is Darkfell or Leos. Right now, neither one is safe. Darkfell is full of plague, slavery, and intrigue, and Leos is full of mud and empty of people and food.
Give me another day,
Nemeth whispers into my hair as I pretend to sleep.
We must go carefully when we approach my brother.
I nod, as if I have a choice. In a strange sort of way, I do know that he's trying. I just don't know if it's enough. If he's lying to me and deliberately stalling, dragging our feet could mean the death of so many Leosians. Even if he's not lying and his brother truly is pushing him off, we cannot afford to wait. I go to sleep that night, with the terrifying word, purge, echoing in my head. It's a tense breakfast the next morning. I glare at Nemeth over the food.
I cannot today,
he tells me, his expression grim but determined.
I must speak with my brother first. I will not put you in front of a Vornoth before I know if you will be safe or not. I cannot get the sight of Lionel's dead body out of my mind. I will not let that happen to you.
I hate that he sounds logical. It's almost believable. If I didn't know what I know now, I'd be a much happier woman. A fool, but happier. May I have the letters that were sent to me then? He gets to his feet.
We'll talk about those when I return.
Am I your prisoner? I ask him. Am I no longer your wife? Your mate? Because right now I feel like a prisoner, Nemeth. I gesture at my surroundings. Even a golden cage is still a cage. He moves to my side. I don't get up from the table with the strange stools and continue to mutinously glare at him from my spot by our breakfast. He strokes my cheek with his knuckle, sighing.
I know this is difficult. I wish you could understand.
Then tell me, I exclaim. Tell me what's going on so I can understand.
I'm trying.
Are you? Because it feels like you're keeping secrets from me. Why can't I go with you to the palace? Why can't you let me see those letters? Why won't you tell me what the red symbols are on the doors? Where is everyone? Why won't your brothers see you? What's he hiding? Nemeth flinches at my torrent of accusations.
Once our safety is secured, then I'll explain it all. I promise.
He leans down and presses a kiss to my brow.
I'm sorry, Kendra. Give me one more day.
Do I have a choice? I gesture at my surroundings. It's not as if I can go after you.
Think of this as the tower, and we are yet in waiting once more,
he offers. In the tower we didn't keep secrets from one another, did we? Nemeth is silent, and at that my heart breaks. He leaves and I pick at my food, no longer hungry. To think that I'd been thrilled to eat anything such a short time ago, and now my heart is so heavy that I can barely bring myself to eat the expansive plate of food in front of me. How is it that we were so happy in the tower, and yet the moment we're around others, everything turns to dragon shite? It's unfair. I finish my meal and remove the stone from the teleport circle. I suspect Tolian will come again today, or at least bring a message from Riza. If they're lying to me, they're very good lies, with far too much truth embedded in them for me to be able to pick out the differences. I know Riza, though. I've known her since I was a child. She won't lie to me, not about something as important as this. So either she's being lied to as well, or Nemeth is the one not speaking the truth. Tolian appears in the teleport circle a short time later. I'm dressed and waiting for him, and when he holds his hand out, I take it. It feels like a betrayal of Nemeth, and yet I have no choice. If Nemeth is hiding things from me, it's my duty as the mother of his child to find out what those things are. I have to make sure that my baby is safe. This time we don't return to the seaside villa. To my surprise, Tolian takes me deep inside the mountain, to a strange storage building that reeks of mushrooms and sour wine. Barrel after barrel are stacked to the ceiling here, and as I look around, Riza appears from the shadows. "You came back," she says, relief in her voice. "I worry that you're right," I confess, hugging her. "I hate that I am." Riza gives me a miserable smile. "More than anything, I want your happiness, but I cannot remain quiet if I know that he's lying to you." I nod, not trusting my voice. Glancing around the storage building, I sigh. "So, what now?" "I want you to see for yourself what's happening to the survivors of Leos," Riza tells me. She opens a bag and pulls out a cloak and a scarf. "You need to see how they're being treated. You need to see our fates if we don't rise up." I slip the cloak on over my clothes, noticing that the patterns on it are similar to the ones Nemeth wears on his breast and on the buckle of his belt. The sigil of Second House, then. Riza covers her face with the scarf and indicates I should do the same. "We won't be allowed to move through the city without a covering. Even Tolian would not be able to save us from a beating if we were caught. We are considered plague bearers." Ugh, right. I cover my face as instructed, and when we're ready, I follow her out. We move through the city quietly, walking through what must be a main thoroughfare. Again, I'm reminded eerily of Leo's. The empty streets there and the echoing palace. The streets here are empty as well. When we do see someone, they hurry away and keep their distance. Up above us, the occasional Felion flies overhead, but it's still far too quiet. So many doors are marked with red, too. It's terrifying to see.
Once the air here was filled with wings, Tolian says in a low voice. You would look up and see 100 people in the air at any time, moving from house to house, or crossing to the harbor. Now it feels abandoned, and I worry the goddess will not stop taking lives until the mountain is completely empty.
There, Riza says, steering me. The field up ahead. We pause near a stone fence, turning to see a field up ahead. It's well lit, with the bright magical lights studding the fields and giving the pale plants some light to grow by. Walking the rows are human women, their mouths covered as they pick what look like grapes. The women look tired and thin, and their clothing is ragged. As I watch, a woman falls to the ground, only to have a Felian overseer roughly grab her and haul her to her feet. He shakes a whip in her direction, and I have to turn away. The women work the fields because there are not enough healthy Felians to do so, Riza says in a low voice, and because the plants here are fragile and growing through false light and not the sun, the fruit and vegetables are puny. A farmer must work twice as hard to get the same amount of food. Now, of course, he has human slaves to do so. I purse my lips. What about when I was captured? One of the men said that women were serving the Felians in their beds, that noblewomen were taken to a district for whores and were being forced to pleasure men for food. Her unhappy look tells me everything.
We are not bad people, Tolian says, but the war has soured many hearts on Leos and its people. The king should put a stop to the abuse of the human slaves, but he is silent, and so the worst run rampant with abuse because there's no one to stop them. Many are not inclined to help humans either. The plague is far-reaching. Last night, Fourth House was struck down, and they cast their humans into the streets. I'm sheltering them at Second House, but I worry that the next group of humans will not be so lucky. I turn to Tolian. And how did you decide that this was wrong? How did you come to this when your people seem to think it's all right? He gives me a faint smile and glances over at Riza. I fell in love.
That makes me ache all over again, because Nemeth fell in love with me, and yet it wasn't enough. I wasn't enough. All right, I say, resolute. What's the plan? Chapter 69. The plan is a simple one, it turns out. A few humans with connections will go through the city and spread the word of an uprising. That Second House is with them and will be attacking the king. Weapons will be distributed so all can help Second House take control of the palace. And when the king is ousted, things will change in Darkfell.
There is enough food for everyone, Tolian says, and Felian and human do not have to be enemies. We can live together in peace, but not as things are. Ivornoth must be taken from the throne and a new ruler established.
You? I ask.
If I must, Tolian replies. I do not want it, but if there are no other options, then I will serve as best I can.
More plans are made. I lunch with Riza and her husband, and we discuss guards and how to get past them. I suggest the mushroom potion that Nemeth gave me to sleep. Perhaps if we knock out the guards, we can slip into the palace with little bloodshed.
That brew only works on humans, Tolian reminds me, and it doesn't matter. We can take the guards. There are only 1/10 of the warriors there were before the plague hit. They cannot cover all of the palace. We will attack from multiple sides and storm our way in.
And once inside, the throne will be taken. Ivornoth will be put to death, but Nemeth is to be spared. I refuse to work with him otherwise. Ajaxi's fate will be decided by my sister, who has also been plotting with Riza and Tolian. When? I ask.
3 days from now, Tolian says. We must move quickly, before Ivornoth gives the order to have the humans purged from Darkfell entirely. With every day that passes, and another house falls ill, the risk increases.
So soon. That evening, I'm restless with fear. I've never participated in a palace coup before. Oh, sure, I disliked Lionel intensely, but as a princess, I'm normally one of those in danger if the powers that be are usurped. This time, though, I'm with the enemy. I'm going to betray the man I love, who might only be pretending to love me. The thought is terrifying. What if something goes wrong and Nemeth is hurt? What if the baby is hurt? I rub my belly. This is more than just breaking out of an empty tower. This is the forceful taking over of a kingdom. Nemeth doesn't return until late, and when he does, he's tired and wan. He staggers to bed and flops into it next to me, throwing an arm over his eyes. You don't look so good, I tell him, worried. Betrayer or not, I love him. Are you feeling all right?
Just exhausted. I spoke with Ajaxi tonight, for hours.
He casts me a wry look.
I told him I was tired of being pushed off. I'm first house as well, and Ivornoth should see me. It's not right that he will only visit with Ajaxi. I know there is fear of plague, but I'm his brother too.
What did he say? Nemeth grins, and my heart flips.
We have been invited to dine with the king tomorrow, the both of us.
Finally, we're getting somewhere. Relieved, I fling my arms around him and hug him tight. Maybe it won't come to an uprising. Maybe Ivornoth will listen to reason. And if he doesn't, maybe I find a knife and make him listen. I'm nervous the next day for the dinner. Nemeth doesn't leave, so I can't send a message to Riza. In a way, I'm glad. It feels less like I'm betraying him this way, and more like we're a team once more. We move around in his quarters, pointing out spots that might be good for staircases to be added, and he's affectionate and sweet. I feel like the biggest arse in all of Leos. Has he been on my side all this time? Are Riza's words lies? But Riza doesn't have to lie to me. She's been my family since I was born, even if we're not related by blood. It fills me with turmoil, and I'm tempted to pick at Nemeth, to pry at him and try to get him to admit to his secrets. But I'm tired, so tired. So I opt for an easy day instead. We eat together, and nap together, and talk about the future as if nothing has changed. We lie in bed, and he puts a hand on my belly, feeling our child kick. And when the dinner hour nears, we prepare. Nemeth wears his first house regalia, the metal embossed kilt, and the finely engraved breastplate. He throws a bright red cloak over his wings, the material sliding down the center of his back like a waterfall.
For show,
is all he says when I arch a brow at him.
Ivornoth likes a production.
Ivornoth sounds a bit too much like Lionel for my tastes, but I can put on a show too. I dig through the case of jewelry that had been brought for me and deck my braid with strand after strand of pearls and gold. My ears are adorned with heavy pendulums of jewels, and I wear more at my throat. My dress is the simple Felian garb, but I pick out the most ornate-looking shawl and wrap several necklaces around my wrists in makeshift bangles. I look very rich and very garish, which I think is the point. Gazing into the mirror, I run my pinky along a pot of lip tint and rub it onto my mouth as Nemeth comes to stand behind me. Well, I ask, putting the finishing touches on the cosmetic. Do I look fit to see a king?
You always look like a dream to me,
he confesses, taking my jewel-encrusted braid in his hand and rubbing his fingers along it.
You grow more beautiful every day.
My beauty isn't the question, I tease, keeping my voice light even as my heart aches. It's whether or not I will impress your brother. He's been so difficult to reach, I worry we won't have another chance.
I just hope he's finally willing to be reasonable,
Nemeth says. He gently sets my braid back on my shoulder and gives me a thoughtful look.
I've thought about what you said, about leaving. If it comes to that, then we will go. But while there is food and safety here, we must give Ivornoth a chance.
Safety? I wipe my fingers on a towel. How can he speak of safety when there's a plague here? I'm about to blurt that out when I remember I'm not supposed to know there's a plague. Dragon shite. Do you, feel we're safe here? Even though this place feels wrong to you? Nemeth shrugs, his wings shifting.
There is food and protection from the storms. For now, that counts as safety.
I'm not so sure I agree. Not if there's a plague striking Felians down. Well, I'm ready. Shall we go?
We should cover our mouths,
Nemeth says, handing me a length of cloth.
King's orders.
Any particular reason why?
Ivornoth can be eccentric.
Oh, come on. And he still won't tell me there's a plague. I give him a disappointed look, but manage a smile anyhow. Well, shall we do my potion before we leave? A short time later, my pulse is singing thanks to the infusion of Nemeth's blood, and I'm feeling good enough that despite the wooziness that a quick teleport imparts, I recover quickly. We appear at the front gates as we did before, but this time, instead of the guards directing me to the gardens, they cover their faces and step away, eyeing me with distaste. My, how odd, I exclaim to my traitorous mate, even as I cling to his arm. They act as if we're sick. Nemeth stiffens, then pulls me closer.
You're safe, Kandra. Rest assured that you're safe.
I bite my lip, hating that he's giving me more non-answers. The large jewel-encrusted doors of the palace open on their own, letting us in. When we step inside, it's dark and shadowy, the hall itself enormous and stretching up into the shadows as far as the eye can see. A few magical globes shed light, but I can't see enough to make out much of my surroundings. It echoes in here, our footsteps loud with every step forward. There's a set of stairs tucked along one wall, which I find curious, but we pass them quickly and head deeper inside. Shadowy shapes lurk at the edges of the darkness. I'm pretty sure they're statues, but it's unnerving anyhow. Just so you know, I hate that it's dark in here. Nemeth chuckles.
There is not much to see other than the posturing of my relatives. Each king has made himself a very grand statue, including my brother.
Charming.
Indeed.
He leans in as if sharing a secret.
I'm told most of the ancestors gave themselves extremely prominent portions of anatomy, so no one would doubt the virility of First House. I grew up hating to visit this hall, because I always felt inadequate.
I stifle a giggle, burying my face against his arm. If it makes you feel any better, I did not find you inadequate in the slightest. His laughter rumbles through his body, and I ache with how much I adore him in moments like this. If we'd never left the tower, I'd still have utter faith in him. I'd still think he was madly in love with me. We'd be dead, but I'm focused on moping at the moment, not on reality. The truth is, if Nemeth has never loved me, I suppose it's best to find out. If his idea was to turn me to his side, he's failed. I hug his arm tightly and glance around as we head down the hall. So, where is your brother?
We're meeting him in the official dining hall.
Shouldn't there be servants around? I ask, eyeing the empty, shadowy palace with a bit of unease. The palace at Leos was always crawling with people.
Aye, this is unusual, but I'm told Avornoth has been retreating more and more these last months. It's one reason why he's been so difficult to contact.
He pats the hand I have on his arm.
Ajaxi says that it's temporary, that most of those that have been dismissed from the palace will be reinstated again soon.
Or not, because they'll be dead of plague. But if he trusts Ajaxi, I guess we have to go with it. Funny that your brother will see Ajaxi and not you.
They've always been close,
Nemeth confesses, and I hear a familiar wistfulness in his tone.
While I was being raised at the Alabaster Citadel, my brothers took their training together. I've always envied them for their kinship. I was more or less forgotten.
In that, I feel a kinship to Nemeth. I was the forgotten princess, too. Because of my blood curse and my inability to bear children, I was considered useless for the Vestalin line. The focus was entirely on Irin, and I spent my time with nurses and servants. You're still their brother, I remind him. Growing up in the Citadel shouldn't change anything. Even though I know it does. I just never thought about it much until I met Nemeth. Another set of fine double doors opens, and a soft yellow light pours into the hallway. There's a sumptuous feast laid out on a long cloth-colored table. The scents of delicious food waft toward us, and my stomach growls. Here, there is a pair of servants pouring wine, and Ajaxi, Nemeth's younger brother, sits at the far end of one table and holds a goblet up in a mocking salute.
"Brother, I see you've brought your plaything." "My wife," Nemeth says in an even voice. "My mate. You will speak to her with respect, Ajaxi. She is a princess of Leos."
And Leos is dust, Ajaxi continues merrily, drinking from his goblet. Some of it runs down his chin, and he swipes it away with one big hand. I look at him in disgust as Nemeth leads me toward the table. How can two Felians look so alike, and yet one be so very revolting to me? But Ajaxi seems very much like a spoiled boy. He wears similar clothing to Nemeth's, but his are festooned with chains and fobs across one shoulder, medals of some kind for battle. He slouches in his chair, and the heaviness of his eyelids suggests he's been drinking for a while. As we approach, he smirks in my direction and lifts his goblet, scratching at his collarbones with long claws. "Vestalin, princess of nothing. Greetings." Turd. I manage a tight smile as Nemeth pulls out a seat for me.
"Where is the king? We're here to see him, not you."
"Ivornoth will be along shortly," Ajaxi says, shaking his goblet at one of the servants. The woman, a Felian, hurries forward with the pitcher and pours him a fresh glass, the lower half of her face covered with a veil like mine. Ajaxi wears no face wrap, though, and I unwind mine, gazing at the delicious food, stewed spiced mushrooms, braised fish from the harbor, fresh fruit and nuts, a sinful amount of olives and dates, pickled eggs, 3 kinds of bread. My mouth waters at the sight. Ajaxi says as I touch my scarf. "Keep the human covered, the filthy things." "We're here for dinner," I reply sweetly, though it takes everything I have not to snarl at him. "One cannot eat when one's mouth is covered." He snorts and chugs more wine, scratching at his neck. I decide I'm going to charm Ajaxi so it hurts more when he's betrayed. I give him my most coquettish smile and slide a hand over my braid, tugging it toward my cleavage. His gaze goes there automatically, and I lean forward. You must be very close to your brother the king for him to trust you with so much. Ajaxi grunts and leans in, his gaze on my breasts.
Truth be told, I'm running things around here.
Nemeth seats himself between us, clearly not understanding my play. He glares at his brother and ruffles his wings.
Ivornoth will be joining us soon, yes?
Soon, Ajaxi shrugs, toying with his wine cup. I flick my braid and give him a sultry smile.
This one seems more pleasant than her sister. I see why you have her in your bed.
Bastard. It takes all I have to keep smiling, as if his words are a compliment.
This one is my mate,
Nemeth practically growls. Huzzah, Ajaxi says, smirking. To a lovely human in your bed. Wine for my brother and his human.
Mate,
Nemeth corrects again. Oh, no wine for me, I tell the servant that sets a cup in front of me. Perhaps milk or water?
Are we a toddler?
Ajaxi asks. I titter with fake laughter, sliding my wine towards Nemeth. No, but after so long without eating properly, my stomach fusses at strong tastes. You know how it is. I have to be so careful what I put in my mouth.
Is that so?
Ajaxi murmurs. Nemeth puts a hand on my thigh as if warning me. I ignore it. If Ajaxi truly is in control of things, it's best for me to get him on my side. I flutter my lashes in his direction and lick my lips. He flicks a hand at a servant.
You heard her. She prefers a mild mouthful.
I don't want to seem too greedy, I say coyly, giving Nemeth a teasing look, but my mate has kept me well fed and my cheeks stuffed.
Kandra,
Nemeth says in a sharp voice.
Please.
Oh, stop, I say, tapping his arm with my hand. I'm just trying to get to know your brother. He has my sister, you know. That practically makes us family. I tilt my head and give Ajaxi a bright look. How is my darling Erin? Have you been taking excellent care of her? He huffs and rolls his eyes, then returns to drinking.
Where is Ivornoth?
Nemeth asks again.
Late,
Ajaxi shrugs.
He'll be along soon. Eat, drink.
I sip the milk that a servant brings me. It's ice cold and creamy, and I nearly moan at how delicious it is. I drink the full goblet and then pluck a sweetened roll from the table. If he's anything like Lionel was, he'll make us wait out here while he lounges in bed. Ajaxi laughs at that, perhaps harder than he should have. I pretend to ignore it, nibbling on the food.
Ivornoth is indeed lying about. As for your sister, she is not happy, but political prisoners seldom are.
Nemeth and I could use a few servants now that we've returned to his home, I say brightly. You could give Erin to me. I lower my voice and wrinkle my nose. She would truly hate that, which means it would be quite fun. Maybe he's stupid enough to give Erin over to me without much fuss. And if that's the case, he'll be easy to lead around. Maybe no uprising will be needed. A servant hands me another goblet of milk, and I lift it to my lips.
I'm keeping her for now, though I must say, meeting you, it's a shame we haven't talked before now.
I give him my best, I'm a hussy smile, and lick the milk froth from my lips. Why is that? Ajaxi takes another gulp of his wine and points a clawed finger at me.
I was supposed to be the one sent to the tower to seduce you. Ajaxi!
Nemeth snaps, going stiff beside me. He jumps to his feet. I stare at the brothers. Ajaxi lounges in his chair, eyeing me.
Might have been fun to bounce you on my cock. Not at the expense of going to war, but it's a thought. Instead, they sent this one.
He flicks a hand at Nemeth.
My scholarly brother who refuses to play well with others.
Excuse me, I say, keeping my voice pleasant. Did you say Nemeth was sent to seduce me?
No,
Nemeth hisses, a hand clenched at his side. Ajaxi just shrugs drunkenly.
Might as well tell her now.
He lifts his chin at me, giving me a knowing look.
It's true. It was supposed to be me sent to the tower. But then, plans changed.
His expression grows vague, and he stares into his goblet.
Ivornoth made Nemeth go instead. I might have fought harder if I knew a prime tart like you was going to be there.
I should be upset more, panicking more. Instead, I just feel tired, drained, as if all the energy has left my body. This is confirmation of what I feared, isn't it? I shoot a glance up at Nemeth to see if he's still pretending to deny it.
It's true,
Nemeth confesses after a moment. His gaze is tortured as he looks down at me.
But it's not the whole truth. Yes, I was sent to the tower with instructions to woo you, but I fell in love with you instead. That is very much the truth.
I shake my head slowly and drink a bit more milk, though my stomach is starting to feel unpleasant. My head pounds. That seems rather convenient, don't you think?
It's the truth.
He kicks his stool aside and drops to a crouch beside me, taking my cold hand in his.
Believe me, Kandra. Think back to my actions, of how we've worked together.
Ajaxi makes a disgusted sound as Nemeth pleads with me.
Don't debase yourself to a human, brother. Slap a collar on her and use her like the betrayer she is.
Nemeth roars with fury, turning and rounding on Ajaxi. His wings spread and he flies toward him. The brothers crash into a wall nearby, knocking dishware to the ground and sending the servants scattering. I jump to my feet and nearly pass out. Darkness swims in front of my eyes and I press a hand to my brow. Oh, God, why am I so tired and weak suddenly? I clutch at the table as the two men brawl, and as I step away, I see another set of stairs at the back of the room. More stairs. I wonder if I can find a Vornoth on my own. I stagger toward the stairs, dizzy. My steps feel heavy and something feels vaguely wrong. I should stop, go back to the table and sit down until the dizziness passes. But we've waited so long to see Ivornoth that I'm not about to stop now. Clutching the railing, I haul myself up the flight of stairs slowly, vaguely aware of the two Felians brawling and shouting at each other. The stairs are new, the wood scent fresh, and splinters stick up from the railing. The wood so recent it hasn't yet been worn down. This seems important, but I can't get my mind to focus. Something is definitely wrong. In a haze, I stagger to the landing, and then down a corridor lit with magic globes. There's a pair of double doors at the end of the hallway, and I push toward them. Dimly, I'm aware of them opening to let me into a room that smells sickly sweet, thick with incense and something foul. The edges of my vision are filling with black, and I know I don't have much time. I fall to my knees and crawl toward the large curtained bed in the center of the room, and pull back the hangings. Sure enough, a large form lies there in bed. Lazy shite king. With a snarl, I grab the blankets and rip them off his body. I lose my balance and tumble to the ground with the blankets. And as I do, the smell in the room grows stronger. The smell of dead and dying things. Gagging, I crawl to my knees and haul myself upright, using the bed to support myself. As I do, I stare down at Ivornoth's dead body. Maybe once he was a man in the prime of his life, now he's simply a desiccated corpse, his neck and chest marked with a dark, putrid rash. His mouth hangs open as if he screamed in his last moments, and his wings are shriveled underneath him. Dead. Long dead. Probably from the plague. How? It's a good thing you're already poisoned, because now you have to die. The feminine voice is light and confident, familiar and yet strange. I turn, and as the darkness envelops my gaze, I can just barely make out a face similar to my own, with green eyes and long black hair, and a haughty smile. Mary-Lise? I manage, before I collapse to the floor. Chapter 70. My vision is fading, my head foggy. Mary-Lise, my sister, she's alive, and she's here in Darkfell. Mary-Lise was supposed to be the one in the tower. Instead, she perished in a shipwreck, and I was sent to her fate. I don't understand. How? You're dead? She folds her hands at her waist and gives me a sly look. Am I? I don't feel dead. She adjusts the cuff on one of her sleeves. The shipwreck was a good story, wasn't it? Such a tragic tale, too. All people on board died. She clicks her tongue. At least, all people that didn't have a Felian waiting to rescue them from the open water. I bet they never found my body. I stare. My eyes slide shut, and I have to struggle to force them open again. My limbs are cold, and I can't feel my fingers. I reach for her, and she neatly sidesteps in a swirl of crimson silk. I love that after 20 years of my life was devoted to preparing me for the tower, they sent you in the space of 3 days. That must have been quite shocking for poor, pampered little Candromeda. So sad. She mock pouts, her lower lip thrusting out. Did you stay inside like a good little Vestalin? I roll onto my back, but I can't get up from the floor. Dimly, I remember her words. Poison? Someone poisoned me? I think of the milk I drank at dinner, how Ajaxi had paused when I skipped the wine. Was it him that poisoned me? I pant, trying to pull enough air into lungs that feel like ice. Why? Why what? Why is the curse upon us? Mary-Lise leans over my dying body, studying me. You did stay inside the tower, didn't you? What was it? At least 2 years now? My. She chuckles. And all that time you didn't wonder at the weather? It was Avornoth's idea, you know. The golden moon goddess brings a wealth of angry storms to show her displeasure, but the Felians are safe underground. It was a simple thing to visit the tower the day of the solstice and step over the threshold and quickly leave again. With the curse activated, Leos and its fleet were doomed, and Avornoth and I were cozy here inside Darkfell. Her face falls momentarily. At least, until Avornoth went and died on me. But we're not. His brother Ajaxi is an absolute cretin. He's dancing to my tune already. I groan in pain, unable to believe what I'm hearing. It can't be true. Mary-Lise deliberately sabotaged the tower before we ever stepped inside. She and Avornoth wanted Leos to fall, wanted all this misfortune. It's horrible to think about. I hear you went and fell in love with your sweet Felian. Is it true? Nemeth is not my type, you know. I like them more ruthless and vengeful. She chuckles and leans down, pinching my cold cheek. Don't worry, little sister. I'll keep him alive. I need at least one of the first house if I am to rule Darkfell. I want to bat her hand away, but I can't move. My limbs are stiffening as if I'm a corpse. My vision has faded to a blur, and I'm only dimly aware of Mary-Lee straightening and turning. "You should be downstairs entertaining your brother," she says in a sharp voice. "Where's Nemeth?"
"I knocked him out," Ajaxie slurs in a wine-soaked voice. There's a crash of dishes and the sound of furniture being shoved across the floor. "He's real mad."
"He can be mad," Mary-Lee says impatiently. "It won't make her less dead. With no one left, his loyalty will be to us."
She leans over me again, a blur of dark hair and green eyes. She slaps my cheek, and I don't even feel it.
"This one is taking a long time to die. Did you give her enough poison?"
"Lots and lots."
Well, take her to the root cellar. Dump her body there until we can figure out a better place to store it."
I fade out. I dislike death intensely. It's cold and it smells like garlic and onions. Here I'd always thought death would be peaceful, but it's oniony and someone's arguing nearby, and it's all very irritating. I growl, and someone reaches out and slaps my face. This one I feel. "Ow," I manage. My lips feel heavy and tingly. "Not supposed to slap the dead." "You're not dead, fool," comes Erin's acerbic voice. "Wake up." "Can't," I mumble. "Dead, just like Mary-Lee's." "Yes, well, she's not dead either," Erin retorts. "So quit play-acting at being a corpse and wake up." "Not dead?" Vague memories flicker through my sludge-filled brain of a woman dressed in scarlet who looks a bit like Erin and a bit like me. Of Ivornoth's dead body, still marked with plague and stinking of rot. Of Nemeth at dinner. "It was the truth, but it was not all of the truth, Kendra. I swear it." "I'm not dead," I manage, and I'm honestly surprised that I'm not. My mouth feels strangely tight, and when I try to lift my head, I can't. My neck is stiff. All of me is stiff. I can twitch a finger, but nothing else, and the realization makes me whimper. "Can't move." "Stay still," comes a kinder voice. Riza. A hand brushes my hair from my forehead. "Drink this and wait for it to pass." A warm vial of something bitter is pressed to my lips. I cough and sputter, and some of it runs down my cheek, but I manage to drink most of it. Riza makes soothing noises and continues to stroke my hair and face. I close my eyes, drifting and dizzy. "What if it doesn't work?" Erin whispers. "I don't even know how she's alive," Riza murmurs. "The cook said they dosed her with enough to kill her twice over. Yet she lives." "It's our Felian blood," Erin says. "That potion doesn't work as well on us. I drank it when I got here. I was furious when it didn't kill me. It's because somewhere in our ancestry someone married a Felian. That blood is still in our veins. And I have more Felian blood than most. I have Nemeth's blood in my veins, too. Maybe that's how I lived. Does he know what they did to me? Was he in on it? I have to think he wasn't. He wouldn't have given me his blood ahead of dinner if he'd known what had been planned. What Mary-Lee had planned. My bitch of a sister is alive." "I hope that's it," Riza says in a low voice. "I don't know what we'll do if she can't walk." "I can hear you," I whisper. "I'm right here." "You're not asleep then." Riza's tone is brisk as she pats my shoulder. "Good. That means you're recovering quickly." "Cold," I manage. Everything feels like ice. A warm hand takes mine and rubs my fingers. "I know.
Riza says. Not too much longer, and when you can walk, we'll leave the root cellar together. Is that where we are? Aye, they can't exactly dump you with the rest of the trash, or the humans will rise up, so they're waiting to dump you when no one is looking. Riza pauses. Or to burn you in the ovens. Well, that's chilling. I try to move my feet to hurry things along. My eyes feel heavy, but I can keep them open with effort. Mary-Lise, I manage. How?
I had my suspicions, but nothing confirmed.
Erin hovers over me, her face blurry.
I've been hearing strange things for a while. People kept saying they would see me with a Vornoth when I was not, or they would catch sight of a dark-haired woman. I thought they were tales, but then Ajaxi started to call me Mary-Lise in bed, and I put some of it together.
Riza makes an unpleasant sound in her throat.
Erin just laughs. Oh, yes, it is as bad as you think it is, but I'm just waiting for the right moment to kill him. Never fear.
She rubs my hand harder, as if she can work her frustration into my veins to warm them.
Our bitch sister brought down Leos by activating the goddess's curse. She thought she'd be safe here in Darkfell, but I think the goddess's wrath has followed her under the mountains. I've heard some of Ajaxi's mumblings in his sleep. He's wanting to overthrow a Vornoth and claim the throne for himself, but he'll have to get rid of both of his brothers first, and something tells me Mary-Lise doesn't want that.
I whimper, trying to sit up. Nemeth.
Safe, Erin says, even as she puts a hand on my shoulder. Ajaxi has him imprisoned in the palace. I don't know how he managed it, because a Vornoth wouldn't approve, but...
They don't know? I groan, trying to force my unresponsive body to work. Dead. Vornoth is dead. He's what? Riza leans over me, her face full of urgency. Tell us what you know. Even though my face feels numb, I tell them what I can of that dinner. Of Ajaxi sabotaging Nemeth with comments to make me angry. Of Nemeth attacking his brother. Me heading to the stairs. Of course, there are stairs because Mary-Lise is there. Only to find a Vornoth's dead body in his room and Mary-Lise lurking in the shadows. Both Riza and Erin make unhappy noises when I'm done.
It makes sense, Erin says. Ajaxi's been getting bolder lately. He won't let Nemeth live, though. As long as he's alive, the throne passes to him. I know he was furious when Nemeth arrived, but at the time I thought it was because of the goddess's curse. Now I know it's because he wanted him to die. I have no doubt that Ajaxi didn't send the shipment of food to the tower, expecting Nemeth to starve to death like a good, honorable prince. Except he didn't, because he fell in love with a shameless, self-centered Leosian princess. I'm a little proud of myself in that moment. He's not with them, I tell my sister and Riza. We have to help him. He's safe for now, but if Vornoth is dead and Ajaxi is getting bold enough to poison Kandra, we need to act quickly. Riza's face is full of urgency as she gazes at Erin. We must act soon. If he's taking out his rivals, Second House is next. And that means Nemeth is in danger no matter what they say. Then help me up, I tell them, because the sooner I'm on my feet, the sooner we can take Ajaxi down. And the sooner I get my Nemeth back, and we can talk about the secrets he's been keeping. It's still hours before we're able to leave the root cellar. No one wants to teleport me because they're afraid that in my weakened state, it'll kill me or harm the baby. So we wait. And then extremities numb, I stagger between Erin and Riza out of the root cellar and into the kitchens. From there, a human slave leads us down a twisting hall and a secret passage that takes us all the way to a storage shed. There, Second House meets us. Plans are discussed, but the poison in my veins exhausts me, and with no Nemeth to give me his blood,
I'm forced to rely on Riza to make me a potion. We're missing some of the ingredients, so it doesn't quite do the job I want it to, and I collapse into bed, fatigued and exhausted. I'm missing the uprising, but I don't have the energy to protest, much less carry a weapon. Irin will be the figurehead they need for the humans, which is fine because I'm not much of a leader. I just want Nemeth. I'm so weak that I can't get out of bed for what feels like forever. I'm vaguely aware of the others in Tolian's home, of a cacophony of voices arguing over when is the best time to storm the palace, of human voices mixed with Felian, of my sister Irin speaking angrily, followed by Riza's more measured tones. Some hero I am. I sleep and can't rise even to relieve myself. Someone has to come in and drag me to the nearest garderobe because my legs are still numb and weak. The only comfort I have is that the baby in my belly bounces and dances against my bladder as if it has taken all of my energy for itself. I doze in and out of dreams of Nemeth, dreams in which I'm still in the tower, dreams in which I'm oiling his wings as he reads his atrocious war poetry by the fire. And we're so happy and content that it feels physically painful to wake up and find myself alone, muscles stiff and aching from my near death. At some point, I wake up to see Riza's face near mine. She's dressed in pants and a cloak, her expression worried as she presses her fingers to my brow. You feel warm. I'm fine, I manage, even though I'm very clearly not. For the first time in what feels like days, the house is silent. Second house practically echoes with how empty it is, and something about that makes my skin prickle. Where is everyone? They've gone ahead, Riza says. Tonight is when we take over First House. Your sister will be overthrown. Ajaxi will be captured. Nemeth? I whimper, sitting upright. It takes a great deal of effort, but I manage. What of Nemeth? They have instructions to leave him be. We've made it as clear as we can to the others that he's not to be harmed. I don't trust it. I've seen how incensed Irin can be around Felians, and if Second House wants to take over, they have to get rid of First House. What's to stop any of them from harming Nemeth? They can say it's an accident and no one will be the wiser. That something happened during the uprising. Ajaxi could decide he's safest if he kills Nemeth before he can fall into the wrong hands. Nemeth needs me. If nothing else, so I can shield him from the other humans, so I can warn him to be wary of his poisonous brother and my vile sister, Marilise. So I get to my feet, or I try to. I stumble and flop onto the floor, breathing hard. Princess! Riza gasps, bending over me. You must rest. I shake my head. Nemeth needs me. We have to go find him. You're not well. I manage to pull myself off the floor, clutching at her clothing. Do you think anyone's going to wait for me to feel better? When she hesitates, I have my answer. I don't care if it takes me all day and all night to get to Nemeth. I have to. I'm the only one that can stop them if they're determined to hurt him. Riza hesitates, and then purses her lips at me. Wait here. I'll get a cart. Chapter 71. If I ever doubted Riza's loyalty, ever, I need to be smacked upside the head. My former servant and forever friend tirelessly hauls my cart through the empty streets of Darkfell. She's panting and sweaty, but doesn't complain, and I hold her weapons in my numb arms and feel grateful for her loyalty. If I could hug her, I would. The palace rises in the distance, and as it does, so do the voices. There are shouts of anger, followed by crashes of what sounds like pottery. Colorful hangings are on fire. ash drifting through the still air as we approach the mob of human slaves and the Felian defectors. I can't help but notice that there aren't many Felians with us. I also can't help but notice that every door we pass has a red mark on it. The mark of the plague. It's terrifying, and it makes me even more afraid for Nemeth. I can protect him from an angry mob, but if the plague is in the palace... "Make way!" Riza cries as she carts me closer. "Make way for Princess Kendromeda! We must get inside!" A Felian, wearing a bright red scarf over his horns, storms towards us.
"Riza! You cannot be here! Tolian wants you safe!"
She shakes her head, pushing past him. "Tell Tolian Kandra needs my help. He'll understand. Where's the Princess Irin? Where is my mate?" The Felian glares at me as if I'm the problem, and I suppose I am, before following behind Riza.
"They are deep inside the palace, hunting for Ajaxi and his whore."
He glances at me again, and then growls, taking the handle of the small rickety cart I'm settled in.
"Let me do that for you."
"We need to get to the dungeons," I tell him, my words slurred because I'm exhausted, and it's taking all of my strength to stay upright. "Can you take us there?" He looks to Riza, and she nods.
"Follow me," he says, "and arm yourselves."
We push into the fray inside the building, and everything is chaos. Many of the Felians are wearing the bright red scarves over their horns, and they battle with others with bare heads and fight on the ground, their wings tightly protected behind them. The human women surge through the halls, destroying everything they can reach and shouting obscenities I've never heard coming out of women's mouths. I don't blame them, though. I'd be mad as shite, too, if I'd been enslaved. They attack everything with a vicious enthusiasm that tells me they're avenging more than themselves. They fight for the memory of every person that was destroyed in Lionel's awful war, and the Felian vengeance that followed. Even if they free themselves, we haven't won. No one wins in any of this. We're all coming out of this battered and shaken, the world far more grim than it was 2 years ago. Me? I just want Nemeth back. Even if I have to spend the next 5 years back in the tower again, I'd do so gratefully. I just want him whole and well. I want to talk to him and understand the machinations behind what he did. I want to hold him close and know that we're all right. But as Irin, my once gentle sister, attacks a guard with a wild, vicious light in her eyes, 2 other human women spattered with blood at her side, I wonder if anything will be all right ever again. "Over here," Riza calls to the Felian, pulling my cart through the madness. She points at a side door, and he shoves his way forward, the cart rattling as he pushes fighters aside, both Felian and human, with his shield. The cart rocks, and I let out a yelp, only to have Riza come to my side. She grabs a short sword from the bundle of weapons I'm clutching and uses it to stab at a Felian hand that grabs at the cart. I cry out again as she chops at the Felian's hand as if it were a vegetable and not attached to a person. Hot blood splashes my face, and I flinch backward. Our guard moves away from the front of the cart and sinks his axe into the back of the Felian attacking us, then kicks his corpse away as I stare. "We can't let anyone stop us, my lady," Riza says in a hard voice, kicking at the dead man. "If we stop now, you're dead. Understand? We won't be able to carry you out, not in this mob." I swallow hard, looking around. It's madness everywhere, but no Felian is using his wings or teleporting. Those things must be too dangerous. I nod at Riza. She's seen too much of war, and I haven't seen enough, perhaps. The guard straightens our cart again, and then hauls it down the side hall, surging forward until we come to another door, and then a staircase heading down.
"The dungeons," is all he says. "Now I must rejoin the fight."
"Thank you, Rexus." Riza says in a sharp voice. If you see Tolian, tell him to be careful. He grins, showing the tusk-like teeth of the Felian men, and adjusts his shield and axe, then runs down the hall back towards the chaos. Riza studies me, pulling out another weapon, a dagger. Can you walk? No, I want to complain. My legs still feel shaky and weak, and I'm pretty sure my toes remain numb despite everything. But if Nemeth is in the dungeon, that's where I need to be. It takes far too long to get to my feet, but I manage. Weaving unsteadily, I take the blade she offers me and tuck it between my breasts, like I used to with my enchanted dagger. It doesn't want to remain in place, thanks to my filmy Felian make dress, so I hook the crossguard on the neckline of my dress and wrap my shawl tightly around my shoulders, winding it twice so I won't have to hold it in place. Just those small tasks make me feel utterly exhausted, but I force myself to stand straight. Riza nods at me and heads down the stairs, her blade in hand. I follow behind her. The stairs wind down, narrow and circular, and it's pitch black inside. It reminds me of my days in the tower when I was desperately preserving wood and matches for fire. I lean heavily against the inside wall, my hand pressed to the stone to guide me, and I move down slowly, counting steps. When we get to 23, there are no more steps. Riza grabs my arm, and I hear the rustle of her clothing. I'll find a lamp of some kind. Wait here. She moves away, and I wait in the darkness, my eyes closed. Again, I'm reminded of my time in the tower, and as I hear Riza's clothing rustling as she searches for a light, I think of all the times I got by with nothing. I think of how I recognized Nemeth by the sound of his wings as he moved, and the heft of his steps upon the floor. Can I find him now? I take a step forward, and my slipper-covered feet encounter straw on the stone floor. Rushes, I realize. Rushes that are meant to keep the floor warm and somewhat clean. The straw here smells moldy when I step forward, though, and something drips on me from above. It's cold and wet and damp in here, and I think of Nemeth and how much he'd hate it here. He loves a warm fire. A light flares somewhere behind me, and Riza sighs with relief. There we go. The dungeon is horrifying. It's far more cramped than the rest of the rooms above, with multiple doors clustered tightly in a row, all of them seemingly too small for the large Felians and their wings. I suppose that's part of the punishment, but I shiver at the sight. Each door has only a small hole to look inside, and these dungeons seem far worse than the ones I was kept in. More than that, it's foully dark down here, the ceiling low and oppressive, and the walls damp. Between that and the gross straw, I want nothing more than to leave. But if Nemeth is down here... I stagger towards the first cell. It's small, no bigger than a guard robe. Riza shines a light into it and shakes her head. Empty. I peer inside just in case, but she's right. I don't see anyone inside. How does one keep a Felian prisoner if they can slide through shadows? I ask her, trying to distract from the fact that I'm nearly collapsing with exhaustion. Won't they just leave? Magic, Riza says. Everything is always magic with Felians. Tolian told me that the king's dungeon is enchanted, so that all magic is nullified down here. No one can teleport in, no one can teleport out. Makes sense, even if it makes things harder. Riza shines her light into the next cell and then shudders. That one is dead. Recent, too. How recent? My voice is hoarse with terror. Before she can answer, I peek inside, because I'm unable to stand it. There's a dead Felian, all right, curled up on the ground, his limbs twisted. An ugly dark rash covers his chest and face, but it's not Nemeth. I bite my lip because I saw that rash on another dead man. That's the plague. It's not safe for him to be down here. We have to get him out, and soon. Riza surges ahead, and I follow after her. Most of the cells are empty, though a few have dead men, all Felians, inside them. I'm horrified that the dead have been left to rot down here. Forgotten. But I think of Avornith's body above and wonder if that's Mary Lisa's awful doing. I hate her more with every moment that passes. If we're lucky, Erin will find her and stab her once or twice or 12 times and save me the effort of killing her myself. In the second-to-last cell, there's a large Felian with his back to the small viewing hole in the door. His wings are wrapped tightly around himself, as if he's using them as a blanket, and his entire body quakes. "Nemeth?" I call, my heart racing. No answer. Whoever's in the cell can't hear me, either by magic or by the fever that has him trapped. "Is that him?" Riza asks. "Can you tell?" I open my mouth to speak when the figure turns slightly, and a long, ragged scar is revealed on one wing. A whimper of agony escapes me. It's Nemeth, all right, and he's sick with the plague. "Oh, gods, we have to get him out of there, Riza." She thrusts the light into my hands, the magical globe held in place by a large wooden base with a finger hole, much like an oil lamp. Riza tugs on the door as I hold up the light, my arm trembling with exhaustion. The door doesn't budge, and she casts a look around. "Locked. The key has to be here somewhere. Wait here, Kendra." I won't leave. I'm not going anywhere without Nemeth. I stare in at the sight of my poor mate. How long has he been down here? How long has he been sick? My heart aches, and I fight back a surge of panic. Even if we get Nemeth out, how do we cure the plague? If there was a cure, surely Darkfell wouldn't be so empty. I'm terrified that I might lose him after all. Riza checks a guard station by the door, digging through a desk and then searching the rushes on the floor. She goes over the first few cells again, but all their doors are locked as well. Lips pressed together with frustration, she glances up at the stairs. "The key might be above." "Go," I tell her. "I'm not leaving Nemeth." She hesitates and then nods. "Be safe. I'll return as swiftly as I can." I watch as she races up the winding, narrow staircase again. I'm alone in the dungeon with my sick mate, and I turn back to gaze at him, watching with helpless frustration as he quakes, his wings shivering, and then he claws and scratches at his neck. "Hold on, Nemeth," I tell him in a low voice. "I'm here. I'm going to save you, I promise." He stills at my words, and I hold my breath, waiting for him to turn and look at me, to speak. Something. "When we get out of here, we'll go wherever you like," I promise him. I think he likes the sound of my voice. Perhaps it comforts him even in fever dreams. So I keep talking. "I don't care if we stay or if we go, just as long as we're together. Everything works out better when we're side by side. It's the world that keeps pulling us apart. We won't let that happen anymore. You and I will raise our child somewhere safe and quiet. I'll even let you read war poetry to him or her, though you know I hate that drivel. You can teach our baby Felian poems and magic, and I'll teach them Leosian dances and our holidays. More than anything, we'll just be happy because we're together." "So sweet," coos a hard-edged voice. "A baby, you say? You'll have to tell me if I'm invited to witness the birth of the next Vestalin." And Marilee steps from the last cell in the dungeon, a smirk playing on her hard, beautiful face. Chapter 72. Why am I even surprised Mary Lise is here? Of course she's here. She keeps showing up like a pimple on the night before a dance. As I stare at her, Mary Lise twirls a key on a chain, toying with it. That bitch. She's got Nemeth's key. I lift my chin and give her a dismissive look, all the while trying to figure out how I'm going to get it away from her. I set my lamp on the sill of a nearby door so I can free my hands. Hiding, dear sister? Her mouth twists in a smile. Ajax's idea. While he protects his throne, I'm hiding. Or so he thinks. More like I'm protecting my interests by keeping his brother alive. She makes a face. Or at least I thought I was until he started shaking with sickness. Now I've got to figure out who inherits if all of First House dies. She sighs dramatically. These Felians are truly such a bother. I've never hated anyone as much as I hate Mary Lise in this moment. Why are you so evil? Why are you doing this? Me? Evil? For trying to take control of my own life for once? She gives me an incredulous look. You can't be serious. You don't think your actions are evil? I slide my hand under my shawl, trying to reach for my knife without seeming like I'm reaching for a weapon. Keep Mary Lise talking, I remind myself. Keep her focused on her anger. My sister gives me a withering look. I think I'm being selfish for once in my life, and I'm enjoying it. How do you think it feels to grow up knowing that your life isn't your own? That your head is filled with prayers to a goddess that demands all of your time, and people that insist upon training you on the right prayers to give and how to make your food stretch, all so you can be an obedient lump in a tower to a jealous goddess, so I can save everyone else in the world while sacrificing myself? Mary Lise shakes her head, her eyes blazing with righteous indignation. It's shite, sister. No one ever asked me if I wanted to do any of this. No one ever asked me if I cared about the fate of the rest of the world. I wanted to be a princess. I wanted to marry a king and have babies. She sniffs haughtily. And I don't see why they didn't make you take my spot. Because I was sick. She waves a hand, dismissing that. Yes, but they figured out how to treat it. You could have been the sacrifice, and I could have gone to court, and everything would have been perfect. But no, Mother kept you instead of me, and then Erin never suggested we switch. I was forgotten. No one wanted me, until Ivornoth arrived. Her eyes flare with intensity. The Felians wanted to work with me, and when I suggested we trigger the curse to destroy Lionel's fleet, Ivornoth thought it was an excellent idea. He was going to make me his queen, you know. Her cold expression flares with something like hurt, the first real emotion my sister has shown other than pure viciousness. I can't help but push just a little more. But he didn't. He was going to. When? I press. You've been here for over 2 years. When was he going to marry you? When was he going to give you his bite? I show her my hand, the mark on my palm, just under my thumb. I was with Nemeth for no time at all, and he took me as his. Silence! My sister cries. You don't know our situation. You don't know anything. I give her a smug look, hoping it hides the hammering in my heart, hoping it hides the fact that I'm reaching for the dagger tucked into the front of my dress, hidden by my shawl. I know he would have mated you if he wanted to. Stop it! I'm just saying that this could have been you. I rub my stomach with one hand. If he'd really wanted you, that is. It sounds to me like he was just using you, too. Mary Lise snarls and lunges for me. I let her grab me, using this moment to pull my knife free from my dress. It falls into the folds of my gown, and panicked, I claw for it even as my sister pulls my hair and claws at my face. "Bitch!" she cries. "You don't get everything! You—" The moment my fingers close around my dagger, I thrust upward, into Marylee's. She grunts, and then hot liquid splashes over my hands. Blood. She stares down at me, her mouth tinged with red. Her eyes are still filled with hate, and she reaches for my neck, her nails scratching at my skin. I shove the knife in deeper, hating the wet resistance I feel against it. "I'm sorry," I whisper to her, "but Nemeth is mine, and I'm going to save him." Her hand rests against my throat, and for a long moment I think she's going to recover and choke me, and I've got no strength left either. We stare at each other, and then Marylee's body slumps over mine, heavy and limp. I tremble. I just killed my own sister. I just stabbed a person. Marylee's, who should have been dead, who never had her own life to begin with. I want to understand her, and some part of me does. After all, I left the tower too. Does she deserve to die for that? Do I? Doesn't matter. She tried to come between me and Nemeth, and I'd kill her 1,000 times if it meant saving him. I bite back a sob, pushing at my sister's dead weight. For all that she was slender like Erin, Marylee's feels as if she weighs 1,000 pounds in this moment. I thrust her off of me with my last bit of strength, and her body crashes into the floor. The light I perched precariously on the ledge of the door's window crashes to the ground and breaks, splintering into 1,000 pieces near my head. "Shite," I mutter aloud to the darkness. But I'm no longer terrified by the pitch black. I sit up, brushing blood and glass off of my clothes as best I can, and then I reach for my sister's dead body. With searching fingers, I find the necklace with the key on it and yank it free. I get to my feet and visualize the doors. I just need to find the one that has Nemeth behind it. "Nemeth?" I call, in the hopes my mate will answer. "Are you here?" There's no response. But I have the key now, and I know he's close. I touch each door, and when I find the wall, I backtrack. He was in the second-to-last cell, if I'm correct, and I run my fingers over the door, looking for the lock. When I find it, I pull the padlock off and toss it aside, and then step in. "Nemeth?" I take a step forward. "If you're not in this cell and I touch a dead body, I'm going to be really mad at you." There's a rustle of wings close by, and then green eyes flare to life, shining in the flat darkness around us. They look fevered and cloudy, but they're still my Nemeth's. Before I can say anything, a familiar hand curls around my neck.
"Good,"
he says in a thick voice.
"A hostage."
And then he collapses to the floor at my feet. "Nemeth?" I squeak, moving to his side. He quakes on the ground, his entire body trembling. I hear the sound of scratching and grasp his hands in mine, stopping him before he can claw at his neck. "I'm here, love. It's me, Kendra. Are you with me?" He groans, and for a moment I think he's unconscious again. Then, ever so softly,
"Miletan."
Hot tears spring to my eyes. "That's right," I say. "It's me. I'm here, and I love you, and nothing is ever going to separate us again."
"Dying?"
I shake my head, flinging my arms around him and hugging him tight. I can feel the roughness of his skin from the rash, the heat blazing through his form, the quaking of his body. "You're not dying," I whisper. "Your blood saved me, you know. Mary-Lise tried to poison me, but your blood and my Felian blood saved me from the poison. A brilliant idea flashes through my mind. If his blood saved me, maybe my blood can save him. For 3 days and 3 nights, I lie in the bed next to Nemeth's as he tosses and turns, caught in the grip of the plague. His skin is covered in a terrible rash, and he sweats constantly, moaning and delirious. He has to be strapped down so he doesn't hurt himself in his thrashing, and a magical collar placed around his neck to nullify his ability to teleport, so he doesn't do something dangerous while lost in the fever. I give him blood several times a day. I don't know if human blood will kill him or not, but maybe the thread of Felian that runs through my veins will be enough to save him. I watch my mate struggle with the plague, and I pray to the golden moon goddess for what feels like the first time. Strangely enough, my resentment of the goddess is gone. I no longer hate her or feel trapped to a fate I want no part of. Fate is just that. Fate. It happens, and sometimes we're in control of it, and sometimes we're not. It's a relief in an odd way to know that the goddess's anger has never been focused on me or Nemeth, that the constant storms and flooding and the wrath of the goddess was focused solely on Mary-Lise, who deliberately woke the tower's curse to punish a people she felt had betrayed her since birth. But Mary-Lise is dead now. Ajaxi, too. He'd barricaded himself in the highest reaches of Avornoth's palace, only to be shivering and scratching frantically at his neck when he was found. Caught in the grips of the plague, he faded faster than Nemeth did. We tried giving him some of my blood, too, just because it was the right thing to do. Irin refused. It didn't matter. The plague tore through him twice as fast as Nemeth, and I can't say I'm disappointed that he died. I've been told the uprising is a success, with Second House in control of the palace and the humans freed from their bonds. Things are chaotic right now, as Second House tries to establish order. The humans are looting and being a menace, stealing food and whatever they can. I don't blame them. I'd be an absolute arse to my former slave owners as well. But eventually things will settle, and we'll have to figure out how to live together again. Felian and Leosian, under the mountain. This is the only place with food and shelter from the incessant rain, so like it or not, we're going to be companions for the next few years. I gaze over at my mate, who's covered in sweat, a thin blanket over him. Please wake up, I whisper. Please talk to me. How are you feeling today, my lady? Riza asks, bustling into our quarters. I turn towards her, managing a smile. Tired, weak, waiting for Nemeth to open his eyes. She beams at me, a tray in her arms. I've got food and your medicine. Eat something and we'll get you fixed up. And I'll tell you the news from the palace. Riza gives me my medicine, and I obediently fold my arm up, listening as she chatters. She has a thick, savory porridge for me, made, again, with mushrooms, but I don't mind the taste. I eat it and sop it up with bread, knowing that I need my strength if I'm going to keep giving blood to Nemeth. 2 new houses are infected with plague, Riza tells me as I finish my meal. Your sister's blood doesn't seem to do as much for them as yours, so we're going to need more vials when you feel you can donate. I nod and take another thick chunk of bread. I don't think Irin has the same amount of Felian blood in her that I do. I think it's related to my curse. Whatever it is, we gave them the last of your blood, and it seems to be helping. They're sweating, but no rash so far, so the healers are hopeful. They've been quarantined, and only humans are allowed in to see them, so the spread should be minimal. She nudges a bit of meat toward me. Eat more. You need to produce more blood as quickly as you can. I make a face, but put a slice of braised fowl on my plate. If I make more blood, I can give more to Nemeth. How's second house coping? Not well, Riza admits with a tiny smile. She props her chin on her hand and gives me a dreamy look. I love Tolian with all my heart, but he doesn't have the patience to lead. Says he's a willing sword, but he's not a king. And if one more person asks him about stairs, I think he's going to lose his mind. I manage a smile at that. Stairs are important. No one wants to feel like things are off limits to humans and not Felians. It makes humans uneasy. She nods. That's what I told him. And that he's going to have to be patient. Made such a face, too. How are the human quarters coming? Very well. It's a process, but you can see moods improving all round. Riza smiles. You were right that no one would want to move into the abandoned plague houses. I don't know why Tolian suggested it. Because this is his home. He means well, but he doesn't understand that the Leosian survivors need a fresh start. And by that, a place to call their own. The city will get sorted in time. For now, the women need homes where they can feel safe to be themselves and not be reminded that someone died there recently. I wouldn't be able to sleep there myself. She grunts. He's a male and a soldier. He can sleep anywhere. Riza gets to her feet, wiping her hands. Feel well enough to give blood to your lover, or do you want to wait a few moments more? Now, I say. It's always my answer. Anytime I'm allowed to give Nemeth more blood, I will. Riza won't let me donate too much because she worries for my health and that of the baby, but we'll manage. Nemeth needs me more than anything. Riza just nods and then gets out the needles. She takes blood from my arm, moves to him, and injects it. I lean against him, rubbing his bare skin as if my touch will somehow make it circulate faster in his body. I'll leave you alone with him, she tells me in a soft voice. The healers will come by again shortly. Call if you need anything. I nod, pressing my cheek to his shoulder. Is it just me, or is the rash on his neck fading? Or am I seeing that because I desperately want to see that? He's still sweating and unconscious, his wings trembling against his back. Forcing myself to sit up, I find the bowl of water Riza left nearby. It's still warm, so I dip the towel in and wipe Nemeth's skin down. I know you're sick, and you probably want to join the Grey God in his realm, but allow me to tell you all the ways I think that is a terrible idea. I keep my tone light and flirty, so perhaps he'll hear it somewhere deep inside and respond. First and foremost, you're needed here. You're the only one of First House that remains, which makes you the king. I know you probably don't want to be the king, but I think you'd make an excellent one. You'd be kind and sympathetic to the humans because you married a particularly fantastic one. And the Felians would follow you. Truly, if you were on the throne, it'd be ideal for both parties. I continue bathing him, even though I'm so tired I want to curl up next to him and sleep for a week. But if I don't bathe him, one of the nurses will come in and do so, and I'd rather it be my hands that he wakes up to instead of that of a stranger. I want him to be touched with love. If everything that's happened is true, and I suspect it is, Nemeth broke ties with what his family wanted because he loved me. And that's why he hid me when we arrived. Even then, he was protecting me. So I'm going to protect him. I stroke the damp cloth over his chest, then move to his other arm. Let me tell you a bit of what it'll be like if you decide to die on me. First of all, I have it on great authority that there is no war poetry allowed in the Grey God's realm. You know how much he loves peace, and I'm afraid that war poetry is simply out of the question. I move the cloth over his fingers, my heart stuttering when I come across the bite on his palm. Mine hasn't the sharp outline that his does on my skin, but he's always been so proud of it. If he was truly using me, he'd have never had me give him my bite. He could have omitted it from our mating, and I would have been none the wiser. All the signs have been there all along that he truly has loved me. I lean in and press a kiss to his knuckles, then continue. Second of all, your brothers are probably in the Grey God's realm as we speak. All the more reason to stay here with me a while longer. I gaze down at him, but he's so very still he makes my heart ache. Why won't he wake? It's been 3 days. Most that die of the plague die within a day or two. The fact that he's survived over 3 days with the sickness is a good sign, I hope. I won't know for certain until he opens his eyes and smiles at me. So I continue. Third, the Grey God loves storms, and I know you do not. I sit down next to him, tired and a little defeated. I towel his chest, forcing a smile to my face that I don't feel. Remember when we were back in the tower and you heard storms for the first time? You were convinced we were under siege, and you were going to take me captive as leverage. My voice breaks and I catch a ragged breath. You were so unnerved, and I never stopped to think that a storm might sound different above ground. Here I thought I was being so very brave, and I never stopped to think how difficult it might be for you, too. That you were getting pressured by your family over me. You could have let me die a 6 times and solved the problem, and yet you always took care of me. You always looked out for me. If you were sent to seduce me, you did a shite job of it, love. I seduced you, remember? I was the one that pushed for us to have sex, for us to play together, for us to just enjoy each other's bodies. And I guess that leads me to the biggest reason why you have to stay. I suck in a ragged breath. You can't leave me behind. A knot forms in my throat, tight and hot, and I clutch his hand in mine, waiting for the stupid tears to pass so I can speak. I swallow hard and try to continue. I know it's been tough since we've arrived here in Darkfell. I know you kept some secrets from me, but you're not allowed to leave me behind. You're not allowed to leave our child behind. I love you. I love you, and I need, more than anything, to talk to you right now. So I'm going to need you to come back to me as soon as possible. I'm probably going to stop my foot at the secrets you were keeping, and you're probably going to tell me that you had no choice, and then we'll fall into bed together and kiss, and we'll be together again. That stupid knot in my throat returns. What if the last memory he has of me is that awful scene at the dinner? What if he dies thinking I hate him? Tears spill down my face, and I press desperate kisses to his knuckles. He's not allowed to leave me behind. That was never part of the plan.
Don't cry.
I gasp, clutching his hand tighter. Nemeth's eyes are open, just a slit. Oh, Nemeth! His eyes flutter shut again, and I want to yank them back open. Want him to sit up and talk to me. Something. Anything. Nemeth?
This is the part where I should be groveling at your feet.
A sob escapes me. You should, it's true, but I'm in a magnanimous mood. I cradle his hand to my chest. You look like shite, love. He grunts.
Kandra.
I know. Don't spend your strength trying to explain to me. Nemeth frowns.
But...
You need to explain? Let me try to help you. I bring his hand to my cheek, pressing a kiss to his thumb, my heart overflowing with joy. Your brother, Vornath, concocted a plan with Merylise to destroy the Leosian army, and they triggered the curse and sent you to the tower anyhow. Am I right? He shakes his head.
Didn't know. Never saw your sister. Just knew Vornath was up to something.
I pat his stomach. Then we amend that. All right, then. Your brother was up to something. He sent you to the tower with instructions to seduce me and win me to Darkfell's side. And when you met me, you hated the idea." Nemeth's eyes flutter closed again. His skin is such a strange shade of gray, blotched with the plague's rash, livid and dark against his neck.
"Didn't hate idea. Liked it. Liked you. Too much."
"Dragon shite," I tell him in a wobbly voice, near to tears again. "They might have told you to seduce me. They might have told you to report back on me, but you didn't have to take me as your mate. I would have been happy to be your paramour. Instead, you wanted us together. You wanted us to be mated, to give me your bite, to make me your wife. You didn't use me like a Vornath used Marilis. You loved me."
"Still do."
His fingers lift from my cheek and he traces my mouth.
"Understand if you no longer love me."
"Dragon shite," I say again.
"Or trust me."
"More dragon shite. You're going to get better. I'm going to keep giving you my blood, and you're going to get better. You know my blood is the cure for the plague? It's been keeping you alive. We're going to get you well, my love. And then we're going to rule Darkfell together. We're going to combine our kingdoms and make the world a better place for those of us that have survived." He smiles at me, tired but the most gorgeous thing I've ever seen. I press yet another kiss to his fingertips. "Now hurry up and get better so I can ride on your knot once more." The rumbly, rusty laughter that erupts from Nemeth's chest is the best thing I've ever heard. Chapter 73. 1 week later. Nemeth is a terrible patient. I glare down at my mate from my spot over his bed, my hands on my hips. "I am going to grab the nearest chamber pot and pummel you over the head with it if you don't lie back down right this instant, you absolutely infuriating Felion." He ignores my scowl, trying to push himself up on his feet.
"I can't lie in bed all day long, Kandra. There's too much to be done."
"Let someone healthy do it, you rock brain," I tell him, planting my hands on his chest and giving him a not-so-subtle nudge back into bed. "You're still recovering from the plague. Your rash has just now healed. Do I need to cover you with another poultice of herbs and onion plaster?" Nemeth makes a hideous face at that, but he doesn't try to get out of bed again.
"If you come near me with more of that plaster, I'm going to scream, Kandra."
"And I'm going to scream if you try to get out of bed," I reply tartly. "So much screaming." I give his shoulder another nudge, and this time he goes down without complaint, relaxing in the bed once more. I pull the sheets up to his chest and beam, pleased. "That's better."
"You are an absolutely impossible woman."
"I really am. Please don't tell me that you're surprised by this." I tuck the blankets tighter around his legs, ignoring his grumbling. "You should count yourself lucky that you have my undivided attention. Fancy lords have given trunks full of jewels for less." Nemeth grabs my hand and pulls me down onto the bed next to him. I tumble onto the blankets, my breasts pressed against his side, and let out a squeak of surprise.
"That's better. Now you're quiet."
His arm slides around my waist, pinning me in place. I poke him on the chest. "Very funny. Let me up." He shakes his head, gazing down at me thoughtfully.
"You look tired, Miletan. I worry about you."
"I'm fine," I protest, though I'm exhausted. The constant blood draws are taking their toll on me. Maybe I can lie here next to him for a moment. I close my eyes, snuggling against his broad chest. It's nice to be able to touch you without you smelling like onions.
"Those damned poultices of yours."
"Not mine, Riza's. And they worked, so you hush." I'm just so happy that he's getting better by the day. Every time I see him and his eyes are open, shining bright with impatience to be out of bed, my world feels a little more right. How are you feeling today?
Better. Annoyed that my fragile wife is exhausting herself trying to take care of everyone.
His hand goes to my belly, caressing the bulge of it.
Glad that our child is well.
Your child is dancing upon my bladder, I retort, rolling onto my back a bit so he can rub my belly with ease. He's more than well, and I'm not exhausting myself. Riza's keeping a close eye on me. It's just that the blood draws take a lot out of me. What would you have me do? Tell those that are sick that, no, I just don't feel like giving them a portion of my blood today? Nemeth makes an unhappy growl in his throat.
Just because I know it is necessary doesn't mean I like it.
He rubs the curve of my belly.
How is the plague?
No new infections today, I tell him, my eyes fluttering closed. It's nice to just lie here next to him for a moment and not think about the day. There's so much to be done, and so many to talk to that need advice, that I fall into bed every night utterly drained. But we're making such progress that I can't be annoyed. 16th house hasn't lost anyone, so we're hopeful that they've passed through the worst of it.
Good. How is your sister?
I lick my lips because I'm not sure how to answer that. She's fine. Erin is both good and bad. She's still filled with an understandable hatred for the Felians for destroying Leos and murdering her son, but she's finally acknowledging that this was the work of a Vornoth and a Jaxi, and that most Felians simply want to live in peace. Even so, I worry that Darkfell is going to be hard for her, that being here is going to remind her of everything she's lost. Last night was a changing point, though. A Felian woman had approached as my sister and I went over plans for where to put more stairs. The woman had a baby in her arms and handed her to Erin. It took me a moment to realize that the baby was human. And when I saw Erin's face, I realized it was tiny Ravendor being returned to her mother. For the first time, I saw my sister break down and weep, clutching her baby tightly. Some of the hardness disappeared from her eyes, and I know this morning she's visiting with the Felian wet nurse that was watching over the baby to make plans, as Erin's milk has dried up. It's not perfect, but it's progress. I saw my sister smile this morning, and there was no malice in it. Nothing but pure joy. She's fine, I say to Nemeth again, and I mean it. My bored, bedridden mate presses for more details.
Antolian? Anything new to report?
Not since he was in here to see you this morning. Give the man a chance. And I poke Nemeth again. He says he doesn't want to be in charge, but he's taken to it quite well. He's got a caring heart, which means he's truly invested in both the Felians and the Leosians, settling in and making a home out of the ruins of our two kingdoms. I will say that your idea for the transport is brilliant. We just need the Felians to come around.
They'll come around once the plague slows more.
He pats my stomach.
And when they get tired of building stairs, I'll be the first to volunteer.
I hope you're right. I put my hand over his, smiling. There's definitely been a lot of stair building and some grumbling. Right now, Tolian and Second House are leading the charge to make Darkfell more human accessible. We're meeting a bit of resistance because of the plague, and the fear that humans are the ones infecting Felians, so it's natural to keep the two apart for a bit. Nemeth had the brilliant idea of having Felians volunteer to fly humans back and forth in exchange for pay or food, but it's a work in progress. We'll get there. We need the Felians to no longer be in fear of the plague, and the Leosians to no longer be in fear of being enslaved. It won't happen overnight, but it'll happen.
What about the fishing? Nemeth prompts. Some of the human women were going to try fishing.
It's coming along, I tell him with a yawn. being deliberately vague.
I could head out to the bay with them. Supervise.
No, I say firmly.
I won't overtax myself. If it'll make you happy, I'll sit the entire time, he continues. I've read several treatises on the best fishing methods in rainy seasons, and...
No.
I can be of assistance, Kendra. Why are you being so stubborn?
Because you almost died, I retort. You're not getting out of this bed until I'm convinced you're healthy enough.
He chuckles. So you need convincing? Why didn't you say so?
And his hand slides under my skirts. I suck in a breath, opening my eyes to look up at him.
It's been a while,
he says, his hand playing on my thigh.
Tell me if this is something you don't want, and I'll understand.
Not want? Is he mad? Why would I not want this?
Because it's me. Because Felians are responsible for so many wrongs that have been done to your people. Because you put your trust in me and I broke that trust.
I cover his hand with mine and move it directly between my thighs. You're my husband and my mate. And Leos lost the war, true, but it's a war that we started, so I cannot say we're blameless. As for trust, you were willing to abandon your people to go to Leos with me. Whatever your brother demanded you do in the tower, did you do it because you wanted to destroy me, or because you loved me and you wanted me?
I loved you. Loved you from the moment I saw you in your bath.
Then there's your answer. Just because Avornoth commanded it doesn't mean that it was what you wanted. I can't think of how many times Irin bade me to kill you.
What?
Nemeth draws back, startled. Oops, did I not mention that? I pat his hand. We can talk about that later. Are you going to touch your mate or not? With a frustrated growl, he leans in and nips at my ear, sending a shiver through my body.
You and I are going to talk about that later. For now, open your pretty thighs for me.
I thought he'd never ask. Sighing, I do as he commands. His hand is under my skirt, hidden from view, but I don't need to see his actions. I tilt my face toward his, and he rubs his nose against mine. In bed, we're close to the same height, which makes the nuzzling possible and delightful.
My beautiful Kendra.
Nemeth's fingers sweep over the mound of my pussy, stroking my curls.
It's been far too long since I've touched you.
Yes, it has, I agree, closing my eyes. He'll find no argument here. His lips brush over my cheek, even as his fingers slide through my rapidly dampening folds and caress me.
You're not wearing undergarments.
I'm not, I agree. They're a chore with a big belly, so I go without.
I like this. I think you should go without all the time. Then you can just be ready for your mate's touch at any moment. One finger brushes against my clit, even as his teeth graze my jaw. I like knowing that you're ready to take my knot, but this pussy needs to be much, much wetter.
I whimper in agreement. The breath hisses from my throat when he strokes through my slick folds again. He works his finger up and down my cleft, dipping into my core and then moving back up to my clit to circle it slowly. I arch against his touch. All the while, Nemeth murmurs filthy things in my ear.
I bet you can't wait for me to stretch you with my knot again,
he says.
Do you need it? Do you ache inside to feel me locked inside you, giving you so much cock that your body has to work to take it all? Is that what you like?
Yes, I moan. Gods, yes, Nemeth. Please, I need you so badly. He teases a finger inside me again, his thumb rubbing my clit as he fucks me with his hand. I cling to him as he works me to a climax, coming hard and fast. My big Felian holds me tightly as my legs tremble, and my pussy clenches with the force of my release, and he nuzzles my cheek as I come down again.
My perfect, sweet mate. My Miletan. I love you so much.
I lift my chin so he can kiss me, and our lips brush. A drowsy, contented feeling drifts through my body, and when he pulls his hand away to lick his fingers, I roll onto my side and gaze up at him. His warm gray coloring is still a bit paler than I'd prefer, and his cheekbones are more prominent as he's lost weight from his sickness. But I love the sight of him. I love knowing that he's mine and that he's coming back to health. I also love the hard length pressing against my lower leg, reminding me that he hasn't enjoyed his own release. "How would you feel about staying abed a bit longer?" I ask, my hand playing on his bare chest. Nemeth guesses my game immediately.
What sort of enticement do I get?
A wife that pins you to the mattress and has her way with you. And you're not. His teeth flash in a wicked grin.
You're fascinated with my knot.
I really am. Is that a no, then? He chuckles, his hand going to my thigh to grip it.
My darling Kandra, for you it is always and forevermore a yes.
Excellent answer. Epilogue. Months later. My lady, if you don't get back in bed this instant, I am going to tell your husband, Riza says when she encounters me in the hall. It's the same argument she gives me every time she sees me out of bed. I'd swear that no one had ever had a baby before me with the way Riza's been fussing. And sure, my little Bodon was a large baby with an oversized head and teeny-tiny wings curled around himself, but we both sailed through the birth easily. Then get the cart, Riza, because if I'm not allowed to walk on my own, someone had better pull me along. She grumbles as she moves to my side, trying to offer an arm for support. I shoo her away. Riza thinks that I'm fragile and made of glass. I'm heading to the throne room anyhow. Bodon needs to be fed. You can come with me if you like. Riza sighs as if I'm being difficult, then licks her finger and smooths out a lock of my hair by my temple. If you're heading to the throne room, let me get you a better robe. This one has wrinkles. Wait here. What do you think? I'm going to start sprinting the moment you turn your back? It's only been a few days since I gave birth. Walking around is difficult enough. She swats my arm and heads down the hall. I continue toward the throne room, my steps slow and steady. She'll catch up with me anyhow. As I walk through the halls of the palace, I pass by the women and Felians working on construction. We're expanding the lower floors so the palace can be accessed by all that need to, and the upper rooms will only be used as storage. Everything's a mess right now, but with all the reconstructing of the city, it gives people a focus and something to do. We're making this a place for both human and Felian, where no one feels like an interloper. At least, that's my hope. I get to the end of the hall and eye the stairs. That sure seems like a lot of walking. Turning to the nearest Felian, I pull out a freshly minted coin. Can I persuade you to carry me down to the bottom floor instead of making a poor, tired female that's recently given birth walk on her own? He rolls his eyes but snatches the coin from my hand.
Come with me.
Wait, my lady, Riza screeches, running down the hall behind me. Your robe! A short time later, I'm wearing the new and far fussier robe, Riza at my side. My Felian companion took a coin for Riza's ride as well, and then went back to work. I'm pleased that the coins seem to be working. Felians get coins for giving people rides, and humans harvest the food from the fields, or cook or build stairs or fishing, and receive coins from Felians for their work. So far so good. I move into the main hall, a bright smile on my face to hide my exhaustion. When did this hall get so far away? And head toward the dais. On one of the twin thrones at the front of the room, my mate Nemeth sits, a bored expression on his face and our baby in his arms. He rocks the fussy child against his chest, trying to soothe him, and looks relieved when I appear.
Our son is hungry.
I noticed. My breasts have been leaking ever since I woke up from my nap. I take Bodon from his father and sit in the throne next to him. Riza immediately moves to my side, settling a blanket over my shoulder as I loosen the front of my robe and tuck Bodon's head inside so he can nurse. The moment he latches, I relax in my chair and eye the room. Busy today? Nemeth grunts, his gaze affectionate as he regards me.
More weather reports. Still raining outside, though I suppose that's not a surprise.
It's not. It won't stop raining until the goddess leaves the skies again.
You missed all the fun, Nemeth tells me. There was a scholar here earlier from the Alabaster Citadel. He had an outrageous theory for the weather. You should have heard it.
Oh?
Aye. He said, listen to this, that it's not the goddess's wrath bringing the foul weather at all, that it's caused by the moon in the skies, that the presence of another heavenly body changes the tides and weather patterns, and that's why it's such chaos. Nemeth snorts. Pure dragon shite.
I blink at my husband. You sound just like me.
You're a wise woman.
He takes my hand in his and leans over it, kissing my knuckles.
Is it so wrong that I listen to you?
Not in the slightest. Please continue to praise me and my wisdom. It's vastly flattering. He gives me a roguish grin and rubs my hand, then turns back to the waiting audience. I see smiles on a great deal of faces. They like Nemeth as a king, because not only is he first house, but he's also a good listener. He's willing to entertain new ideas and to try new things, unless they're about the weather, of course. My presence as his Leosian and Vestalin wife eases human tensions, and I make sure everyone sees Nemeth with our sweet baby regularly. No one can be intimidated by a king who has a shoulder covered in milky drool and desperately trying to jiggle a baby back to sleep. The throne room has become part of our routine lately. We eat dinners with everyone that comes to visit us. I feed Bodon out in the open, and Nemeth and I are affectionate with each other in front of everyone. It's a huge change from my sister's icy politeness at Lionel's side, or Ivornoth's secrecy. I want everyone to feel like they're a part of our family, because in a way, they are. We're starting over, all of us. For the next few years, while we wait for the goddess's wrath to die away, we'll live here in Darkfell, where the weather won't soak us out of house and home. And after that, perhaps we'll spread out. Perhaps we'll stay here under the mountain. As long as there's peace, I don't mind. I stroke Bodon's fuzzy head. Unlike Nemeth, he's got my dark hair and no horns. He does have his father's wings and tiny tail, about which I tease Nemeth mercilessly. We've already started talking about what another child between us would look like, and if it's a girl, I want to name her Iphigenia, after my nurse. She would have loved Bodon.
You're just in time,
Nemeth murmurs to me.
We've had human refugees arrive.
Oh? I sit up with interest, scanning the throne room for unfamiliar faces. The newcomers are obvious to see, their clothing soaked and muddy, their forms thin and emaciated, and they look exhausted. My heart wrenches at the sight of them. Maybe I've become soft ever since giving birth, but I know how hard it is outside, how difficult a struggle to find food. I want them to know they're welcome here. I open my mouth to speak, just as the first one steps forward and lowers his wet hood. And I gasp. I know you. The man stares at me in horror. I do know him. It's one of the men that kidnapped me. The one that left when his companions were going to murder me. The one that stole my knife and took off. I even remember his name. You're Jarvo, aye? He cringes, bowing his head.
My lady, I am. You know this man?
Nemeth asks, practically bristling from his throne with fierce protectiveness. I do. He was one of the ones that robbed us when we were on our way to Leo's. The room gets quiet, and Jarvo cringes even lower. He's thinner than I recall, his eyes hollow, and instead of anger, I feel nothing but pity. It was difficult out there with nothing to eat, wasn't it? How did you manage? He looks at me in surprise, then glances at Nemeth.
I found kind strangers. They took me in and shared their supplies until they were gone.
I glance at the people behind him. Are they with you now?
I?
He gestures at an elderly couple with him. They have lined faces and white hair, their clothing ragged, but they don't look terrified for their lives, just exhausted. Bodon makes an unhappy noise in my breast, and I switch him to the other side, where he grizzles and latches once more. I stroke his tiny head, thinking about the past. I know what it's like to feel that food insecurity, and I know what it will drive people toward. Was he a good friend to you? I ask the older couple. No robbing or stealing? They shake their heads, and the woman speaks up. Jarvo has been like a son to us. There were days we had nothing to eat, and he would share the fish he caught. He would hunt down ravens so we could have something to eat. We would have died without him. I glance back at Jarvo. He still looks defeated, as if fate has decreed his death. Well, you are all welcome here. Someone in Second House will assist you with getting settled and explain the rules of our city. All we ask is that you treat both Felians and Leosians kindly. There are no more wars. We are a city of survivors now, and there is no difference between us. Understand?
Yes, my lady. Thank you, my lady.
Jarvo stammers, dropping to his knees on the floor. He catches himself, and then his head jerks upright.
Oh, I have your blade.
My blade? I echo, though I know exactly what he means. Sure enough, he pulls out the enchanted dagger that Irene gave me so long ago. The one that is enchanted to give answers. The one that I relied upon so heavily once upon a time. It looks the same, small and benign, with a few jewels in the hilt. I debate its presence for a moment. With it, I could ask questions about the future. I could suss out enemies before they strike. I could predict everything before it happens, and base every decision off its answers. But I'm tired of living in fear of what the future could bring. I look at my handsome husband who sits upon a throne. I hold my child, my best friend standing behind me. Somewhere in our city is my sister with her daughter, and 1,000 other faces that have become friends in the last few months. I'm no longer cursed. If anything, I'm the luckiest Vestalin ever. So I smile at Jarvo and shake my head. You keep it. I'm good. This concludes Bound to the Shadow Prince by Ruby Dixon. Narrated by Ellery Lane. Copyright 2022 by Ruby Dixon. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Ruby Dixon, care of Root Literary, and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.